Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and
We're
getting away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious,
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yo, you got some money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is.
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
got
we
something to do
get
with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Good morning and welcome to the Georgia Gang on this Sunday, June 21st, and a happy Father's Day to all the dads watching. Political outsider Rick Jackson pulls off one of the biggest upsets in Georgia history. Also, Congressman Mike Collins wins the GOP Senate nomination and sets up a high-stakes fall showdown. And the special legislative session takes a dramatic turn. Kathy, Phil, Theron, and Brian are all here. The debate and discussion begin right now.
From the Fox 5 studios, the Georgia Gang starts now.
Rick Jackson spent more than $100 million of his own money to beat Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in Tuesday's Republican runoff for governor. Jackson won despite the fact that President Trump and Governor Kemp both backed Jones. The healthcare executive will now face Democratic nominee Keisha Lance Bottoms in November, setting up what could be the most consequential governor's race Georgia has seen in a generation. So, Brian, I will let you have the floor first. You work, as we've told everybody, you work for the Jackson campaign. We have to disclose that. You took quite a few political hits, but I was trying to also do the math because I covered you as a journalist. This is 3 out of 5 Republican nominations that you've worked on.
The last three of the last 5. Yeah, that's right. I guess so. And, I'm so grateful that I've had the opportunity to work not only with great leaders, but with great men, with Nathan Dill and with Rick Jackson. And I always thought Nathan Dill was the right man for Georgia's future. I think we can all agree he left the state better than he found it. And I think Rick Jackson will too. And this is a great win for the state. And it is an honor to have been a part of it. Did I take some hits? Certainly, but enough about Phil. Just kidding, buddy. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Little light humor.
I am very thankful to be through the primary. It is very difficult for all of us because it is a family feud. The people who are attacking you are people you know and have known a long time, people you've worked with in the past and will work with in the future. I think the messages of unity after a particularly bitter battle this week have been assuring that Republicans now have their eye on the prize. The target is now Keisha Lance Bottoms. And I think that Tuesday, we're all going to put behind us and look toward November.
Theron, this was quite a win for Rick Jackson.
Yeah, congratulations to Rick Jackson on an enormous win. And it's significant, Lori, for 2 reasons. One, he was an outsider. We remember this was the best kept secret that we've seen in Georgia politics. He comes in right away, labels himself as an outsider. But Burt Jones had the Trump endorsement. But it was a delicate dance in the Jackson campaign to figure out a way to not get the endorsement for Trump, but to give him money to make sure that you did everything to try to keep him out of your race. The second thing that was very interesting, for him to be a first-time candidate statewide, he showed a lot of message discipline. Besides the one sort of debate moment with Burt Jones capitalized on and a recording, Rick Jackson ran a pretty good campaign. But everything changed on Tuesday. You saw Keisha Lance Bottoms right away go to the airwaves, go to social media, and label us as a billionaire, MAGA sort of right-wing nominee who is going to try to buy the general election, like she's saying bought the primary election. But I think that this race is going to be very interesting because he is an outsider, he's new, he doesn't have a voting record, but there are some things that happened during the campaign that I think Democrats will be able to capitalize on. And then to B. Rob's point, you definitely saw Republicans right away try to come together.
Well, let's talk about that Republican unity, Phil, because there was a lot of bad blood between the Jones supporters and the Jackson supporters. You even called Rick Jackson an embarrassment on this show. So how does the Republican Party now come together? And when do we hear from Burt Jones?
Well, I think that first, congratulations to Rick Jackson and Nick Ayers and the whole team and what's his name here. And I think
Some light humor.
Yes. And I think that there will be unity to answer your question. I think there'll be an interesting alliance, and it's already forming, according to my sources, with President Trump and his people, and with Governor Kemp. We'll talk about that more, I'm sure, and also with I think probably the Collins campaign is going to be heavily involved, and of course the Jackson folks. So there you have the four main players that we'll all be looking at for unity. And I will say that remember Rick Jackson lost on May 19th, and so he made that up. Turnout, as we've all commented on, is very important, and they did get the turnout. And so I think that it'll be interesting too. You mentioned, Theron, about the role of President Trump. I got a kick out of the president's two sons said they were supporting Rick Jackson, and whereas the president, of course, endorsed Burt Jones. Jones did a good race. I think he will be a team player down the road, but I'm optimistic for the Republicans in the fall campaign.
Kathy, now the question for Democrats is, what is Keisha Lance Bottoms' path to the governor's mansion? We heard some messaging already about the billionaire, the political outsider, but does that story stick because of Rick's upbringing? I mean, he came from foster care. He came from nothing and worked his way into a billionaire status.
Yeah, well, Keisha Lance Bottoms, I think her boys are all adopted children that she and her husband took into their home. So I think she can kind of match the story of compassion and taking care of kids. And she understands that. I think her challenge is to be very disciplined, to your point, Phil, on the messaging. And, as long as we have a president who continues to take this country down a very bad rabbit hole, which I don't see us recovering from in October, he's not going to be the whole message, because Georgia has a lot of needs and a lot of things people need to focus on. But Rick Jackson, right out of the box, talked about Medicare, being something he doesn't care about. I mean, Medicaid expansion, and that's a critical issue for hospitals around the country and around the state. Sorry, I can't even talk this morning. But I think that he's not off to a good start in terms of addressing things people care about, and the fact that he has incredible wealth and can buy this seat is something that both Democrats and I think independents in this country are getting tired of.
All right, let's move on and talk about Governor Brian Kemp. I mean, he stayed neutral for months in this race, said he was only focused on the Senate race, endorsing the political outsider Derek Dooley. Then in the 11th hour, turns around and endorses the political insider Burt Jones in the governor's race. Phil, what do you think led to this endorsement? Because it was quite a shock. The governor took a lot of criticism. I mean, many people pointing out he went 0-2 when Derek Dooley lost as well in the Senate race.
Right. It was a shock or surprise to a lot of people, especially people in the Kemp camp. I think that it all started back with when he wanted Derek Dooley to run in the primary. And I always thought that was a mistake, along with a lot of Republicans, and it was a waste of money and time. And the governor spent a lot of his political capital, which governors really shouldn't do, especially with a special session coming up. And it's damaged his legacy, to be honest about it. I think he's still going to be a major player, however, in the fall campaign, as I mentioned a minute ago. But
Everyone, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Happy Monday. To the point, I'm gonna have to take my lumps from from our executive producer Lupin Reiging. I actually thought that Brian Kemp was politically savvy, but I'm being sorely disappointed and chastened, because apparently Lupin knows more about, this sort of stuff, Georgia politics, than I do. Now, I'm not really into retail politics, but I got this one totally wrong. I honestly thought Brian Kemp would, at some point maybe be a presidential contender. But if he's this politically inept, I guess that's not gonna come to fruition. So score one for Lupin. I'll have to take my lumps. And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button, especially if you are listening to this on a replay. I do have to say, I'm really appreciating people commenting, the people watching replays of the show, of the lives. I'm appreciating the comments, at least, let's just say 98% of them. Every now and again, you're going to have someone come in with some random irrelevant comment, and I have to make a snarky comeback. But by and large, great. So support the show by supporting the host. There's, you know, I hesitate to even bring this up given today's thumbnail, but you know, there's some newspaper subscriptions, Substack subscriptions, YouTube subscriptions, and then the premium, the StreamYard, and all that sort of stuff. And then there's always the Sovereign Beer Fund. So any help, if you appreciate the content, is certainly appreciated. I have PayPal, so send me some lira. It can be converted into US dollars.
I think overall, the endorsement of Burt Jones on a Sunday, if he was going to do it, why not a week or two before? That's what everybody's asking. I've never understood it. I think that perhaps behind the scenes, he was talking with Trump people and he was trying to hedge his bets, and didn't work.
Theron, what do you think about the governor's endorsement at the last minute?
I mean, I think Phil and Brian will have more insights than I would as far as the Republican sort of circles. But to Phil's point, when I woke up, or I think I was somewhere, and I got the message that he was endorsing, the first thing I did, I was like, all right, let me make sure this is real. Like, this is actual official. But then once it was confirmed that it was real, okay, so then what is he going to do from Sunday until Tuesday to help get the vote out? But back to I think the one thing that probably Burt Jones' campaign thought could happen is that Brian Kemp could help with a lot of those Raffensperger car voters. But we heard from the Jackson campaign, B-Rob said it over and over again, they felt very strong going into early voting. And so it was just really interesting that the governor would come out on a Sunday and not have enough time to really do what he's been able to do best around the state, and that is turn out his loyal support of Republican voters. But it didn't work this time.
The Governor Kemp turned around right away and endorsed Rick Jackson. So did former Governor Sonny Perdue, also former Governor Nathan Deal, Brian.
Absolutely. Again, that show of unity that I was talking about. And look, obviously, I have an emotional stake as well as a professional stake in all of this. And Sunday was a rough day for me. I had a lot of emotions about that at that moment as Theron was texting me about it. And but at the end of the day, I'll say this, in hindsight, now that we know how everything turned out, we see the impact of Kemp's endorsement. Rick Jackson crushed early voting. I mean, when those numbers started coming in, I'm sure that there were howls of fear going on in Jackson, Georgia at the Burt Jones campaign, because Jackson was winning by such big margins. The election day margins, however, closed that lead for Rick Jackson real quickly. And I think that was partly because of the Kemp endorsement. It did matter. Kemp's got to use that power, that influence to help Rick Jackson in November, to help the whole state. On the Senate race, it was too late to get involved in the summer of 2025. Two congressmen were already in the race.
Real quickly. Okay.
I think that the Jackson folks need to get with the Jones folks, because we all are going to need those Burt Jones voters. And in fact, he did very good on actually election day. He didn't do well in the early voting, to your point.
Yes.
All right. Up next, the U.S. Senate showdown is also set. Incumbent Senator Jon Ossoff will face Congressman Mike Collins.
Question or comment for the Georgia Gang? Email them at georgiagang@foxtv.com.
Congressman Mike Collins defeated former football coach Derek Dooley for the Republican U.S. Senate nomination, setting up a November race against incumbent Jon Ossoff. Collins ran with Trump's endorsement and led throughout the campaign, despite an ongoing House ethics investigation and some controversial social media posts. He's now the Republican best positioned to challenge one of the nation's most watched Senate seats. So Theron, Ossoff already came out swinging Tuesday night, calling Collins an extremist who's also under federal investigation. How nasty and how expensive will this race get?
Well, it's going to be very expensive, and I think it will have moments of being nasty. But both of these men have got to figure out a way to pivot, like Rick Jackson and Keisha Lance Bottoms, to the center in the middle. Now, I'm proud of Jon Ossoff for doing what he did. Phil and I were on election night, and I predicted even before the polls closed, I said, you're going to see Jon Ossoff come out right away, whether it's Mike Collins or Derek Dooley, and attack. And man, did he attack. I mean, he called him a bigot. He said he was an anti-Semite. And these are Jon Ossoff's words, not mine. We'll be very clear. But he also talked about how there's some votes there that he feels that Mike Collins has voted on that's going to hurt Georgia voters when it comes to insurance. And then the last thing he talked about was the investigation, which we heard a little bit about during the primary. So these are all things that Ossoff's campaign is going to actually be on the attack. But then you'll see Mike Collins responded pretty quickly. And I think the Ossoff campaign will go back a little bit more towards the moderate center sort of posture. But man, he's fired up and he's ready to go. Lord.
They are fired up, Phil.
Well, several points. The polls showed Collins always ahead, and it's amazing to me. Just as a political scientist would tell you, he hardly had any television. And yet he's a great retail politician, and the Republican clubs around the state supported him. Mike Collins did very well in Metro Atlanta. If you look at the counties, it's a wonderful surprise. So he's a big player in this unity that we're talking about in the fall. I thought it was outrageous. I had to debate there, and on election night, what Ossoff did is a vicious personal attack, calling him an anti-Semite. I don't hear Ossoff, criticizing that Plattner fellow, his Democrat in Maine, who's a blatant anti-Semite, or at least a sympathizer, Nazi sympathizer with his tattoo. Ossoff doesn't say anything about that. But to start with that tone, to have a personal attack is terrible. I think that and I would say that on the other side too. We got to tone it down. But congratulations to Collins and his team.
Kathy.
Well, to the Plattner thing, that's not who Ossoff is running against. So he's not
He
going
should condemn it.
Well, no, he
doesn't
shouldn't.
do it.
He's just going to leave Maine with Maine. Maine
He's a
can
coward.
Maine can go do Maine.
He's a coward.
No, he's not a coward. He stands up and he talks the truth. And I think Ossoff has done a really masterful job of representing Georgia. I think he has stayed in the middle. I think he reads the tea leaves really well. He's raised good money. And, frankly, on the Republican side, all three of those candidates, none of them were any good. Right. I mean, if I were Ossoff and I woke up, the other day, I would be like, yes, I got the most crazy one of all of them to run against. And I think he's going to take it home. I feel really good about it.
Brian, a lot of folks do compliment Ossoff's constituent services, that he runs a really tight ship there and does really good work. Could this be an instance where we could see a split ticket, that Ossoff wins, but Rick Jackson wins also?
Look, in today's tribal nature of the electorate, it's, you're not going to have a huge margin. Now, we did have the Kemp Warnock voters back in 2022, and that's the group that I call the deciders there. And here's me talk about the deciders all the time. Collins has got to have a message for those deciders. And so he's got to do several things. He's got to have a message for a positive future for America. And I think Phil was sort of alluding to that there. He's going to have to raise a lot of money because Ossoff already has over $80 million in the bank, and national Democrats will stop at nothing to defend that seat. They're one of their only handful of seats in the Deep South, him and Warnock. So they're going to do whatever it takes. And Collins also has to build a message on why Ossoff is a unacceptable alternative and needs to be fired. Against an incumbent, you must make the argument for why they should be fired. And that's now the main task of the Mike Collins campaign.
All right, I want to move on to the lieutenant governor's race. We just have a couple seconds here. Where State Senator Greg Dulles.
Hey, Witchy. Actually what DertyDude was talking about specifically was how YouTube F's people's brains up. And I'm like, well, it's more than just YouTube. I think the Cash Apps do it too. But there are a couple people. It's not so much, talking about Cash Apps, donate to the show, hey, help support the show, because, there are expenses if you're going to do more than just, I do almost a daily show and really probably shouldn't. I should probably give people a break. But, I enjoy doing it. So, it's kind of part of my daily routine. I absolutely don't expect people to send me Cash Apps. Witchy, you know me as well as anyone. I have just as recently as last night been called abrasive. And, no one owes me Cash Apps. People who appreciate it, they don't know how much I appreciate the affirmation. But I'm never going to, say, well, hey, I've been up here for 4 hours and I haven't gotten a Cash App. What's wrong with y'all? Or why I'm going to wrap up the show because I ain't got no Cash Apps. I've been working hard on my show and y'all ain't send me nothing. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody fucking owes you a Cash App. And the folks who are so like, I don't even know that it's narcissism, expecting Cash Apps just because you came on YouTube and talked some bullshit. I find that just, let's just call it concerning. And apparently those Cash Apps, the expectations, they think they're stars, and hey, I'm up here performing, you owe me some money. And I can name two people off the top of my head who I will not, who, if they hear this, they'll know I'm talking directly about them. I find it disgusting. People don't owe you stuff. Stop that bullshit.
All won the Republican nomination over John Kennedy, 54-46. There you see the numbers. For Democrats, it's State Senator Josh McLaurin, who defeated former State Senator Nabila Parks. Theron, what will you be watching in this race?
I mean, Josh McLaurin, congratulations to him. And also, I didn't congratulate Mike Collins. I'll congratulate him as well. Let's be as bipartisan as we can right now, because it's going to be very partisan going soon. But Josh ran a really good campaign. He ran an amazing campaign. He went across the state. He utilized digital, had a good message. But also Nabila Parks, who I believe is a young person in the party who will not, this won't be her last sort of thing. And I think the Stacey Abrams endorsement helped Josh McLaurin. It didn't help Dana Barrett as much, but it definitely helped him. So kudos to him. And I think those two individuals, him and Dolezal, are going to go at it. I mean, we're talking about the governor's race and the Senate race. These two guys are very witty, they're smart, and it's going to be some fireworks on that campaign.
So your observations quickly.
Right, just on the Republican side, I think Greg Dolezal ran a good Trumpian campaign and appealed to the base. And John Kennedy, I thought, who was a conservative, but he did not get on television until way late, which surprised me, and I think that hurt him.
All right, coming up, Republicans called a special session, then one of the most explosive items on the agenda got pulled. We'll discuss next.
The discussion on the Georgia Gang Facebook page and watch past episodes on the Georgia Gang YouTube channel.
Georgia House Republicans went to the Capitol this week for a special session, then reversed course on redistricting. Speaker John Burns told Governor Kemp in a letter that
This is actually fascinating, and I didn't read up on it. I'll talk a little bit about it. I'm trying to figure out why Georgia Republicans capitulated where other states like Mississippi, Louisiana, who brought the Calais case to the Supreme Court, figure out why Georgia capitulated.
House would not redraw congressional or legislative maps this summer, citing pending litigation and political risk. Kemp had pushed hard for new maps, but several members of his own party shut him down. Kathy, Democrats are claiming a huge victory on this one.
It is a huge victory, and Kemp had a bad week, right? He was picking bad policies and people all over the place. I think, why on earth he would have decided right before an election to talk about redistricting and just get Democrats all unified and riled up is beyond me. But I think it's a good thing for Georgia. I've talked many times about how I think this hyper gerrymandering is just not good for the country. We should all have to earn our seats time and time again. And when you have people sitting in seats where there's just too much of one thing, Democrats or Republicans, we're not better off from it. So I'm glad that they took it down, but believe me, it'll be back in January and we'll have this fight all over again.
Brian?
Look, Republicans look really divided on this right now, but what we're not. We actually all agree that there needs to be redistricting because the Supreme Court changed the law of the land. And what we have now, Kathy, is gerrymandering that was forced on us by federal mandates that we have racially conscious districts. We were forced for the longest time to draw districts intended to elect Black members to Congress or to the legislature. That required gerrymandering. This is actually something that gives us a lot more freedom. It returns to the state legislature one of the very few enumerated powers given to legislatures, and that is the power to draw districts as they see fit. And so now we get the chance to do that. You cannot use race as a consideration. That's what the court has said now, a reversal of what it used to be. Our maps in the applications, in the court cases, have said we used race-conscious decisions in drawing this so that Black members could win. So they're not legal anymore. We've got to change them. The only division.
This is so fucking disingenuous. and unnuanced. This is a retail politics excuse. In the South, race is basically the way politics in the Deep South works. Politics or partisanship, let's call it that. Partisanship is a mask for race. We all know this. It's a shell game. And we all know it. This guy knows it. Stop acting like it was some huge racial thing. Someone from the South talking like this guy does, I find disturbing. There are too many like him who just want to talk some shit when they know the realities.
With Republicans is timing.
Kathy, then Darren, real quick.
Well, I just want to say real quick, we know right now that this state is split completely in half between Democrats and Republicans. It is time and again for the last few years. So let's draw maps where there are an equal number of Democrat and Republican seats to be able to win and take it that way. But that's not what's going to happen. We're going to be packing districts and shoving things around so there's even more Republican districts and put us way off where we
The
were.
Democrats never did that when they were in power.
We're not talking about what just happened. We're talking about what's happening next.
And look, what representation do Republicans in Illinois and Maryland and in New England have? They get drawn out of having any power too. Y'all want to make it about race.
Let's
but
work
it's
it about. Let's
partisanship.
make Georgia better than everybody else.
So let's talk about what happened on Wednesday. Democracy prevailed. You saw a group of organizers, legislators surround the speaker. And to Brian's point, Speaker Burns was also flanked by Larry Walker Jr., who's the pro tem in the Senate. And they came together to say, we're not going to do this now. So I want to commend all the Democrats, all the activists, all the organizations that showed up. But let me warn you all, listen to what they're saying and listen to what B-Rob is saying and what Phil is about to say. They're not saying that redistricting won't ever happen. It's just not going to happen in a special session. What the Republicans are focused on, there's been 80 bills that have been dropped that's going to deal with this e-host sort of situation, right? They try to do property taxes, and they believe that that issue is going to help Republicans in November. And so I want that same posture, I want that same amount of enthusiasm that Democrats and the activists shown on Wednesday to make sure we go out and vote. I believe that this could come back in November. I believe, to Kathy's point, it can come back in January. So big victory to stop it from happening this session. But it was that look on Speaker Burns' face when he looked around the atrium. He saw all these people yelling, Black votes matters, and I'm all with that. But this Republican Party knows that had that happened during the special session, it would have benefited Democrats. I told B-Rob, I had heard rumblings that Republicans were very scared. So I just want us to stay focused on the issue at hand, not get too comfortable. But it was a big victory on Wednesday.
And Phil, legislators are also trying to figure out this QR code on the ballots.
But I have to laugh. It was a big victory. The Republican leaders had already decided it. I don't know how you're reading facial expressions. They just said
they had not decided. No,
well, they're the ones who put it out there, and then they had to take it back.
They saw the polling and they decided, like Brian says, the timing wasn't right. So it's going to be.
But it was
January.
outside pressure, Phil.
What was your question again?
Just about the QR codes they still have to figure out. Looks like a
that
delay.
Is a mess. Real quickly, it is a mess. There's a bill by Senator Max Burns that would not abolish the QR code the way I've read it recently, and they were going to extend this thing, and they want to go shockingly, which a lot of Republicans and Democrats don't like. They now, Kathy, they don't want to go with handmark ballots. So they may be going with an electronic system. So I think on Monday, we're going to see what happens. Maybe it should just die on the vine. That Burns bill is a bad bill.
All right, we'll be watching and we'll be talking about it next week. Thanks, everybody. Coming up, winners and losers. Stay tuned.
Time now for the week's winners and losers.
All right. Okay, Bill, we'll start with you. Okay. We should do the outtakes of the show today.
Losers. I want to just say a great leader we lost who was a winner, and that was Larry Walker Jr. He was a great statesman from Perry, Georgia, and he was actually House Majority Leader. And in your neck of the woods, your hometown of Athens, Dexter Fisher won the mayor's race against a socialist who was just horrible. So congratulations to Dexter. And, Theron and I were at the Georgia Press Association. It was their annual convention. They're winners. Jaylene Hunter, their executive director, is a winner. And I won the debate against Theron.
Hey, Seymour, you might want to stop this sort of stuff in my chat. You literally had overnight, in the depths of the morning, around 3:00 in the morning, you had another male in your house, and y'all were hanging out. Okay, now don't bring that Houston ghetto bullshit to my channel, because see, I know how to handle you. You're in my house now, boy. So don't be calling me homosexual when you were hanging out with an underage male or someone you knew when he was underage. Don't be coming in hot, son. I will extinguish your zeal. You best watch it. And I'm not gonna even time you out. I'm just gonna embarrass your Cali black ass. Son, you don't know who you're fucking with. I enjoy the verbal combat. I'm gonna win. That's all you need to know. So keep trying, son. Keep trying.
Yeah, I was with you on everything you said until you wanted to debate. But
Well,
no.
and I know Jaylene watches this show. You can't take both of them from me.
No, yeah.
We missed you guys.
But yeah, Georgia Press Association definitely winner, and also Dexter Fisher winner in Athens as well. Also, Lori, June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, so I just want to encourage all the men out there to make sure you deal with your mentals. Also, I met Jay and Becca at Bar Taco, and they go to church with B-Rob, and they did confirm that B-Rob does get to church as much as he can. So shout out to them for watching the show, and then happy Juneteenth to everyone out there. And then lastly, Lori, I went to Chicago and watched President Barack Obama and the beautiful woman, Michelle Obama, celebrate this new Obama Presidential Center. So hats off to them. It was just a great moment to be in Chicago.
I love to see the picture of them, all the former presidents together. Like, we all kind of reminisced about what that was
And,
like.
and Biden made it through okay, so I was happy about that.
All right, Brian.
He was in good hands.
Well, first of all, happy birthday to our host, Lori Gary.
Yeah, we agree.
And
Thank you.
Here's to your birth.
Thank you. I'm a Juneteenth baby.
yes, we appreciate you so much. And on that score, happy Father's Day to Gordon Robinson. Love you, Dad. And losers, I would have to say, as much as I hate it, they were so fantastic all year. The Dogs baseball team giving a heartbreaking loss in Omaha, but wow, what a season. SEC champs, SEC tournament champs. Congratulations, guys, even in this loss. And I want to say that the winner is the Republican Party for coming together the way that it did. We've got a big task ahead to take on Keisha Lance Bottoms and to keep this state moving in the right direction.
All right, I want to say a happy Father's Day to my dad, Leo Geary. So I know he's watching. And then we have a very important announcement today, and it's a tough one for us. This is Kathy's last Georgia gang. She's leaving us to head to greener pastures. I know. She's going to be continuing to travel all over the world. Kathy, you have been such an important part of this show.
Thank you.
You always come prepared. And even I get so many comments, even when people disagree with you, they respect you so much. And it's going to be a big loss for us.
Well, thank you. It's really been fun. I'm getting to the part of my career where I don't care anymore. like that menopause lady who's like, we simply don't care. So now what you hear from me is what I think and how I try to live my life. And I've just really enjoyed getting to talk with you guys about it and spar. And people ask me how I can sit next to Phil, and I don't know how I do it. I'm pretty amazing if you think about it, But
Such a nice person.
yeah, but thank you. Thanks for having me on here. And let me just say my winners are Council members Liliana Bakhtiari and Kelsey Bond for voting against the mayor's TAD scheme, which is just going to redirect money into a bad place. And I'm glad they stood up. And that's my last word. And Brian Kemp's my loser because he just lost everything he touched in the last month or so.
All right.
Well, I want to say something really quickly. Happy birthday, Lori.
Thank
But also, Kathy, thank you. I remember the first conversation we had about this show. We talked about it. Lori was like, what do you think about Kathy? And you've been an exceptional addition to this, holding down the party, holding down the people you believe in. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to say you're one of my favorite Democrats, always pragmatic in your approach, which is what I am too. The city of Atlanta should have made you mayor. Huge loss.
Thank you.
And people were really surprised when we agreed on stuff.
I know. Well, that's shocking to
I had
me.
to
Even I have to go
reevaluate- I
home
had
and
to
lay down
reevaluate
after
my
that
position.
happens. Yeah, that's right.
Well, we're going to live through you now that you're going to be traveling the world. So best wishes to you.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Make it a great one. We'll see you next week.
All right. Well, that is Georgians getting along, and that's how we do it here in Georgia. Not like other places. Georgia can be fairly harmonious. So let's move on to some news articles, and I have more than usual it being Monday, and I didn't do any news over the weekend. It was mostly just, foolishness and fuckery, basically. And I have to thank my friend C. Moore for providing the majority of the fuckery and just the fucking ghetto content. Weekends get to be sloppy, and Seymour brings the slop. That's what Cali Blacks do. That's why we love him here on Stanley versus the World. Somewhere between Clifford and Ryan and Junior hasn't been over here in a while, but he'll bring some of that fucking ghetto slop too. Hey, makes the weekends interesting and makes Monday that much better because I'm tired of the ghetto slop. Monday's a little bit more serious. So thanks for being here, Seymour. The link is posted. You can come up for free, but you might not stay long. So let's see what's going on here in the Middle East. U.S. eases sanctions on Iranian oil, but progress on nuclear issues is muddy. Basically, Trump is failing. This isn't going to bode well for the Trump administration. This might be the thing that breaks MAGA, quite frankly. Vice President J.D. Vance and Iran had agreed to invite UN nuclear inspectors into the country, but the Iranian side said it had made no new commitments. Inspections have been limited since President Trump tore up an Obama-era deal in 2018. And there's going to be a Trump-Obama story about the Obama Center opening. Trump is just, honestly, the more America knows about Trump, the less America's going to be impressed with Trump. Dude is a loser. So here's the latest. The Trump administration temporarily lifted oil sanctions against Iran on Monday, a major reversal of U.S. policy that could provide Iran with an economic boon after years of having to sell at a discount to buyers who risk running afoul of the United States. So Iran gets another benefit. Trump started the war. I think Trump started the war because he's actually pro-Iranian. It's just giving him an excuse to benefit Iran more. After the first session of peace talks in Switzerland, Vice President J.D. Vance asserted on Monday that Tehran had agreed to invite United Nations inspectors back to Iran's nuclear sites, though a statement from Iran's government left any agreement unclear. And I'm not going to even go farther. So far, Iran is the winner of the U.S.-Iran war. Sorry to hear that. Oh, wait, let's see. What is Seymour writing here? Nobody cares unless you chimp out. If I want to call a woman, it won't be you, punk. 2 people in the chat is not surprising, LOL. You sound a lot better on mute. You're not man enough to panel with me because you lack testosterone. You got a yeast infection, pussy. Oh boy, that's high level spam. Let's move on. This boy can't even spell. All kinds of misspellings in that. And thank God I'm not your English teacher there, Cali Black. So Trump administration plans to use Homeland Security funds to pressure states into election changes. Yeah, that's not going to go over well even in Republican states. States are really kind of protective of the constitutional right to conduct elections the way they want to conduct elections. And Trump's going to lose this one. The Constitution's very clear on this. Trump administration is threatening to withhold tens of millions of dollars in federal Homeland Security funds from states unless they adopt a sweeping set of election changes. according to multiple sources and internal documents obtained by CNN. Let me tell you what's also going to happen. This is unconstitutional. You cannot do this. If Congress has appropriated the funds and Trump wants to basically defy Congress on this sort of stuff. Now, maybe DHS makes the decisions. That is possible, but it's still going to be pretty sketchy. This is going to wind up in court, and Trump has gutted the DOJ of top talent, so he's just going to lose again in court. He basically has turned the DOJ into a laughingstock. And speaking of an ineffective DOJ, judge finds Justice Department overreach in subpoenas to Minnesota officials. Let's listen to it.
Judge finds Justice Department overreach in subpoenas to Minnesota officials. This article is by Mitch.
Sorry, was I muted? Anyway, I was talking about Trump's Department of Justice being just like he has basically caused a self-deportation of top legal talent from the Department of Justice. He won't be able to force states to do the voting, what he wants done with elections. It's blatantly unconstitutional. And if Congress appropriate, he's not going to be able to do what he wants to do as an executive action or executive order. He can't tell states what to do. I'm not even sure the coercion will pass muster in court. And he doesn't have a Department of Justice that could even argue the case, bad as it is. So the untalented, or the talent that has left the DOJ results in this sort of stuff where, he wants to go after Democrats in Minnesota for defying his immigration, actions up there. And judge is like, you're being blatantly, it's a vendetta and it doesn't pass federal court muster. So let's listen to it.
Judge finds Justice Department overreach in subpoenas to Minnesota officials. This article is by Mitch Smith and read by an automated voice. A federal judge in Minnesota quashed the Justice Department's subpoenas of state and local officials in a ruling unsealed on Monday, finding that the Trump administration had engaged in a politically motivated and improper use of the grand jury process. Those subpoenas were issued at the height of the administration's winter immigration crackdown in the state. Chief Judge Patrick J. Schultz wrote in a highly critical opinion that the dominant purpose of the challenged subpoenas is to coerce Minnesota officials into assisting the federal government with enforcing civil immigration law and to harass and retaliate against them for failing to do so. Judge Schultz, who was nominated to the bench by President George W. Bush, had previously raised concerns with the conduct of the Trump administration during Operation Metro Surge. That crackdown, which involved thousands of agents, led to thousands of arrests in Minnesota and 3 shootings in Minneapolis. At one point this winter, Judge Schultz ordered the leader of Immigration and Customs Enforcement to appear in his courtroom to explain why people arrested by immigration agents had been held without an opportunity to challenge their detentions. He later backed off.
Oh, by the way, Seymour, on your way out, please make sure you hit the like button, though. I'd appreciate it. This dude is out of, he is just spazzing out, and no one is on his side that I can see, except maybe NPC, and that's kind of sketchy. CM, you are literally not a threat. I didn't clip your content. It was my content reviewing your content with you on my panel. You and I were on the Stanley versus the World panel reviewing your content that you made with Ryan. It's my content, bitch. I am reacting to your content. You and I are reacting to your content. Sorry that the way I clipped it didn't meet your approval, but fuck you. You're not my boss. You haven't sent me a Cash App like Ryan sent you a Cash Apps. Bitch, maybe I'll pay attention to you when you send me a goddamn Cash App. Otherwise, you're just some dude in the chat without a wrench. So thanks for your participation. Hit the like on your way out. So anyway, so once again, Trump's Justice Department loses in Minnesota. They're making a habit of it, to be honest. So I was talking about the DOJ, losing talent. So this is Jason Stanley, who's an expert on fascism, and he's a philosopher, basically. Went from Yale to University of Toronto, I guess because, he was getting a lot of death threats and stuff from MAGA types of people. So he is kind of, echoing what I'm thinking. Trump's war on expertise is a hallmark of fascist rule. Well, I think America has had fascistic tendencies pretty much, definitely in antebellum America. Basically, it's always had fascistic elements. It's how it is. I mean, when you've got a culture based on race with an other, that's one of the core elements of fascism. So let's listen to what Jason Stanley has to say. Trump wants sycophants, not experts.
Trump's war on expertise is a hallmark of fascist rule. Justified skepticism of experts is different from autocratic takeover.
Oh, by the way, what's going to happen is Seymour is going to start up a live. It's his newest pattern over the last couple weeks. He will come over here, bash me in the chat, and then go start up a live trying to compete with me. The problem is I don't care. If I have two people in the chat, a lot of people watch my show on replays. So, I mean, he doesn't really affect, who views me on replay. Anyway, good luck to Seymour. I know he's going to listen to this content over on his show, and I welcome that. He is basically free advertising for me.
By Jason Stanley. The Trump regime has a curious habit of appointing to positions of enormous influence people with no expertise or background in the area. Trump's new candidate for the Director of National Intelligence, Bill Polt, comes from private equity. Steve Witkoff, who is the United States Special Envoy to the Middle East, and also played a central role in trying to broker an agreement between Russia and Ukraine, is a NYC billionaire real estate investor with many financial ties in the Middle East. Before he became the United States Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth was a Fox News commentator for almost a decade. In a democracy, it is important not to valorize individual technocracy and expertise. However, autocratic attacks on truth often use democratic resistance to technocracy and expert rule as a mask. It is therefore essential to distinguish the two. Trump's placement of unqualified billionaires and television personalities to positions of leadership is part of an autocratic attack on expertise. It is not democratic resistance to rule by technocrats. Front Left is a reader-supported publication. To receive new posts and support my work, consider becoming a free or paid subscriber. Democratic resistance to rule by technocrats has two distinct bases, one moral and political, and the other epistemic. A democracy is a system in which we all collectively make decisions. There is political importance to such collective decision-making. It means that each of us has ownership in the collective decision, and so we do not lose our freedom by abiding by it. We can act together and still be free, because in a democracy each of us has a role in the collective process of deciding what to do. So, collective decision-making is essential to the preservation of freedom. This is the moral and political resistance to experts making decisions on our behalf. When experts usurp collective decision-making, they risk making us less free. That is why expertise in a democracy must be exercised judiciously. There is also an epistemic basis to resist expert decision-making. There is wisdom in collective choice. There are a set of theorems, jury theorems, that provide mathematical support for the wisdom of crowds, though such theorems have implausibly idealized assumptions. More compellingly, there is standpoint epistemology. Societies need input from the perspectives of all the different groups that make up that society in order to function well. For example, the well-being of women suffers in societies that do not allow the input of female perspectives. So, there is a democratic impulse present in pushback against experts. But this democratic element can be all too easily confused with an authoritarian attack on experts and expertise. What we are now seeing is an authoritarian attack on experts and expertise, partially masked as a manifestation of a democratic impulse. Our societies are too large to make all decisions collectively. So, we live in a representative democracy, where we elect leaders. But a representative democracy is not a structure in which the people elect a dictator to make decisions. In Mein Kampf, as I recall, Hitler calls such a system true German democracy, which is, needless to say, not democracy. A democracy is not a dictatorship, even a temporary dictatorship. Democratic societies have democratic institutions. Such institutions cultivate subject matter experts to guide political leaders in making policy, as well as constraining the authoritarian impulses of these leaders by agreed-upon legal frameworks. Subject matter experts are housed in universities and federal agencies. The courts contain the legal experts on the boundaries of law. Democratic institutions provide a store of wisdom to draw upon in advising the representatives we choose in their decisions, as well as constraints on would-be tyrants. Institutions may fail, as they did in the wake of the financial crisis and the Iraq War. Such failures are dangerous, for they enable autocrats to wage a war against democracy under the guise of a populist democratic response to failures or ideological manipulation of expertise, of the sort that occurred in the wake of the financial crisis. An autocratic war on expertise differs from healthy suspicion of elite opinion. It is part of the destruction of epistemic barriers to absolute rule. It is a war against knowledge, since only the autocrat can be an authority in an autocracy. The war is conducted against media, universities.
Let me make this point about populism. Populism is essentially an elevation of mediocrity. There is such a thing as the wisdom of crowds. However, in that crowd will be experts. Okay, experts aren't right about a lot, everything. Neither are normal people, but the wisdom of the crowd is literally a cross section. And, sometimes when an expert and a non-expert get together, they come up with something that's better than an expert alone can come up with, and vice versa, of course. But populism is systematized mediocrity. There's nothing inherently wrong with populism, but it can only go so far, just like technocracies can only go so far. You've got to have a collaboration between the two. And Donald Trump, this MAGA movement, is not really a populist movement. Billionaires are only experts at making money. They're not necessarily, experts in other fields. And Donald Trump made a huge mistake, and his voters are to blame. This Doge thing that Donald Trump did is going to be a future problem. We don't even know the problems that Elon Musk has caused, but he was rewarded. Dude, Elon Musk has failed up. He was a billionaire when he was at Doge. Now he's a trillionaire. This is white mediocrity at work, where these these mediocre white males like Elon Musk, they fail up. Donald Trump, all kinds of bankruptcies and personal bimbo eruptions, failed up to the presidency. America has always been like that. These mediocre white males, Andrew Johnson, failed up. There's a pattern, but apparently it's a pattern that doesn't get, recognized because the country's run by white males. And what is just really shocking to me is the number of MAGA blacks who just bought into this bullshit. And there's more mediocre people than white males, by the way. They're mediocre black males, and we see them day in and day out on YouTube. Who knows? I might be one of them. But this mediocrity problem, oddly enough, Vivek Ramaswamy made the best point about the mediocrity that's kind of where American culture is right now. We don't want to be excellent. We believe too much into, Joe the plumber's a genius. And that's part of the problems. We can't seem to strike a balance between Joe the plumber and, Bob the scientist. They need to collaborate. And with this kind of partisan divide, with this factionalization, or, maybe, I don't know that balkanization is the right word, but one side isn't talking to the other. And we as a collective are not going to do well if this continues. And Donald Trump is the most polarizing president in history, not Barack Obama. All right. What's up, Con? What's up, my friend Dirty Dude? Good to see you, gentlemen. It is systematized mediocrity. And quite frankly, personally, I have been part of that mediocrity too. And I'm not going to get into details now, but, I have been in high school where, hey, we're planning out grades. Hey, I need a B in this class. I didn't go for all A's, which I should have done. And at least my experience, I was able to advise my son, B's aren't good enough if you can make an A, and it actually stuck. B's, now, one of the problems with my high school is colleges, at least within the state of Georgia, treated a B at my high school as an A. Believe it or not, that is a true story. So, you can make a B. It was almost like AP in a way, where, you add a point because it's an AP course. Well, my whole high school, it was that way just because I went to this particular high school, and it was challenging. So anyway, let us move on. Part of that, autocratic tendency to, get rid of expertise is how MAGA undermined the military. And this is Paul Krugman, Nobel Prize winning economist. And Hegseth is obviously not good at this. Hegseth, well, I'm not going to say anything else. We'll let Krugman go on for a bit. It's longish, and I'll stop it when it becomes repetitive. But again, Donald Trump is all for mediocrity because he thinks mediocrity is good enough. It was good enough for him to become president for sure.
How MAGA undermined the military. Ideology, bigotry, and cronyism have endangered national security. By Paul Krugman. When Donald Trump promised to make America great again, he clearly wanted, among other things, to start throwing our military weight around. As Timothy Snyder says, the attack on Iran began with a longing, a subjective sense that violence is pleasurable and can bring a utopia in which desires become reality. In the statements of President Trump and Defense Secretary Hegseth, such a utopia of violence is palpable. Such a longing is always destructive, even when, like Trump and Hegseth, one has inherited control of a powerful military. That military may not have been as powerful as many people imagined. Phillips O'Brien argues that what he calls the rot in America's armed forces began before Trump too. Still, America's military was an impressive institution. And under Trump, that institution is suffering rapid degradation. Hegseth, reflecting attitudes widely held on the far right, came in asserting that wokeness had made the military weak, that the pursuit of diversity had led to the promotion of incompetent officers, and that concern for liberal pieties had undermined the warrior spirit and focus on lethality that, he imagined, brings strength. With these people, however, every accusation is a confession. The Trumpists, it turns out, have prioritized their anti-woke ideology over military effectiveness. They have given free rein to bigotry, rejecting distinguished, highly regarded black and female officers in favor of politically loyal white men. Cronyism has also played a destructive role, as I'll explain shortly. Let's look at the three axes of military degradation: ideology, bigotry, and corruption/cronyism. Ideology. Last week, the New York Times reported a major health crisis at an Air Force base. A major flu outbreak has sickened nearly 160 troops at Lackland Air Force Base in Texas less than 2 months after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced that U.S. troops would no longer be required to be vaccinated for the flu, defense officials said. I wrote about the end of the vaccination requirement when it was announced. It was obviously terrible policy. Vaccination shouldn't be a matter of individual choice when spreading infections can impair military effectiveness. And you know who understood that? George Washington, who made smallpox inoculations mandatory in the Continental Army during the American Revolution. Vaccination, however, has become a front in the culture war, and Hegseth evidently considered being politically correct, MAGA style, more important than national security. Bigotry. Harry Truman desegregated the U.S. military in 1948. Over the years, the military has come to be seen as a model for overcoming racial barriers, arguably one of our greatest national success stories in that regard. 3 years ago, the Pentagon commemorated the 75th anniversary.
Let me tell you something about the military and Navy. In CKJ3, you can help me out here, and pretty much anyone else who's been in the military. In my 5 years in the Navy, I had one specific, blatant racial issue. But that was it. Outside the military, growing up in Savannah, I can't say that I've ever been held back by race. Now, a lot of times you don't know it. It kind of happens in the behind closed doors or in the boardroom or something. But honestly, in my life, I honestly can't say that I ever have. Most of it's been like surface level, I told the story about this little E3, and he and I were the only one in the engineering space. And it was special circumstances. It wasn't like a, regular underway. Our ship was being decommissioned, so we were riding a heavy lift transport back. There were 3 minesweepers with a skeleton crew. So, the skeleton crew was basically responsible for 3 ships, just maintaining, while we took them back to Little Creek, Virginia for decommissioning. And you know what? My captain, I don't know, he might have been right, but I told him about it and he was like, "Do you really want to make this a big deal? This isn't a regular Navy cruise." And he was probably right. And I didn't make a stink because I knew it would just blow up my career. And you know what? That captain actually rewarded me at the end of that deployment. I got my warfare qualification as an O1, which is a fucking big deal. When I walked onto my next ship as an ensign, I came in with a SWO pin and I got some respect that your normal little butter bar doesn't get. People were like, "Ooh, warfare qualified ensign with a Navy achievement for performance on a deployment." This was Desert Storm. That was my first deployment, the tail end of it. Ooh, this motherfucker must be a hot shot. And I got treated like a hot shot. And frankly, I wasn't chopped liver. The military is the best, at least when I was in and before. I don't know so much about now, but I suspect it still is. It's the best of young America. It simply is. And I take personal umbrage at Hexeth and Donald Trump just turning a great thing into just nobody fears the military, the U.S. military, after this Iran thing. We bombed the shit out of them, yet Iran still is approaching these negotiations as an equal. What's up with that? Dude, Donald Trump is single-handedly, MAGA as a movement has single-handedly reduced America's position in the world on several different fronts. And this Hexeth is defense secretary or secretary of war. Dude, they have degraded America just surprisingly fast. So thanks, MAGA. Thanks, MAGA blacks. And more incompetence and lack of expertise. This is Heather Cox Richardson talking about the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, where Donald Trump had it drained, had it. He wanted it painted blue, and then as soon as they put water back into it, they had an algae bloom. So what was blue, basically had streaks of green. The algae didn't give a fuck about Donald Trump painting it, the reflecting pool blue. So Heather Cox Richardson writes, the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool has become a metaphor for the Trump presidency. Beginning in early April, Trump boasted he was going to fix the reflecting pool after what he claimed was gross neglect by former presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He claimed the repairs, including sealing the pool and painting it American flag blue, will cost about $1.8 million, and that it all would be finished by July 4th, 2026, in time for the anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Repeatedly, he bashed his predecessors over the pool, insisting that his skills would enable him to make it better than ever at minimal cost and that the repairs could last for 100 years. The government declared the pool renovations complete on June 6th, and water began to flow back into it. Trump immediately claimed it was a triumph. "Thank you, President Trump," he wrote on social media. But the story was not over. David A. Farenthold of the New York Times reported that the repairs had in fact run far over budget. Oh, fuck, to at least $14.2 million. He said 1.8, it ballooned to 14.2. The administration had awarded a no-bid contract to a company Trump first said he had chosen and then said he didn't know, and had agreed to a 20% profit margin, although a National Park Service analysis found that margin inflated. And then just a day after the reservoir filled with water, algae began to bloom in it. Just a day. A spokesperson for the Interior Department said that the algae were residual and a normal part of the process of refilling the pool. President Donald J. Trump is an expert builder who has fixed the reflecting pool for good, unlike the failed and extremely costly attempt by Obama and Biden, she said in a statement. Experts disagreed, saying that the darker bottom in the sealed seams meant the water could heat up faster than it had before and thus support more algae. By June 16, crews from the National Park Service were pouring hydrogen peroxide into the water to kill the algae that had turned the pool bright green, even as Trump insisted the pool was perfect. By Thursday, July 18th, the new blue epoxy at the bottom of the pool was peeling off and floating in the vivid green pool. Fahrenholt reported in the New York Times that the National Park Service contracted not only for the coating and the painting of the pool under a no-bid contract, but also an additional $1.7 million contract for a water purification system. The no-bid contract went to a firm whose ultimate owner is the J.J. Cafaro Investment Trust, led by Trump donor John J. Cafaro, whose wife chaired the 2017 International Red Cross Ball at Mar-a-Lago and who lives near Mar-a-Lago at a mansion that is listed as the water treatment company's address in Florida corporate records. The name of the firm is Green Water Services, and boy, howdy did they deliver with that green algae bloom, turning the water green in a dark blue pool. A spokesperson for the Interior Department said that the White House was not involved in the choice of Green Water Services. That's kind of ironic. And the department did not know of Carafo's political support for Trump when it was awarded the contract. Well, if the department didn't know, then that kind of confirms the competence point that Jason Stanley's trying to make. Hey, let's hire incompetent people who don't do their homework, and let them reign. So Minnesota Governor Tim Walz commented, found an imaginary problem, said only they could fix it, didn't listen to experts, hired buddies who grifted millions, failed miserably, bragged at how great it went, the entire Trump presidency in a nutshell. So, on Friday, former Olympic canoe racer David Hearn, 67, stopped by the pool on a 52-mile bike ride and reached into the water to feel what the detached material looked like. U.S. Park police officers arrested him for destruction of government property, a misdemeanor. I didn't vandalize anything, Heard told David J. Lynch and Aaron Schaefer of the Washington Post. I didn't destroy or break or peel anything. By the time I realized what was going on, I was being put in handcuffs. Friday night, Trump blamed radical left lunatics, most likely Democrats, who have spent their lives trying to ruin our country, for some real problems with vandalism at a beautiful reflecting pool. I'm just going to stop there. This is better than fucking fiction. Dude, Donald Trump is the worst thing to happen to America in quite some time. Thanks, MAGA blacks. You helped. You helped out the white mediocrity. All right. So speaking of mediocre, let's shift gears and talk about Britain. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer announces resignation. So let's hear this video. Let me get it prepared here. Let's go.
Weeks. As recently as Friday, he remained defiant and said he wasn't going anywhere. But this morning, things changed. Just a couple of hours ago, that defiance was gone.
Britain is due for its 7th prime minister in only 10 years.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
When Keir Starmer led the Labour Party.
Let me just make in Khan what's his name? Seymour, if you're still in here. This dude sounds like Craig, you know, that British racist who hangs out on RLMs and apparently comes by Seymour's. Dude literally sounds like him, the accent.
To a landslide victory in 2024, many Britons thought the country's revolving door of prime ministers had finally stopped spinning. Instead, there it twirls again. Britain's economy has remained sluggish. Many voters are still struggling with high prices, high taxes, and overstretched public services. Labour's poor showing in recent local elections only deepened concerns, while the anti-establishment Reform
dude has a
UK,
good-looking
led
wife, though.
by Nigel Farage, has surged in the polls.
My mother would be proud.
Starmer has also been damaged by the controversy surrounding the former UK ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, and renewed scrutiny of his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And he's faced repeated mockery from President Trump.
And, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Over the weekend, MPs from Starmer's own party continued to publicly call for him to resign and make way for a newly re-elected MP, the former mayor of Manchester, Andy Burnham.
And that's the kind of change we need to, a change in our politics to make it work again for people.
Now, unlike an American president, a British prime minister can effectively be fired by members of his own party. That's regardless of election timetables, leaving voters without their say. Keir Starmer's departure marks a historic period of instability for one of America's closest allies. Matt?
Chris Livesay in London, thank you. Happening today.
All right. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't really keep up with British politics. I do it just tangentially because I have friends who keep up with it. So, that's that. And let's move on. Former Fed Chair Alan Greenspan dies at 100. People probably don't know, but he was married to Andrea Mitchell. He was quite a bit older than she was. But Alan Greenspan, former chairman of the Federal Reserve, he was a student of Milton Friedman, by the way, died at 100 from complications of Parkinson's disease. His wife, Andrea Mitchell, confirmed on June 22nd, 2026. Greenspan served as Fed chairman for 18 years under 4 U.S. presidents, overseeing a historic economic expansion from 1991 to 2001 and responding to crises such as the 1987 stock market crash. He was praised for his crisis management, but criticized for policies promoting financial deregulation and oversight failures that contributed to the 2007-08 financial crisis. After retiring in 2006, Greenspan became a consultant and author and received honors including the Presidential Medal of Freedom and an honorary knighthood. Wow. So let's go to a Nobel Prize winning. Again, I'm sorry, Robert Reich is not Nobel Prize winning. He was Clinton's labor secretary. He's a labor economist. So he knew Greenspan. And the title of this is You Were Charming, Thoughtful, Powerful, and Wrong.
R.I.P. Alan Greenspan. You were charming, thoughtful, powerful, and wrong. His insistence on financial deregulation brought the economy to its knees. By Robert Reich. Friends, Alan Greenspan has died at the age of 100. My students don't recognize his name, but you probably do. When he was chairman of the Federal Reserve for more than 18 years, from August 11th, 1987 to January 31st, 2006, he not only ran the U.S. and most of the world's economy, but was also in many ways the most powerful person in America. He maintained an iron grip over the Fed and almost single-handedly decided on interest rates. But that was just the start of his power. He essentially fired George H.W. Bush by raising interest rates so high, ostensibly to ward off the inflation then threatening the economy, that the economy took a dive and voters blamed Bush. This was enough to convince my boss, Bill Clinton, to do exactly what Greenspan wanted, which was to reduce the federal budget deficit and thereby destroy much of the agenda Clinton ran on, and I helped create. As I wrote in my memoir of those years, locked in the cabinet, Greenspan has the most important grip in town, Bill's balls in the palm of his hand. I don't want to speak ill of anyone who has passed. Greenspan was an extremely charming, intelligent, and thoughtful man. But the truth must be told. If any single person was responsible for the financial crisis of 2008, it was Greenspan. That crisis, the worst collapse since 1929, which led to the worst recession in decades, in which millions of Americans lost their jobs, savings, and even their homes, resulted from the deregulation of Wall Street that Greenspan advocated. Greenspan pushed Clinton and Congress to repeal the Glass-Steagall Act, which since the Depression decade of the 1930s had separated investment banking from commercial banking, thereby preventing banks from gambling with personal savings. He also argued vigorously against regulating derivatives, essentially, financial bets on financial bets, that proved to be weapons of mass financial destruction. Greenspan finally acknowledged that the crisis caused...
Let me make a quick point here. This repealing Glass-Steagall, there have been calls to get rid of the Fed. All this stuff that happened between Woodrow Wilson and, the end of FDR's administration, what people call progressive, a lot of the quote progressive, was not so much social as much as regulation, the administrative state, and why these recessions after, the Glass-Steagall Act, these people still want to go back to those days. Donald Trump, with the tariffs and all that stuff, apparently Greenspan's failure and his resignation in 2006, it means something. Okay, people have forgotten how much Greenspan and George Bush Jr. Dude, Barack Obama inherited an actual mess. And I remember at the time going, well, damn, you know what? What would happen if Barack just said, my bad? I don't want to be president because you're handing me a shit sandwich. Dude, Greenspan, Bush Jr., and then now Donald Trump wants to go back. They still want to deregulate. They still want tariffs. They want all these like 19th century and early 20th century problems, probably because they think, hey, we have the type of financial system with the checks and balance that prevents, some of these repeat mistakes. I think we don't have a good example to prove that point. 2007, 2008, 1987. This economy, it's a lot of predictions without any precision. It's kind of easy to, figure out what's going to happen next week, but next year, we don't really have the control that people like Milton Friedman, and today Donald Trump, we don't have that kind of wisdom. This the more unregulated this market gets, the more unpredictable it gets. Trickle down economics, all that bullshit, it's never been proven to work. It literally, trickle down economics, for instance, all it's done is transfer wealth upward. So Trump is not a populist. He is basically very American in that he's thrown things like no tax on tips as, to keep the madding crowd at bay, while he makes a couple $2 billion in a year as president. Dude literally is talking about withholding Homeland Security money. And I didn't do the story. I really should have talked about it over the weekend. They finally got the Air Force One sponsored by Qatar is now it's going to be in service in a month or two, I guess. This president got a $400 million emolument from Qatar, some people pronounce it. And he's a populist, all right. $400 million plane. And when he goes, it goes with him. Dude, yeah, this sounds real populist to me. Just these MAGA blacks. And I'm going to blame the MAGA blacks because they probably tipped the scales with that bullshit. Well, let's just get into less serious news and certainly less serious commentary. And this is just, I don't really care about FIFA and the World Cup and all that stuff. I actually like soccer. I've been to games. It's fun to watch, but I didn't grow up with it. And at my high school, soccer was definitely, now this is, early 80s, but soccer was definitely a minor sport, not as manly as, and physically taking a toll. It's actually tougher than like actual football, in my opinion. Y'all, they don't wear pads, dude, those cleats, those spikes, or dude, that shit hurts. So, anyway, Lionel Messi makes history as the World Cup's all-time top scorer. Congratulations to Messi. For those who care, cool. Congratulations to people like Kelvin. People like Kelvin and Brits in general, they love their football because it takes their minds off of how dreary the weather in England is and how dreary their country is doing right now. 7 prime ministers in 10 years. Hey, why don't y'all elect Messi as your prime minister? He might do a better job. So Clive Davis, mogul who nurtured musicians from Janis Joplin to Whitney Houston, dies at 94. So I don't know. Let's listen to a little bit of this because I know who he is. Don't know that much about him, but there's some music fans in this chat. Let's hear a bit.
Clive Davis, mogul who nurtured musicians from Janis Joplin to Whitney Houston, dies at 94, by Nardine Saad. This article is read by an automated voice. Music mogul Clive Davis, the celebrated producer and label executive who signed and nurtured genre-defining musicians such as Janis Joplin, Bruce Springsteen, and Whitney Houston, died Monday at his home in New York City, according to Davis's representative Elisa Rabinoff. He was 94. Davis had recently been hospitalized with an upper respiratory infection. To the world, our father was the iconic music legend whose vision, instincts, and relentless pursuit of excellence shaped the soundtrack of countless lives, his family said in a statement. He discovered, mentored, and championed the greatest artists in modern music history, leaving an indelible mark on culture that will endure for generations. To his family, Clive was dad and granddaddy, the steady presence at the center of our lives, the source of wisdom, strength, encouragement, and unconditional love. No matter how extraordinary his professional accomplishments, he never lost sight of what mattered most, the people he loved. Known for an unfailing ear for innovative music and an innate ability to navigate the shifting currents of popular music, Davis ruled Columbia, Arista, and J Records. He most recently served as the chief creative officer for Sony Music Entertainment. The Grammy Award-winning producer's career spanned 6 decades and was marked with both success and turbulence, as he developed an astonishing stable of talent, with Rod Stewart, TLC, Carlos Santana, Aretha Franklin, Barry Manilow, Alicia Keys, and Christina Aguilera, among others. He also co-founded Bad Boy Records with Sean Diddy Combs, home to hip-hop artists such as the Notorious B.I.G. Admirers said the veteran producer's longevity as a high-profile record company chief was due largely to his knack for matching artists with can't-miss songs, which often soared up the charts and raked in Grammy nominations by the armful. His annual pre-Grammy party was a not-to-be-missed industry event, even when it went virtual amid the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021. Music lost one of its most important and impactful figures today, and I lost a dear friend and mentor, Recording Academy Chief Executive Harvey Mason Jr. told The Times in a statement. Clive was a generous supporter of MusiCares, and the Recording Academy has been proud to co-host the annual pre-Grammy Gala with him for over 15 years, a tradition Clive started over 50 years ago, gathering music's most innovative and accomplished people every year on the Saturday night before the Grammy Awards. Clive being a part of our industry has made a massive impact on music people everywhere, including myself. Davis's driving goal was to find a song that fits naturally, so there's no sense of artificiality when they sing it, he told The Times in 2014. Born April 4, 1932, in Brooklyn, Davis's parents died when he was still a teen and he moved in with a sister. He received full scholarships to New York University and Harvard Law School and graduated with honors from both. He began his professional career as a corporate lawyer working with CBS Records, and was eventually recruited into the label's executive offices. The label was then home to a young Bob Dylan, who tangled with Davis when the young folk singer pushed to include a song called Talkin' John Birch Society Blues on his 1963 album, The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. Davis, as Columbia's general counsel, felt certain lines in the protest song were libelous, and told the infuriated songwriter that it wouldn't make it onto the record. He wrote in one of his 2 memoirs, "Though furious, Dylan relented." Davis credited attending the Monterey Pop Festival, the 1967 seminal music festival that featured adventuresome acts such as The Who, Jimi Hendrix, and Jefferson Airplane, for opening his eyes to the emerging psychedelic music scene. The festival brought him in contact with Joplin, who then was the lead singer of the rock band Big Brother and the Holding Company. "It was his first, and likely his best," he said repeatedly, signing. During his reign at Columbia/CBS, the company threw open its doors to rock and folk music, issuing early albums from Springsteen, Santana, Aerosmith, Laura Nyro, and Billy Joel. When Springsteen turned in the first recording of his debut album, Greetings from Asbury Park, New Jersey, Davis asked him if he could come up with some additional material because he didn't hear any potential hits. "I went to the beach and wrote Blinded by the Light and Spirit in the Night," Springsteen said later. "That was a good call. They ended up being 2 of my favorite songs on the record." But Davis's penchant for spending lavishly caught up with him and he was pushed out of CBS amid accusations that he used company money for his son's bar mitzvah and other personal expenses, charges that were never proven. He quickly founded Arista Records, where his winning streak of mainstream hits continued. After signing a 19-year-old Houston, she became one of the most successful female vocalists in recording history. In 1999, he spearheaded Santana's comeback album, Supernatural, returning the guitarist to contemporary pop radio and winning 8 Grammys in the process. His Midas touch was questioned, however, when the German R&B duo Milli Vanilli achieved international success and a Grammy, only to tumble into infamy when it was discovered that neither of the group's members sang vocals on their music. The duo was later stripped of their Grammy. Davis insisted he was unaware of the deception. Despite his successes, Davis was forced out of Arista in 2000, officially because at 71 he was past retirement age. But he didn't let up, creating J Records, a subsidiary of BMG, and scored hits with artists such as Alicia Keys and Busta Rhymes. 4 years later, he was named chief executive of BMG North America, which included control of Arista. He worked closely with several American Idol winners and runners-up at the peak of the singing competition's popularity, including Clay Aiken and Ruben Studdard. In 2007, he openly feuded with original Idol winner Kelly Clarkson over creative control of her second album. He publicly apologized but insisted the album could have been far better. In 2009, Davis performed another feat by returning a slumping Houston to the top of the charts with the comeback album, I Look to You, debuting at #1 on the Billboard charts. The singer, who was slated to attend his annual pre-Grammy bash in 2012, drowned in a bathtub at the Beverly Hilton the night before the event. Toxicology tests later revealed there was cocaine and other drugs in her system. For a while, I did believe that she had stopped drugs, Davis said of Houston's final years, devoting much of his second memoir to the pop titan. She visited him at home in LA just before she died, and he came away believing she was clean and primed to mount a comeback. There was no comprehension on her part or my part that she was flirting with death. As a producer, Davis notched 4 competitive Grammy Awards, 2 with Santana, 1 with Clarkson and 1 with Jennifer Hudson, but shepherded several nominations and wins for artists. He also received the Grammy Trustees Award in 2000 and the President's Merit Award in 2009. The Grammy Museum in Los Angeles named its 200-seat venue the Clive Davis Theater, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inducted Davis into its non-performers category in 2000. NYU named its art school's music division the Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music. He was portrayed by Stanley Tucci in the 2022 biopic Whitney Houston, I Wanna Dance with Somebody. Clive was one of the first to recognize the invaluable impact that the Grammy Museum could have, not just within the music industry but for music lovers, as well. Grammy Museum President and CEO Michael Sticca said Monday in a statement, "Not only did he recognize our impact, but he generously supported it as the first person to donate 7 figures to further our mission and work." Davis was twice married and published his first memoir, Clive, Inside the Record Business, in 1975. He followed it with The Soundtrack of My Life in 2013, in which he revealed that he was bisexual. He wrote that he first had a sexual encounter with a man during the disco era in New York City, and began leading a bisexual life after separating from his second wife, Janet Adelberg, with whom he had 2 of his 4 children. He had 2 long-term partners later in life. My family knew and my closest friends knew, he told Rolling Stone in 2013. But bisexuality is and was misunderstood. You're either gay or straight, or you're lying. But that's not true. Maybe I should have had the courage earlier to air the issue. But I knew I would air it when I wrote my autobiography. Davis is survived by his 4 children, Fred, Lauren, Mitchell, and Doug, 8 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, and longtime partner Greg Schriefer. Pop music critic Michael Wood and Times staffer August Brown contributed to this report. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
All right. Well, I'm so glad that I actually subscribe to the Los Angeles Times. It is one of the several newspapers that I do subscribe to. So support the show by supporting the host as my actual longtime friend and just wonderful all around mod. Dirty Dude is done. This Saturday show, the Saturday show that's upcoming, the short bus show. I guess I ought to edit this. The Saturday short bus show is sponsored by Dirty Dude. Maybe I'll get around to it. But salute to my old friend Dirty Dude. Thank you so much, sir. So y'all join Dirty Dude. Sovereign Beer Fund isn't open until Wednesday, but the Saturday show, you can support that at any point during the week. And by the way, you can support the show by doing what my other friend has done, Moxie Wits. And she's also supported the show financially too. But this was an actual fascinating article that she sent to me. I think it was Saturday. And I was saving it today because I'm going to pair it with some other articles. So America's economic anxiety is rising up the income ladder, as maybe well it should. So let's listen to it. It's not very long. And thank you, Moxie Witz.
America's economic anxiety is rising up the income ladder. A Wall Street Journal poll finds that even the wealthiest worry about financial security for themselves and their children. By Aaron Zitner. June 19, 2026, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. America's economic anxiety is rising up the income ladder. A new Wall Street Journal poll finds that even those who consider themselves among the wealthiest classes in America carry high levels of concern about their current finances, the years ahead, and the prospects for their children. More than 40% of Americans who call themselves upper class or upper middle class say they haven't saved enough money to retire comfortably. Only about 40% say their financial security is where they thought it would be at this point in their lives. Nearly 3 in 5 say they are strained by high gasoline prices. Those in the wealthiest classes have lost faith that an economy that has benefited them can lift future generations. Some 86% of people who call themselves upper class or upper middle class say they lack confidence that life for their children will be better than theirs has been. That's up from 64% in a 2019 survey and shows a level of pessimism that matches the views of less fortunate groups. And 65% in the most affluent classes say America's political and economic systems are stacked against people like me. That's a remarkable statement by the nation's most privileged groups and a substantial rise from 29% who saw a rigged system in 2017. To hear the full story, subscribe or sign in.
And it was a guest article sent to me by the Moxie Wets. Let me make another point here. The way life, and specifically life in American culture works, is everything is interconnected. It's almost like a critical theory thing. Everything when I talk about the warp and weft of American culture, warp and weft is basically a weaving term for cloth. You know, you got the horizontal, the vertical, the warp weft. And, back in the day when I was young, sometimes there were stains like wine you couldn't get out of a silk garment or something like that, no matter what you did. There are some things that are in American culture that can only be gotten rid of by reweaving the American culture. And that's not going to happen anytime soon. So, that part we know. Everything affects everything. Well, one thing that people, and it's not an original thought because I'm not an economist or like an academic political scientist, but one thing that just struck me that I heard the other day, because Ryan and and if anybody's seen Ryan Manioni, I have not seen him in months. I hope he's okay. I emailed him and didn't get a response, but I've switched over to my new email address. So we'll see if we can catch up with him. Um, I didn't realize this, but if you are like actually wealthy, where you live off of your wealth, like a true capitalist, where Elon Musk takes a salary, but it's nowhere near his actual net worth. He makes more off his investments than he does in salary, I'm pretty sure. The middle class, and there have been talks about, hey, look, um, the way America's tax system works, the way we talk about economic class, it's off of earnings. And the very rich don't live off their salaries like, the upper middle class maybe does and below. Definitely below the upper middle class. We live off our salaries, our yearly salaries. The very rich don't get taxed until they realize capital gains, or I forget if they still tax um, estate taxes and stuff like that. Sales tax everybody pays, etc. It never occurred to me that the middle class gets taxed on their wealth, but the actual like rich people do not get taxed on their wealth. The main source of actual like generational wealth for the middle class is their house, their home, and they pay property taxes and just all kinds of things. And I, you know, there's some deductions and stuff like that, but your main source of wealth actually gets taxed. And Elon Musk doesn't get taxed on his wealth. And I'm sure he owns homes, but I bet he doesn't own them in his own name. They're probably in a trust or something. Dude, the middle class gets taxed. They get taxed on their wealth, but the billionaires don't. That's a huge problem. And I didn't even think about it until some political scientist, which we're going to talk about at some point because he's written a book. His last name is Winters. He teaches at Northwestern. He's a political science professor. Dude, it blew my mind. Middle class gets taxed the fuck out of, including their wealth. I've not heard Trump talk about it. I've not heard any politician talk about this. So it is a problem. So let's have a look at this. For working parents, the boundary between work and families often blurred. Part of the decline of the American family is because a two-parent, income is necessary to live a certain lifestyle. And even that is complicated because maybe people should live less. Maybe people need a simpler life. However, I'm not sure that two salaries aren't necessary below a certain threshold. Good example is and something that recently had to think about, and luckily I didn't really have to deal with it, but SAT test prep. A lot of these people, these people getting into these elite colleges, they do SAT test prep, and we're not even talking private schools and private kindergartens and all that. They literally, you can spend thousands of dollars on SAT and just prep, academic prep, SAT prep. There are a couple Black companies that do that sort of thing as well for Black students primarily. What if you can't afford it? What if you can't afford AP exams? People don't know that AP exams cost money. So if you got you're a single mother, working, I don't know, $15 an hour, that SAT class that you might be proud that your student took, to complete it and get college credit, you have to take the exam and you have to pay for that exam. And it's around 50, I can't remember whether it's 50 or 75 bucks, something in that range. I think that's outrageous. So to get college credit, you have to spend money. How is that college credit? I'm sorry, how is that college credit to skip a class so you don't have to pay for it? You're paying for that college credit when you pay for the AP exam. And someone, I mentioned this to someone, and they were like, well, there's a whole paperwork process you have to go through, and you have to be on SNAP, or you have to be on, some of these public welfare things to qualify to get your AP exam, be exempt from it. I think that's bullshit. You have to pay for advanced work, but you're getting taxed on your main source of wealth. There's some nuts and bolts things that need to be rethought. And to me, yeah, it's kind of a populist thing, but I haven't heard MAGA talk about any of this shit. I haven't heard black people talk about any of this shit. I haven't heard black MAGA talk about any of this shit. And the reason is they would much rather talk about their baby mamas being submissive than they would actual issues. I've never heard anyone on YouTube talk about AP exams and, the money you have to pay for it. It's really disturbing. I do not hear black content creators actually talking about the cost of being excellent academically or otherwise. They want to do 10-person panels about the same old shit over and over. Why can't black women be submissive? Or what if you're, from a female content creative perspective, why can't men be good leaders? It is literally Tom and Jerry, and nothing important ever gets discussed. And the Seymours of the world call this show boring, but you know what? I get bored by why can't your woman be submissive? Well, because you didn't pick the right woman, probably. Don't make a baby with her and you can be rid of her. God damn. So anyway, for working parents, the boundary between work and family is often blurred. And I'll just breeze through this. All these links are posted in the show notes if you want to follow up on your own. It says here, for many U.S. parents who work full-time, the line between work and family is not well defined. 70% say they take care of parenting-related tasks while they're working. Yeah, I've been there. 59% say they take care of work-related tasks when they're with their children. I've done that. 54% say it's difficult for them to balance their work and family responsibilities. I've been there. Parents, especially moms, often carry the mental load that comes with trying to balance what their families need with their work demands. And with so many obligations, it's not surprising that working parents sometimes feel like they can't give 100% at work or at home. And I can tell you this is very personal experience. After my wife died, I commuted to work. And when I was at home working, I'm like, well, what am I going to make for dinner? Do the dishes need doing? When I'm at work, like, I need to leave early because traffic's going to be bad, especially in the summertime when my son was out of school. I'm going to have to go. I don't want to be late picking him up. this is a very real phenomenon, and it, reading this actually just struck home. And I'm not going to get too deep into it, but about half of full-time working parents, 52%, say their job makes it harder to be a good parent. Yeah. Compared with dads, working moms take on more at home and have a harder time finding balance, I would imagine. My wife was a stay-at-home mother, so, and even she would be like, well, sometimes I could tell the stress when I came home. Access to workplace benefits that help working parents differs widely by income level. Abso-fucking-lutely it does. After my wife died, my boss literally said, "Come back when you can." I was off for like damn near 6 months, collecting a full salary. It was devastating, and my boss was very nice. Um, you know, there are jobs that aren't as accommodating. Most full-time working parents say say having flexibility to work from home when needed would be extremely or very helpful. Across income levels, parents say cost is the biggest hurdle in finding childcare. I think everybody knows that. The blurred lines between work and home. And I'm not going to get more into this, but we got a lot of problems that even this quote populist MAGA administration is not addressing populist concerns. That's why I don't think they're populist even a little bit. Hey, didn't we give you tax on tips? Can't you use that money to pay for childcare? It's pretty much what they do. So let's see here. Don't even know what this means. Yeah, you can tell a lot of people didn't take SAT prep because they go straight to the extreme. No idea what that means. Can you elaborate uniquely? So let's get back to a little bit more Trump bashing. Trump lashes out as Obama's approvals are higher and library opens. Historic GOP rebuke on Iran for Trump, and paint peels in reflecting pool. This is Aaron Parnas. First time I've ever watched him, but I subscribe to his Substack. So let's hear what he has to say.
Night. A busy news day today. A lot of just kind of hodgepodge, lots of news that's nothing super big, but a lot of smaller stories that really make it a busy day. The biggest story, though, is to this moment, we have never seen so many Republicans break from Trump. Now we're seeing several break on the deal in Iran. And I spoke with Senator Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan tonight, who says that the number of Republicans breaking may be even greater. We had the opening of the Obama Center. President Obama spoke. Former First Lady Michelle Obama spoke. Donald Trump was upset that his poll numbers were below President Obama's. And the algae issue at the reflecting pool, well, it's actually getting even worse. And I was there. I dipped my finger in and I saw the algae move around. It is gross. The ducks won't even swim in it. If you can, make sure to like, comment, share, and specifically subscribe to my Substack link below. It helps support my work, keeps me caffeinated. And if you're already a subscriber, consider upgrading your subscription. We're growing our community, strengthening independent journalism, and ensuring that we can bring you the stories that matter most. I want to start, though, on the Iran issue, because Trump's proposed Iran agreement is facing unusually strong resistance from Senate Republicans, including Iran hawks and longtime Trump allies. We have people like Roger Wicker, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Ted Cruz, Bill Cassidy, Lisa Murkowski, Joni Ernst. They've all come out and said, I don't know that we like all of these provisions. Wicker warned the deal could undermine the gains of Operation Epic Fury and said that the benefits offered to Iran would make the 2015 Obama nuclear deal look like pittance by comparison. Cruz argued that billions of dollars to Iran would ultimately endanger Americans. Even Majority Leader John Thune offered only cautious support, saying he is still digesting the agreement and wanted stronger guarantees tied to Iran's compliance. Now, what's interesting is what we're seeing tonight is that the Senate is really breaking from the president. The House is still relatively in line, but the Senate is not. And well, it comes, as even Wikipedia says, the result of the war in Iran is an Iranian victory. Because ultimately, everything we've seen based on the deal thus far is that Trump kind of capitulated to Iran. President Obama called out Trump subtly today. Take a listen.
I get it. I am not immune to anger or doubt. But I do know this. When we lose faith in each other, when we stop believing that voting matters, that citizenship matters, that our collective voices matter, that how we treat each other no longer matters, then we give away our power to decide our own futures. We open the door to the most ruthless or the most careless or the most fearful among us, who see some groups and some people as more equal than others, and see government as nothing more than a way to divvy up the spoils and punish enemies and keep those who are different in their place. I do not believe that is the story of America that prevails in the end. I don't believe it because for us to give up, for us to give it now, after all this country's been through, to cynicism and division would be a betrayal of our founding ideals, a betrayal of our faith. And I remain convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans feel the same way. That as unsettled as we are, people aren't looking for perpetual anger and division. They are looking for fairness and common sense and mutual respect. That deep in our gut, we want to find a way to turn towards each other again, not further away.
Pretty powerful stuff from President Obama. I was supposed to be there today, but I couldn't get a babysitter for my daughter, so instead we watched it from home, and I had my daughter kind of look at the Obama speak. I also spoke with Senator Alyssa Slotkin tonight about new legislation to keep the military away from polling sites, and also about how she says the break we're seeing from Republicans could just be the beginning. Make sure to subscribe to my Substack tonight if you can. Would really mean the world to me to show your support and to grow independent journalism. My interview with Senator Slotkin. Great to be here today with Senator Alyssa Slotkin again. Now, Senator, you introduced legislation today that a lot of Americans may not know about, the Protect Our Polls Act, to ensure that our elections are secure, but at the same time that we don't have military troops at our elections. Can you talk a little bit more about what folks need to know about this legislation?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the president has been very clear. He said it in the State of the Union. If his party doesn't win in November, then the election was rigged, right? And he's been doing a ton of stuff to muddy the waters, confuse people, and frankly, try to change how we vote in this country. So what the bill does is basically say the president of the United States cannot send uniformed military to our polls to collect our ballots or our voting machines. And if he wants to send them to protect voting, he has to come to Congress first and get approval. Never in our history, 250 years, have we ever sent uniformed military to our polls? Not during World War II, not right after 9/11 when we were attacked. So if you claim that there's such a big security threat that you need to send the uniformed military, you need congressional approval before you do that. And then the other piece that I just think is important to note is that it is currently illegal for the uniformed military to seize ballots or voting machines. And it's like so important in our country's history that we don't do that with our military, that it's one of the only times when uniformed officers and enlisted can be held personally liable and go to jail for up to 5 years if they are caught collecting ballots or voting machines. So given that I've been pretty clear about the importance of knowing lawful from unlawful orders, we just wanted to reiterate that we're not going to do anything that puts our uniformed military in a position where they could be held criminally liable for violating the law.
Now, what are the odds something like this passes the Senate before the election? Because you're going to need Republican support. I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle. So what are the odds here?
Yeah, so I tried with 3 different amendments last week to get something passed in the debate over the Pentagon budget. And I asked my Republican colleagues, I'm like, look, let's just make this clear, right? None of us want our military at our polls, right? We don't want that. And 3 different times it was a partisan vote. And mostly my Republican colleagues said, like, I don't want to send a negative message to the president. I don't want to insult the president. I'm like, don't worry about the president, worry about your democracy and protecting the country. So we would love some of our Republican colleagues, particularly those who have lost their elections and they're on their way out anyways, to join us and help preserve also the reputation of the military. But
I think it says so much about the state of American politics, and it's not even something that's new. It's pretty much always been this way, that you have to lose an election and be on your way out to vote your conscience and do the right thing. What does that really say about the state of American politics and the state of American American culture? It's always been this way. It mentioned James Madison, the dude who wrote the Constitution. He was not popular at retail politics, and to win his election, he and Patrick Henry were going back and forth. Patrick Henry was the governor of Virginia, I think. And to win his district seat into Congress, the first congressional session in U.S. history, Madison had to capitulate and include the Bill of Rights because he was going to lose otherwise. Now, this is literally in his home district. I think Orange County. Damn it, I can't think of the name of the town that he's from. It's not Madison, by the way. Anyway, American politics has always, been, things, compromise, checks, balances, all that sort of stuff. But it's just so much good, but so much just problematic. Politicians having to basically not vote their conscience, not to piss off the president because he might primary us. Hey, you're on your way out anyway. How about do the right thing? Yuck. Who would really want to be in a system like that? Corporate America is somewhat like that, but apparently politics is way worse.
If it doesn't pass, I think at least I want people to be aware that the president has not ruled this out. His cabinet members have not ruled this out. And we need to really inoculate ourselves for if the president claims there's some big security threat in the 11th hour, he's got to send troops to my state, other states, federal law enforcement to my state, other state. I want people to know that this is part of an authoritarian playbook and to identify it when they hear about it.
Now, you mentioned Republican senators who are outgoing. One of them, Senator Bill Cassidy, came out yesterday and said that Ronald Reagan was turning over in his grave concerning the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran. Today, Senator Roger Wicker, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, came out and blasted the deal as well. What is the prevailing takeaway from your Republican colleagues right now in the Senate over this deal with Iran?
I mean, this has been more criticism And again, it's still on the light side, but criticism of President Trump by Republican colleagues that I've seen in my year and a half in the Senate. And that's because all of these senators were on record pounding the hell out of the Obama administration for negotiating a better deal than what Trump just got. And the kicker of a potential $300 billion kind of tip to the Iranians for opening the Strait of Hormuz, which was never in the Obama deal, I think was just like beyond the pale for a bunch of them. And there's reams of videotape of these guys being critical of Obama doing this deal. So I think there's like, you can smell it around here that they know this deal wasn't a strong one. Even the president was like, I'm going to have JD Vance go and sign negotiate with them and sign the documents in case this thing goes sideways. But it's been interesting to watch my colleagues turn on the president.
Do you anticipate having the Senate or any congressional review of this deal with Iran? Because to me, this is something that would require congressional approval.
So it's interesting. There's debate going on. There's this MOU. They say they're going to negotiate a longer term document. Does one or both come here for approval? We're still trying to parse exactly what this will mean. I certainly think the president got us into a war 4 months. The American citizens have paid $60 billion out of their own pockets for this war. Come and air this agreement, talk about it, open it up, show the American public what we got for this war.
Do you anticipate there being any blowback against folks like Vice President Vance or Hegseth or Rubio, some of the, maybe not the president himself, but some of those in his administration who may kind of be, I don't know, thrown to the wolves in a way?
I mean, I think the president said the quiet part out loud, right? He's like, I'm going to send JD in case people don't like this deal. I think this president has become a foreign policy president. He's taken military action in, I think, 9 different places in the world. And so I can just say back home, I think there's a lot of Michiganders feel like, hey, I elected him to be bold on domestic issues, on my economic issues, my pocketbook. I didn't elect him to get us into more wars, spend a lot of money abroad. So I think, there's strong feeling, at least in my state, which is a swing state, from both the left and the right, that this war, just the juice was not worth the squeeze and people died.
Have you heard at all, maybe from your Republican colleagues behind the scenes, that, maybe we should push harder in the future for...
The juice was not worth the squeeze? I like that.
Congressional approval and we go into war overseas after what we've seen with Iran?
I don't think that they're there yet. No. I think the fact that a bunch of them have come out against the Iran ceasefire deal is a start of a little bit more honesty, but we're a long way off from them actually curbing the president. Saying something is one thing. Actions are different than words, and I haven't seen much action.
Now, looking ahead to November midterms, Michigan has a major Senate race. You guys have a bunch of major House races. Yeah. What is kind of the playing field on the ground right now in Michigan as it comes to the midterm elections? How are people feeling? What issues are really at top of mind for folks?
Well, I think part of the reason I did the No Troops at the Polls Act was because Michigan has been so repeatedly targeted. The president has sued us for our voting rolls. He keeps talking about Detroit. There's a real possibility that the president continues to focus on us because we could flip a bunch of congressional seats. We have an important Senate seat, everything you said. But I think, look, the mood on the ground, I think, is still about the economy, still about pocketbooks, still trying to understand what people, are going to get in terms of relief on housing or healthcare. The midterms are a referendum on the party in power. And so I think there's a lot of energy on the ground to vote against the Republicans, against the president's party. But winning a midterm is not the same thing as winning a presidential election. So no one should overthink the results if we do well in Michigan. Some of the other issues that have emerged for sure are AI data centers. That's definitely been a big galvanizing issue, lots of interest kind of on all sides of this. And then I think, part and parcel of that is the future of work with AI. Just what does that mean? We're a state that has a lot of skilled trades. We manufacture, we make things. So we maybe are not like the Californias with the software engineers losing a ton of jobs, but we know what it's like to lose jobs to globalization. And so there's a lot of questions about like, what is the future going to mean for our kids? A lot of discussion of social media and what the right approach is to young people, children using cell phones and social media, and how do we manage that? So, I think a lot of questions about the economy and a lot of questions about.
Now, I hate to say this, and Alyssa Slotkin, she was actually like a CIA officer. She's been to Afghanistan and maybe Iraq, as kind of a young woman who looks like this. But the fucking neck rolls and all this shit, I'm not that impressed. And she is smart. She is actually smart. But damn. I don't know. What do I expect? I have no clue, but I don't expect this. How about I just say that? Little too much, little too demonstrative, little too gum popping, to be honest. And she's from Michigan.
About the future of work.
Senator, thanks so much for taking the time.
You bet. Thank you.
Hey, folks. Thanks so much for watching. Feel free to add this podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you watch for the latest break.
So Shiesty, hey there. Hey, Chocolate. So Shiesty, you called off work to watch my show? I am totally honored, ma'am. Oh, absolutely. I showed Annette Gordon Reed, who wrote a book on Juneteenth because she's from Texas. I'm surprised you asked me that question, Shiesty Bum. Of course I did. Why on earth would I not? And I've known about Juneteenth since I was like a kid because my mother was big into Black history. Interesting you would ask that question. I would think it would go without saying. And the link is posted, folks. Don't be shy. We got some Trump bashing to do. And I see Nidus just went live for those of us who are into that sort of thing. And let me just say this. And you know what? I think I'm not going to do it. But Nidus's thumbnail, it's really problematic. Dude, it's just, how disrespectful to Black women can you be? Nidus doesn't know that he's red pill. I don't know whether he's just being provocative or just being Nidus, but it's really disturbing. This is why I don't think that the fringes of quote Black culture are in the big cities, big northern cities, all the way over to places like Seattle and all the way down to wherever it is Nidus lives in the Bay Area. They don't know. They don't know Black culture. They are echoes of the culture. The locus of the culture, in my opinion, is the South. I'm not a sociologist. And I think a lot of millennials, and I've really just been learning this in the last couple of weeks, a lot of Black millennials And Black Gen Xers and probably Black Boomers too, but the millennials are just, they revel in their ignorance of Black American history, American history. They revel in ignorance, and it is just, thank God I just do YouTube and I don't have to see these people like or work with them. It's really problematic, and it's just sad. So this is a Black general. This is a Harvard like ROTC graduation from 10 days ago. This is called Ex-U.S. General's Powerful Harvard Speech Sparks Cheers Amid Trump Showdown. So let's listen to it. I think he's a 2-star. I can't really tell. I think he's a 2-star, but he's retired or on his way out.
Welcome, everyone. Greetings. And I do want to say one thing, though. I got to clear up something that Tom just mentioned about the kids. I think Milo set the standard because he was going to go to the Air Force Academy until he found out I was going to be the superintendent. And then Zoe said, "Dad, not doing it." So they settled for second best. Sorry, sir. No. Actually, they couldn't have made a better choice. They couldn't have made a better choice. And I want to thank you, President Garber, sir, for your leadership at Harvard through turbulent times. Your steadfastness has helped this institution continue. So thank you, sir. I also want to thank Tom, Nick, Jim, first for having me here. I know it was hard for you, Tom. You're the leader and you brought an Air Force guy in, but here I am. And but I certainly appreciate this. It's such an honor, especially with Zoe being in this graduating class. But really, thank you for allowing me to be here. But more importantly, thank you for producing the next generation of leaders. And what you have done, you and your cadre have done, is immensely, immensely important to our country. So thank you all. Let's give them a round of applause. I also want to thank all, or congratulate and thank all of the families here. These are some young people that have had dreams and aspirations throughout their whole lives. But I always say, if you see a turtle sitting on a fence post, you know it didn't get there by itself. Just wait for it, you'll get it. But you have helped them in ways that we can't even imagine and that we can't even measure. But congratulations for some amazing, amazing young people that are about to serve our country. I blew it out. Okay, there we go. Mostly, though, I want to congratulate you because they're about off your payroll. We're all getting a pay raise. This is good. This is good. So congratulations to you all, though. This is a great achievement. But then the group that we're all here to honor, I have to say thank you for stepping up to serve, stepping up to be a part of something bigger than yourselves, and being a part of two amazing institutions in our country's history, Harvard and our armed forces. And you are special, special people. And it's an honor for me to be here in front of you. But I wish that I had the opportunity to serve with you. But congratulations to you. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
I think he is retired or on his way out. So so Pete and Trump did have a choice. But you know how it is. Generals, believe it or not, are always subject to recall. So you get to wear your uniform.
Tom mentioned it in his remarks, though. They're about to take an oath of office that is a commitment to something so big and so important to our country. They're committing to our Constitution, the fabric that makes our country what it is. It has woven us over centuries, and it will continue to weave us into the future, but only because people like them are willing to take an oath and willing to commit and willing to sacrifice to something bigger. And so I am just honored to be a part of this, but I will say it was exactly 40 years ago today that I took the oath of office to join the Air Force. And it is exactly 40 years ago tomorrow that I graduated from the Air Force Academy. And I remember it like it was yesterday. And whether you stay and serve for 4 years or 40 years, your service is very much appreciated. I urge you to enjoy it. I urge you to make sure that when you look back on it, that your memories are about the things that you did, the differences that you made, and the people that you touch. But enjoy it. 40 years went so fast, so fast. I know I don't look like it, but it seems like yesterday. It really does. But when I think about Harvard's,
You know, actually, something this general said that reminded me, and you know what, I say I don't hold grudges, but I do think about past arguments. And one thing that I just thought about, racist Ryan doesn't understand that for officers, especially officers who go to a service academy, that service academy counts as part of the pre-commissioning part actually counts as part of your total service because you get paid. Like when I went to OCS, I was actually technically an E5, so that counts towards service. So when I say, 89 to 94, my pre-commissioning service, I was technically enlisted while I was at OCS. So yeah, it counts. Maybe that's the part he doesn't understand, but racists like Ryan don't ask questions. They just assume. They're really no better than like MAGA blacks or that hood element of the black culture. They don't ask questions. They assume and think they're right. Y'all know who Clifford Moore is. Motherfucker thinks he's right with zero evidence. He is secure in his ignorance.
history with the armed forces, there aren't many schools that can say,
oh yes, and I plan on clipping that.
that they've had graduates that served in every conflict that our country has ever been a part of, have fought in every war, took the first oath of office in 1789, and have continued right up to this group right here. It's pretty incredible. And I did some reading about it, and there was one graduate that really struck me that I want to talk about. And I talk about 40 years ago for me, but let's go back 75 years to a graduate from Harvard. His name was Sherrod Skinner. Sherrod Skinner was a graduate here. He was from Michigan. He lived in Connecticut. He had a twin brother here, David Skinner. And when Sherrod graduated, he commissioned into the Marine Corps. He commissioned, and in July, he completed his training, and he was shipped off in 1951. Actually graduated in 51. He went to training in 52, and then he went to fight in the Korean War. Now, Sherrod was an artillery observer, and he was immediately put in charge, months after graduation from Harvard. He was put in charge of an outpost that was on the front lines at a critical point in the front line in the Korean War. And one of the situations that he faced early on was in his outpost, the enemy knew that it was a critical place, and they mounted a massive attack against that point in the line. And Lieutenant Skinner was in charge of this outpost, and he was told, hold the line until reinforcements come. He hadn't been a lieutenant that long, months, but he knew what that meant. He knew what hold the line meant. He knew what his oath meant, and he knew how to lead his men to hold the line. And when the enemy came forward, he directed the attack, he directed machine gun fire, he directed mortar fire. Eventually, though, his lines of communication were cut off, and he couldn't have any more artillery fire, so now it was up to he and his men to hold the line. They continued to fight. He continued to command from his bunker, even to the point where he had to leave his bunker on several occasions to bring ammunition to the machine gunners, to bring grenades to some of the soldiers, to continue to direct the fire. He was wounded twice. He refused medical attention so that his men could be treated. And eventually, they were out of munition. Reinforcements hadn't arrived. They were cut off from communications, and the enemy had broken through the line. They fell back into the bunker. They defended as long as they could. Finally, he told his men, feign death. Play dead. It's our only hope. They all played dead. The enemy came into the bunker. They looked in. They saw a bunch of Marines laying on the ground. And when they left to ensure that there were no survivors, they threw a grenade in just to finish the job. And when they did, Lieutenant Skinner saw that grenade land between him and two of his men. And without hesitation, he jumped on that grenade. He took the explosion himself to save his men. Lieutenant Sherrod knew what it meant to hold the line. He knew what it meant to commit to something bigger than himself. As a result, that was on October 26th, 1952, 3 days before his 23rd birthday. He was 22 years old. A year later, he was posthumously received the Congressional Medal of Honor, one of 18 from Harvard, but the one that struck me the most. 22 years old, a year in the military, and led with everything that he had and gave everything that he had. And when I hear stories like that, I ask myself, what would I do? Could I do that? I ask myself, what were the values that were instilled in him that made him do what needed to be done to hold the line? And I study leadership. I look at other leaders. I try to learn from other leaders. And there's three values that I think had to be ingrained in him. And if they weren't, he certainly demonstrated them. The first being integrity. Integrity means that you execute and exhibit actions that are in alignment with your morals and your ethics and your beliefs and your commitments. That your actions and who you profess to be are in alignment. Lieutenant Skinner did that day. He showed integrity without question. Integrity. The other one is humility. Humility doesn't mean that you think less of yourself. It means that you think of yourself less. And if there's not an example of thinking of yourself less than dying for your teammates, I don't know what is. He certainly had humility ingrained in him. And excellence. He was less than a year as an officer. And he knew how to lead. He understood what it meant to hold the line. He understood what it meant to give everything he had, but really to execute his job to the fullest. In a short time, these things were ingrained in him. Excellence doesn't always mean that you're the best or that you're at the top, but what it means is that you're always elevating performance. You're always getting better. You're better today than you were yesterday. You're better this year than you were last year. You're better this time you did an action than you were the last time you did it. It's about being better. There is no end to better. And I have no doubt that Lieutenant Skinner continued to get better because he became so incredible in such a short time. Integrity, humility, excellence. Those are the values that he had. But I will say this too. Values don't mean anything without action. And there's a quote by Lao Tzu. He's a Chinese philosopher, 500 BC. And most of us have probably heard that. Your thoughts become words. Your words become actions. Your actions become habits. Your habits become character, and your character is your destiny. His thoughts translated to destiny like no other story I've heard. And his actions were exactly what his thoughts had instilled within him. And when I think about those, what are the thoughts and the actions? Because we know what the words and the thoughts were: integrity, humility, and excellence. And so what I want to tell you is the way that I see the actions and the habits coming from those words. For integrity, it's about living honorably. Live honorably. Do the right thing, even when nobody's looking. Live honorably in accordance with your own beliefs and your own moral standard. Live honorably. That's what integrity is about. When we talk about humility, humility isn't, like I said, thinking less of yourself. It's about lifting others. Lift others before yourself. We've all been a part of organizations where people climb on the backs of others to get to the top. But it's about lifting your teammates to be their best possible selves, helping them to grow and to learn, and doing everything that you can. Imagine if everybody on a team was committed to helping everyone else on a team, how great that team would be. Lift others. Those are the actions and habits of a humble person. And excellence. I mentioned it's about getting better every day. Elevate performance. Elevating performance is about a mindset. It's not necessarily about the things that you do or the levels that you achieve, but it's about every day saying, I'm going to be better today than I was yesterday in everything that I do. Elevate performance. Live honorably. Lift others. Elevate performance. Those are the actions of a man, of a woman, of character. Now, I want to give you one more example, and it's a personal one. So, in 2008, I was deployed to Iraq for a year and left my family and went, and I was part of I deployed with the Army. Imagine that. And I led a team of about 45 people called the Joint Interagency Task Force. And I worked for Multinational Force Iraq. And it was, without a doubt, the hardest year of my life. I will never forget it. But it was also one of the most meaningful of my life. And I led my team, and I was committed to the same kinds of values that we just talked about. I put everything I had into leading my team, into lifting others, into living honorably, into elevating our performance and making us better and better. And when it came time for leave, I even let my team go first. I said, when everybody else is done with their leave, then I'll go. And so it was about 8.5 months into my deployment when I finally got to take leave and I got to go home. And I remember going to the airport, Baghdad International Airport. And when I got there, I told myself, I said, man, I have been leading hard for a long time. It's time to take a break. And I started my leave right then and right there. And I walked into the airport, I checked in to get on my plane, and the airman at the operations desk said, Colonel Clark, I was a colonel back then, Colonel Clark, you're the senior ranking officer on the airplane. So you're the chalk commander, meaning I was in charge of everybody that was getting on that airplane. And I was like, no, I'm not. There's got to be someone else. He said, sir, not only are you the senior ranking, you're the only officer on the airplane. You're in charge. So I took the list, I looked down it, I got everyone together, and then I said, and the next senior ranking person was a tech sergeant on the list. And I said, hey, come here. I got a job for you. And I gave him the list, and I said, you're going to be responsible for everybody on this list. And I want you to make sure that we're communicating and that everybody's taken care of. You got it? He's like, yes, sir, I got it. And he took it and he owned it. He led. He was being a leader. I was delegating. right? So we go and we're all waiting and everyone's sitting on the, on the ground outside. And then the ops airman, he comes up to me and he says, "Hey, Colonel Clark, I got some bad news. The plane is broken and you guys are going to be delayed." And I was like, are you kidding me? Come on. He's like, "Sir, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just the crew says it's broken." And being a pilot, it's not good to fly broken airplanes, but I was like, okay. And so I sat there and I thought, I better tell the tech sergeant. So I went and I told him, "Hey, let everybody know the plane's broken and we'll be off in a little while." So he goes and he does his duty. Well, then the time is just dragging on and I'm just getting so impatient. And I go to the ops airman probably 4 times and I said, "When's the plane going to be ready? What's going on?" And he finally got to the point. He was just like, "Sir, I don't know." I think he was getting a little bit scared of me. And he was certainly a little bit tired of me bothering him and pestering him so that I could go home to my family. And I didn't even tell the tech sergeant as I was getting this information. I just let everybody sit outside and I did my thing. Well, the last time that I went to the tech sergeant, I said, "Hey, what's the status? Tell me where the plane is. What are we doing?" He said, "Hey, sir, you know what? There's a distinguished visitor lounge for colonels and above that you could go sit in. Do you want me to take you there?" I was like, "Oh, that sounds good." So I go in this little room. They have cookies and soda. There's a TV playing the Armed Forces Network. And I just sit there and I am fat, dumb, and happy. Watching TV, just relaxing. It was even a little bit air conditioned, as much as you can get in Baghdad. And I just sat there for a long time. And the airman was right. I stopped bothering him because I was good. I was good. And so then he comes in finally and he says, "Hey, Colonel Clark, the plane's ready." And I was the first one. I put my helmet on, I put my vest on and my battle rattle, as we call it, and I line up. And I'm standing at the door and I realized, wait, I'm standing here by myself. And so I went and told the tech sergeant, I said, "Hey, the plane's ready. Can you let everybody else know?" And he was like, "Yes, sir, got it." And he went, rounded everybody up and we got on. We lined up and I was first one in line. We walk out, we go to the C-130, the back's open. We got on really quickly and we all sat down and we took off and we flew and we landed in Mosul. And that was one stop to Kuwait and then home. And I was like, man, one step closer. We land in Mosul and the crew tells us as we're getting off the plane, "We're broken. We're going to be here a little while." So I told the tech sergeant, "Hey, we're broken. Make sure everybody's taken care of." And we walk in, we get to the ops desk. Guess what my first question was? "Where's the lounge?" They stuck me in the lounge. Better cookies, better soda, TV. And I just sat there. And I enjoyed my time. Then the ops desk, they come into the room and they tell me, "Colonel Clark, plane's fixed." Well, plane's not fixed. We have a different plane for you. And we're going to be able to get you to Kuwait so that you and your team can go home, my team. And so I made sure this time that I told the tech sergeant, I said, "Hey, we're going to go. We're getting on a different plane, so let's get everyone lined up." So we line up, and I'm first one in line again. And we start walking, and we get out to our C-130, and it's all buttoned up. It's all, meaning closed. All the doors are closed. And I said, "Why is this the one? It's closed." And he said, "Yes, sir, this is the one, but we're going to enter through the front." And I was like, "Well, that takes too long. Why can't we?" He's like, "Sir, I'm just the ops desk airman. That's the crew's call." I was like, "Fine." So we walk out there and we go in the front. Normally I would give a fist bump to the loadmaster as I'm walking into the plane, but I was just like, "Hey, why didn't you guys have the back opened up? We could have already been on here. I don't understand." And he's like, "Sir, please, if you could just have a seat." So I kept, I was like, fine. And I walked, as soon as I walked by him, and I looked back to the back of the plane, and there's 2 coffins, flag draped. And as soon as I saw them, I just felt this sense of dread, what a jerk I am. What a poor leader what an anti-everything that I said I would be, that I was that day. and when I was the first one on the plane, that meant that I got to go all the way to the back, and I sat right with those two coffins right in front of me. And I got to do some thinking. And I got to think about myself and what kind of leader I had been that day, and my choice to not lead that day. I thought about the people that were in those coffins that gave everything. Everything. And I couldn't make it through one more day of leadership. One more day of helping people to be their best. And I made that choice. And I sat there and I said, never again. Never again will I choose not to lead. And it was a long trip. And when I got home, I told Amy the story, and I said, I can't even believe how I acted. I can't believe that I couldn't go one more day to be the leader that I said I was going to be. Live honorably, lift others, elevate performance was not a part of my value set that day. And so I tell you this to say every day you make a choice. We all do. But don't ever think that your choices don't matter. Make the right ones. You choose your attitude, you choose your values, and you choose to lead or not to lead every day. And when you don't, sometimes you remember it for the rest of your life. You got two examples today. You got Lieutenant Skinner and you got Colonel Clark. We both made choices. Use those examples to determine how you're going to lead for the rest of your time in the military, for the rest of your life, because leadership is not confined to the military. Leadership is everywhere you go, every stop you make, every time you meet someone. You have the chance to live honorably, to lift others, to elevate performance with integrity, humility, and excellence. Choose your values and live them every day. And I just want to thank these young folks because I know they've already made a choice to be a part of the armed forces. And now my charge to you is choose to lead every day. Every day. Thank you.
I know. I wasn't that impressed with the speech. It was way too long. He should have edited. So let's go here. And let me say this. I don't know. We're not at 3 hours yet, but I am getting kind of bored. Somebody hit the chat. I'm sorry. Somebody hit the link. I know it is a boring Monday show, but even boring people like me need a little bit of encouragement. Somebody have enough chutzpah to hit this panel, get us inspired on this Monday evening, or not. I have things to do. So this is Ta-Nehisi Coates talking about Obama's legacy in a Trump world. And a lot of progressives like Ta-Nehisi Coates have problems with Obama, but it is becoming readily apparent that Obama and even Bush Jr. way more preferable than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the bane of America. He is a race to the bottom with people like Andrew Johnson, historically. Yeah, isn't Caitlyn Jenner like a trans woman or something? Keep up, Bobby. Don't keep up. Heard where she is going extremely hot. Who'd you hear that from, Brian? God? Or I'm sorry, God? Well, I'm bored because no one's up here kibitzing with me. Where's Tina? That's who I want to talk to. Tina or Chocolate. Those would be my two top picks.
For those of us who, are within that woke movement, I still use the word, so I put myself in it.
Yeah. Well, we got woke Bill Crystal now. You won him over.
Yeah.
There's converts everywhere. We're working on some merch. Hello and welcome to the Bulwark Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller. I have an exciting guest for a pre-taped Juneteenth show. I'm going to the Bayou tomorrow, so we're taping this on Thursday afternoon. So if Donald Trump, I don't know, decides to invade Cote d'Ivoire or something between now and then, we'll get to that on Monday's show. In the meantime, he's a contributing editor of Vanity Fair. He's a Sterling Brown Endowed Chair in the English department at Howard. He's an author with a bunch of works, including We Were 8 Years in Power, an American Tragedy about the Obama presidency. It's Ta-Nehisi Coates. Hey, man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Welcome back. You wrote a bunch of other books. You wrote too many books for me to list them all. And
I hate when people do that. I hate, you don't even got to list any of the books, honestly.
All right. Well, I just picked out one because it's relevant today. As we're taping the festivities at the opening of the Obama Library are ending. We've had some speeches from the former president, first lady, and others. I'm going to play a clip from in a minute. Well, I assume you do have Obama legacy takes, and you wrote the book. It's been a bit now. And so, there's been more time to kind of stew in the aftermath. I'm just wondering what hops to mind today on the opening of the library.
Does he watch this show? Because if he does,
the former president?
Yes, I have to tailor my remarks.
I have no evidence that he does, which is unfortunate.
Okay, I'll be completely
I've been trying to
candid
get
then.
him on. I've been trying to get him on. And I don't know why he won't do it. But I do think he has some friends who listen. So if you're hearing this now, I would love to have him on and have a growing respect for him every year. Ta-Nehisi might be going the other direction. I don't know. We'll hear.
No, I bet he does listen. This is his sort of podcast, actually.
Kind of.
I'm certain he listens.
Kind of, which is why it's upsetting he's not on. I agree with you.
Right. No, this is a sweet spot, man. Yeah, no, I mean, my thing on him is pretty much, what it was at the time. And it was that only like Barack Obama could have been the first black president. Only somebody like him could have been the first black president. And what I mean by that is someone who had the kind of historical background wherein they had been in intimate spaces with a white parent, white grandparents who had treated him as equal, who were not racist themselves, and I guess he would say extended white family also. Raised in Hawaii, which is not to say that Hawaii is like, a non-racist paradise, but certainly a place, I've been to Hawaii and the black-white dynamic is not the major thing going on there, as it would have been in Chicago, had he been raised there. And so what I think is that gave him, or what I've thought is that just gave him a very, very different perspective, and allowed him to see the best in, the largest, voting population in this country. I think he communicated that. And I think there really was no, other way that you were going to see a black president. Unfortunately, I think the downside of that was I don't think he could have imagined the past 10 years. I don't think that was really possible for him. He could imagine a Trump winning and then Trump winning again too. I mean, maybe by 24 he could imagine it happening again.
Yeah, sure.
But I certainly think the first time, he just couldn't. And so I think that has...
How does that lack of imagination, like what did not having that ability to imagine that? Because I guess that was me too. How did that leave his presidency like poor or reflect on his presidency?
I think he maybe didn't. I think he did not see the vulnerability of it. It's so much harder to build things than it is to destroy things. And Trump excels at destroying. Doge was easy. That's easy. You know, you win the presidency, you just bring somebody in and, you know what I mean, to destroy.
Well, they didn't save any
Obamacare
money.
was no, we didn't. No. Let's be
It's
clear.
not easy
Right.
to save money, but
It's not easy to save money, but I never took that as the intent. You know what I mean? I never took that as the true intent of those to begin with. But Obamacare is hard. Obamacare is really, really, really hard. Pulling together a consensus to, you know, help and build something that's going to be enduring, that's really, really hard. And I think I just don't think there was an appreciation of how easily, you know, things can be rolled back.
And so if you had that appreciation, like what types of things would you have done differently, do you think?
You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, this is why people who have no clue about politics should not be talking about politics. The hard thing is that, and the hardest thing to actually realize is that there would be people who want to roll it back. The good it does, getting the consensus, that's the hard part of it. If Ta-Nehisi Coates' problem is that, oh, well, how easy it would be to roll back, they haven't rolled it back yet. They're still trying. They've dismantled some of it. The hardest part that people like Ta-Nehisi and, you know, the other people should be talking about is why the fuck do you want to roll it back and not go forward with it? Take it to single payer. These people have no goddamn clue what they're talking about. Progressives like Ta-Nehisi Coates, and he's a great writer, but dude, talking about politics, no clue whatsoever. Ta-Nehisi Coates has not done the hard work. If you want to understand politics, study politics. Even if you're a writer guy, study the enemy and you'll know why. Very disappointing.
I think about, like, I guess the reason why this strikes me is because when I was working on a profile of him at the end of the presidency, like, you know, he said, you know, and I'm sorry to keep mentioning this, if he does listen to this show, I know he's probably tired of me saying this over and over, but he said, look, Trump can't win. He said the American people, he said they go for, like, they are generally, you know, a people who, you know, prefer an optimism, you know, in their candidates, you know, Nixon aside, you know, and so he just didn't see it as a possibility. Maybe, for instance, you know, and this argument has been made before, instead of Merrick Garland, you get a Ketanji Brown Jackson nomination, right? And then once you get
you force it through. You force it through. I mean, think he would even say this. Like, in retrospect, he would spend political capital making sure it gets through rather than assuming that, you know, that the norms will prevail.
Or Tim, even if you don't get it through, it becomes a rallying cry.
That's true.
You know what I mean? People who, you know, maybe are not, you know, as activated, become activated by this thing, you know? And his way was, can I find the candidate or can I find the nominee who the people that hate my guts will accept? And I just, I don't know that he ever just understood the extent to which, you know, he was loathed by the opposition party, you know, and how active and how powerful, you know, that hatred was, you know?
Well, I was going to skip this clip, but since you mentioned that this is the type of thing that Obama would be into, this podcast, I feel compelled to prove you right by playing something that he said earlier today at the library. Please, let's play the clip where he talks about how great Mitt Romney is.
And a belief that qualities of character, honesty, integrity, kindness, compassion, a sense of duty and honor, those things matter in our public dealings, just as they do in our private lives. These are not, these are the values and traditions I believe in. And they are not Republican or Democratic values. They're American values we can all share, regardless of party. values every president here today, as different as we are, has tried our best to uphold. Values that John McCain and Mitt Romney believed in no less than I did. It is our greatest inheritance.
You can see why I'm loving him more and more every minute. All right, what did you make of that?
I mean, I think I want to, like, what shall I give? I think, like, one has to be sympathetic, first of all, to the work of electoral politics, right? And to the position of a president. And so, and like, this is what I'm, was kind of alluding to earlier. Like, his politics can't be my politics and be who he is. It just can't. He can't get up there and say what I think. And I don't have that expectation either, by the way. So on some level, I guess I understand the politics of saying things that way. I am compelled to also say, in my role, did the past, and I'm speaking, very conservatively here, did the past 10 years of the Republican Party not happen? Is that not what Republican values are? Like, I mean, was J6 not that? And so
Nominated him 3 times.
I mean, 3 times. I mean, so at what point is this a statement about who people are and what people are? And you also have to say that, like, Mitt Romney tried to go work for Donald Trump. Like that's not all of who Mitt Romney is, right? Like, I get it. That's not all. He's done other things that are worthy, and so I don't want to. But that's also, what I mean, part of the story, And so this is not so much a slam on Mitt as it is to reflect the complication of it. I guess to me, like, you were asking, what is the danger in this? And what I see in that is still not quite. This is my critique or my worry. Still not quite grappling or not quite understanding, like, how bad it is and where we are.
I'm gonna play one more code that takes us more.
Wait, can I go back on that too, though? Can I give the other side of that?
Yeah.
But there is, a part of me that
wants people to feel everyone's better angels.
I think politicians should do that.
Right.
I actually do think, like, this kind of, like, when Trump, during COVID said, well, it's only going to hurt blue cities. Like, that wasn't just bad for blue cities. That's bad for, like, that is how you get 50 years from now, like a civil war. Like it starts with that. You know what I mean? And so, like, I guess, like, I'm conflicted myself in that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I'm also conflicted in it because it's like I hear those words and I had the opposite initial reaction to you, which is kind of like, yeah, I love that. Like, yeah, you're right. Mitt Romney and John McCain were honorable. That's nice. And then I heard you talk and I was like, yeah, but also fuck these people. You know what I mean? And I don't know. You know what I mean? And maybe there's a way to do both, and that's a little more artful. I don't know. Not to nitpick the speech making, but like maybe there's a way to do both.
Also, most people are complicated. Like, you're not like they have been honorable. Like, there are moments, where they really were, honorable, and so I don't know. Look, Tim. As a writer, I am, I guess, much less interested in the heroism or the particular weakness or dishonor of certain people, and I'm more interested in the structures that make them possible. You know what I mean? So I can't sit here and give 10 minutes on why Mitt Romney sucks or why John McCain sucked or why I can't. They're probably very honorable people
Bill
in their
Clinton
personal
sucks.
lives.
He threw in some Democrats in there too, by the way. Joe Biden is on the stage.
Yes. I think people are the product of situations, more than anything.
Hey, we're just doing some upgrades out on the back porch. It's looking better. It's a little cozier, looking a little less like a.
This is literally. I don't know that I'll ever look at Ta-Nehisi Coates the same way again. This is YN level political analysis, and this is a train wreck. And this dude here, the one that Kelvin's attracted to with the pearl necklace, he is in New Orleans. I guess it's a New Orleans thing. Don't know why, but this link is in the chat, Kelvin. If you want to know more about him, hit the link in the show notes. Figure out how to contact him and ask him why he likes pearl necklaces. Maybe you can provide him with one.
College frat house vibe. But now we need some additional furniture to be able to really tie the room together, so to speak. So I'm testing out dupe.com. And I'm telling you, it's making shopping easier. Instead of scrolling through pages of options I didn't like, the Dupe Research For Me tool asked me questions about what I wanted. So it only pulled up.
Take note. Take note, Mega. You'll know where to buy him a pearl necklace. Let's skip ahead of this.
Save yourself a ton of time and money. Just go to dupe.com and tell it what you're looking to buy. That's dupe.com to finally feel confident about what you're buying. I want to play this other clip because it does tie more directly to your article that you had in Vanity Fair. We're going to dig into, which looks into, what a next black president could look like, looks into Kamala Harris's campaign, and in particular her relationship with activists in Gaza and how that interplay negatively impacted her campaign. But so as a lead into that, though, Obama does start talking about foreign policy and tries to contrast himself with Trump and his views on foreign policy. And I think that the way he does it, he talks a lot about the structures that you're talking about. And so I just want to listen to that and get your reaction to whether this is a workable framework anymore for how the world should work.
And what I heard on every continent as president is that when American foreign policy lives up to our highest ideals, when we champion human rights and democracy and the sound stewardship of our planet, when we take the lead in eradicating disease and feeding the hungry and educating children, when we encourage cooperation between nations, instead of trying to dominate and bully and squeeze every advantage just because we can. And most of all, when we show through our example here at home that even a country as big and diverse as ours can make democracy work, it turns out all nations, including ours, become more prosperous and secure. And the world gets a little bit brighter.
It's the case for benevolent globalism, benevolent hegemony, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
again, where's he getting benevolent hegemony from? Just making shit up. It's amazing.
That was pretty good. I mean, that's probably generally true. The complication for that is, I mean, and this is what I spent much of the article doing is, and I didn't notice, when I certainly, the last time I really wrote about, like at length, about President Obama, I did not have the requisite knowledge and understanding of the amount of times and the degree to which.
Yeah. The YN realization. And Ta-Nehisi Coates is an exceptionally good writer. But he didn't have the knowledge. At least he's admitting it. I don't even know where to go with this, but you didn't have the requisite knowledge, yet you felt comfortable talking on the topic. This is just, imagine Clifford Moore Jr. as Ta-Nehisi Coates. Ta-Nehisi's from the hood. Why can't C Moore be more like Ta-Nehisi? Ta-Nehisi didn't have the requisite knowledge, but now he does. Clifford Moore doesn't have the requisite knowledge of quite a number of things. And I hope Clifford's listening, or somebody will run back and tell Clifford what I said. Ask Clifford to review this segment or the whole show so he can actually have some content I might be interested in critiquing, because that ghetto shit he did last night, I was reading a book and just sniping from the chat. Motherfucker dropped a link thinking I would come up and join the ghetto mess. Dude, that shit wasn't interesting. And if you had 20 people listening to the ghetto shit, that's 20 people interested in ghetto shit. I guess I was one of them, but I wasn't about to come up and hit the goddamn link. Dude, I have a reputation.
We have not actually done that, though. And I actually think one of the things that we're really avoiding on the foreign policy front is the extent to which Trump is actually an extension of some of our worst impulses. That actually might be the area where he's most American. Ben Rhodes has a piece that I won't quote from. It's in New York Review of Books. It's a review of Secretary of Defense during the Vietnam War. I really am getting McNamara. It's a review of his biography. And one of the things that Ben, who, you know what I mean, was in the Obama administration as close as anybody to Obama foreign policy. But what he comes to at the end of that is that, you know, we have basically allowed ourselves to believe that our, you know, mythology of good intentions was enough. But as it turns out, around the world, they remember other things.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know that we grapple with that enough.
Yeah, it was interesting. You laid it out a lot in the article. I don't know, you and Julian Casablancas like on the same page, because when the Strokes were playing at Coachella this year, they did a little thing where they put up on the video screen all the people we fucked over the seas, you know, from the CIA, like over the last 40 years. And, and then I was like reading your list, and I was like, it's kind of similar to what the Strokes were playing at Coachella.
Dude, this is literally, these are 40-some-year-old men talking about Coachella, but they want to be taken seriously in their analysis of politics. Jesus goddamn Christ. Wow.
I was looking at going through all of our worst hits, all the Alan Dulles worst hits. But I wonder, and then I'll get to the article. My thought about what it feels like the case that you made there, and Ben Rhodes' change of heart is evidence of this, is that like the narrative on this domestically is changing. And I, like when you were last on, we were talking a lot about the power of narrative. And I do feel like, I don't know, I feel like had Harris won, the narrative that Obama kind of lays out there, that like, you know, the best of what America has done makes up for our failings and that we're a force for good in the world, was still kind of the dominant one. You know, like there were people who disagreed, obviously, but it was still the dominant narrative. And it kind of feels like to me,
you know what? Speak of the devil. We watched the Georgia gang, Lupin, and sorry you missed the part where I go, well, looks like you were right and I was wrong. So hopefully you're probably listening to the delay, but yeah, I was wrong. I am, you're the voice of reason. It's okay. I feel no problem admitting you were right. You out-analyzed me about who Brian Kemp is. So salute to you, Lupin.
Really on the left, but even in the kind of J.D. Vance, Tucker wing of the Republican Party, that narrative is being challenged, and it might be hard to really ever get it back.
I think that's true. And I think I haven't seen a polling on this, but and perhaps I'm being too optimistic about this, but my general sense of Americans is, look, they may not understand the details of this or that. It may not be up on, you know, what argument is being made for what, but I don't think we love foreign wars in general. Now we do it. That's not to, you know, exempt, you know, the country of it, but I you know, and then like Iran is so dumb Like it's so
war,
dumb.
you mean, was
the
so
war,
dumb.
the war.
Yeah.
Sorry, not the country. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, the country does some dumb things too. By the way. I mean, so do we. I just said it's not just America that does dumb things. But anyway, no, the war was so dumb.
A lot of countries do dumb things. Yes.
Yeah, the war was so dumb. Yeah.
But the war was so dumb that it's just that it's hard to mask it. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah.
Like there's not any, sort of, narrative. And Trump didn't try really hard, by the way,
right.
To provide much. It's just the violence. But here's where I want to push people a little bit.
Okay.
Iraq was dumb too.
Right.
Iraq was dumb too. And look, there's a strong argument that Libya was actually dumb too. That doesn't make Gaddafi a good guy. You know what I mean? That doesn't make him okay. But, Obama himself says that's the biggest mistake of his presidency. He himself, says that. And so I don't know that like Gaza was a lot of other things besides this, but certainly dumb is one of those, And so in that respect, I think we let ourselves off a little easy. And I think it's easier to accept, like when you talk about like the narrative changing, it's easier to see it with Trump because he's so profane. Yeah. You know what I mean? And brags about, violence and talks about ending civilization. He doesn't even try to wrap it in
the flag and in the American spirit because he doesn't believe in any of that, right?
No.
And so that lays it a lot more bare.
That's right. That's right. And so I think that makes it a lot easier for people to see certain things.
All right, let's talk about the article. You start with Fannie Lou Hamer, who was... I guess you described kind of the heroine of the 2024 convention. There's a lot of odes to her. Just talk about why you kind of started with her and how you tie it to the broader critique of the Harris campaign.
So I was there in 24, and what I was aware of immediately was the fact that Fannie Lou Hamer was being praised, and everybody she was on everybody's lips. But what I remembered is that actually the Democratic Party did not, ultimately seated a segregated delegation and did not allow her integrated delegation to be seated. That was the end result. And then I saw...
That was the end result of back in 64, whatever.
In 64, excuse me, of the struggle in 64. That the Democratic Party actually didn't do the right thing.
Yeah.
Right. And the reasons why it did not do the right thing is because Johnson was deeply afraid of losing the Deep South. And which he ultimately did, by the way, or many of the states in the Deep South, I should say it like that. And then at the same time, I was watching this group of Palestinian Democrats and people who were sympathetic to the Palestinian cause there, who were not asking for delegates to be seated. Many of them were already delegates, but were asking for a speaker. And I was made aware that there hadn't been an Arab American speaker on the stage since 1988. And so what I saw is I was watching this praise of this person who had been, pushed out of the frame in 64 and was being claimed as his hero, was another group of people being pushed out the frame too. That was, like my initial thing. And then after, doing the research, what became clear to me was that Fannie Lou Hamer was not just a champion of Black folks in Mississippi and not just a champion of Black folks at all, but a champion of human rights. Spoke out at a time against the Vietnam War when, it was still not popular within the civil rights movement. That in fact, she was not the only Black woman that did that Coretta Scott King spoke out against the Vietnam War at a delicate moment and against Johnson at a very, very delicate moment before her husband did, much to the angst of the SCLC. And I guess I was struck by the contradiction of praising people who in their time were radicals, or seen as radicals, I should say, but not really living up to their example.
So in the article you talk, and there's a moral critique and kind of historical critique of the Harris campaign's lack of grappling with Gaza. But there's also like political critique, which is basically that it simultaneously could have been the right thing to do and politically salient for her to align herself more with the protesters who are concerned about what's happening in Gaza. And, well, I guess before I give any pushback to that, I guess, do you want to just explain that point of view?
I mean, look, I'll just take it from hers. I mean, look, I heard from numerous people that she pulled folks aside, and disproportionately Black women told me this, that she pulled them aside and said, and this is before she was running, by the way, before like Joe Biden had dropped, and communicate her deep discomfort, and her deep feeling and empathy. And when I talked to them afterwards, their thing was, I don't know why she didn't communicate this publicly. So let me just start from the perspective of what my reporting told me was like what she presented publicly was not what she actually believed. Now, I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong, but this was told to me. I heard this numerous times. It's not like something that I just heard from one person. And so the first thing is, I would say is, were you true to your own beliefs? And were you true to your own beliefs about the value of human life, Secondarily to that, are you being true to the people you claim, as I talked about, with Fannie Lou Hamer, and Coretta Scott King? And the third thing is, Tim, I can't give an ultimate verdict on whether Gaza lost her the election or not. And I can't give a verdict on whether they would have won her the election. But I do want to say this. There are some things worth losing for. And there are some things that people will remember you differently when you lose for them. And I just think that had Kamala Harris lost, and that was certainly a possibility, simply because she echoed and stated the beliefs as they were communicated to me, I think people would think about, and I'm just not solely talking about Palestinian Americans, I think the party would think about her a lot differently in this moment.
I just have two thoughts on that. One is, and this goes to kind of this broader question about like harm reduction and candidates, and I was on Dan Savage before the election. He asked me to come on. And he was like, I'm hearing from a lot of my listeners. He's a gay sex advice person. He lives in Seattle. He's like, I've got a lot of progressive, activist types. And he's like, I'm hearing from a lot of my listeners that they might want to sit it out because they're mad at Harris about Gaza and they're mad at her about various things. And he's like, I want you to just kind of talk it out with me. And during that conversation, he was making the point that like, okay, I've had to be a harm reduction voter my whole life, like up until just now, right? In the 80s, my friends were dying and I was voting for the Democrat because they were less so. And I voted for Barack Obama when he said I shouldn't be right to get married, and we'd not have to go through the whole list. And so he was, I think, rightly kind of frustrated with this notion that people were not going to do that in this case when the stakes were so high and the gap between the two candidates was so great when it comes to harm or potential harm. Even including in Gaza, by the way, there's no sense that Trump was going to be any better. And so when the stakes are that high, does that change that question at all, or that calculus over whether there are things worth losing for?
Yeah, I mean, look, I voted for it. You know what I mean? And I told people, and I went in front of majority Muslim and Arab American audiences and had to explain myself, which I did. And pretty much what I said is, look, we as Black Americans in general have not had the luxury of voting in presidential elections for people that, we felt fully saw our humanity. And that is just what it's been for us. Having said that, I'll never forget, man, I was in, and this is not the only time this happened, but I was in Houston, Texas, and I was, with a group of Palestinian Americans, very, very accomplished group, by the way. And the woman's house who was hosting me, beautiful, large mansion. And she sat next to me. She said, I'm from Gaza. 200 members of my family have been killed. And she said, I don't go outside anymore. I don't talk to my neighbors about this because they think it's right that my family be killed. I think there are two separate questions. There's one question for, people like me, about like what we should have done with our vote. And the answer to that, for that, to me is very, very clear. We should have voted for Harris. I feel the loss of some measure of my humanity, or I felt the loss of some measure of my humanity by turning to this woman and telling her, you have to vote for a member of the administration that was shipping bombs for this to happen. That you have to now, have a conversation with your family to tell them why Tim, I couldn't do that, man. I couldn't do that. And I got to be honest with you. If I were in her shoes, I don't know what I would do. I don't know, because I think the thing we also have to face is Everybody didn't make the decision that we made. Everybody didn't make, like, they're Palestinian Americans and Arab Americans who made the harm reduction decision. In fact, Kamala won the plurality of the vote. So most of them did, you know what I mean? Like the plurality of them made the harm reductionist decision. You know what I mean? But look, I get it. I mean, the thing I would ask you is, and the thing I've been asking myself is, man, at what point do we stop doing this? Like, at what point, what is the point where we stop saying to people, this is the most important election of your lifetime, and you must accept things that, in this case, you must accept the murder of your family members, the killing of your family members for the greater good. Like, at some point, like, we have to figure out how to have a different kind of politics. Now, maybe that's not when you go in the voting booth, but I feel like we go in the voting booth and then there's no discussion of it afterwards. It's just, you know what I mean? We ramp up for another 4, another 4, another 4. And it's like, when are we going to do something different?
I'm going to answer that. I do just want to say, because I was going to ask you about it, but you also tell the story of Dima Shamali, and people should just go read the article. I mean, you tell some just really heart-wrenching, like brutal stories about people who had gotten out of Gaza and what happened to their family. And I do think that colors the conversation. And I think people would be better served by just reading the whole article. But man, my answer to your question is like, yeah, never. We're never gonna get. It's never gonna be a better politics, and like you just have to accept it. Like we live in a system. And
you think never? You don't think it's possible?
Well, I think better things are possible. I think better things are possible. I'm not the meme that's like, oh, that person, you know, they think better things are possible. Fuck them. I think better things are possible. I think we can improve. But like, we live in a country of 30 million people. Like, there's like I don't know. I look at the way people communicate now with AI and the internet, and how easy it is to manipulate people, and how frail we all are, and how much fragility, you know, all of, you know, the demons that we all have inside of us that we're trying to navigate. And it's just like the idea that like we're going to be able to get to a place where you can organize a country this diverse, this big, in a way that is like totally pure. I just think is kind of a fantasy. And I think that
but there's never a totally pure. I just wanted to separate myself.
Well, sure,
from that. There's never a totally
sure.
pure.
I hear
that
that's
doesn't make
fair.
sense.
But like, I don't know, man. I just think that the 2024 election is such a strange prism with which to throw this complaint on, that I'm tired of people telling me that like every 4 years it's the biggest election of our lifetime. It's like, sorry, like it's the only election that we've had in any of our lifetimes where one of the candidates was a legitimate threat to end the system of government that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was the only one. And so like you can tell me like, oh, we can look back at 2012 or whatever and say that was a silly thing to say between Barack Obama and Mitt Romney, and it was, or in 1996 between Bob Dole and Bill Clinton. That was pretty silly. Also, we don't predict a lot of things. I don't know. 2000 looks pretty important. If we start to playing the counterfactual game, I mean, Al Gore wins that, we probably don't go into Iraq, and who the hell knows? We don't have Trump probably. You know, I mean, a lot of little what's the little blocks fall a lot of ways. There's the meme where the person touches one block and then something crazy happens at the end of it, right? You know, like who knows what happens if Al Gore wins? So I don't know. I am sympathetic. Like, obviously, I would not look at somebody who has had 200 people die in their family and say, you should do this. I'm going to tell you what to do. Mm-hmm. I think we can also just like say that the choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump was like the clearest choice that we've had in a long time. And we're probably not going to have a better one after that, I don't think.
Look, it was clear for me. It was clear for me. But one of the reasons why, I want to say two things.
Sure.
It is certainly logically possible that every 4 years, it really is the most important election of your lifetime. That is certainly logically possible. But what I find is that we have a level of sympathy for certain groups of people and not for others. And in this case, I mean like non-voters. And so like for somebody that's just trying to live their life and go through their day, I guess I understand how at a point that message stops resonating.
Right. Same to me.
You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, they just stop. You know, they stop hearing it. But the second thing, you know, I want to say is like the choice was clear for me with my particular history. But one of the reasons why, you know, I went through the history of those events in that article is because I was trying to reconstruct the memories of other people. That is to say, if you are an Arab American or you're a Muslim American, you're a Palestinian American, and you're in this country in 2024, and let's say you're 30 years old, what you remember is you remember Iraq, you remember Afghanistan, you remember innocent wedding parties being hit by drones.
Yemen.
You remember Abu Ghraib. You remember ICE. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like your memory is, fuck, man, these people have always over here. Like I get calls from my relatives. You know what I mean? Like there's violence over there. I come here and the cops are like spying on my mosque. Like this, it's just constant. You know, it's constant. And it was constant for my parents too. And it was constant for my grandparents. And so and now here we are with, you know, and I don't have a stat, you know, in front of me, but, you know, with the killing of the, you know, the largest amount of children, you know, of any war, you know, in the 21st century. And I see all of y'all waving these flags for Ukraine. And then it's me and I can't even speak at the convention. Like, where am I in this party? Where is my life? Where are the lives of my family members? And in this case, look, I'm with you. I'm with you. Kamala was the right choice. But I feel like I could also say that and say, we got to do a better job. like we have to do a better job making people feel like we see their humanity. And I don't think we did a good one, you know?
I think that's a totally compelling critique. And I think a critique that unites the fact that like Kamala didn't provide motivation to people and provide, and just takes us back to Obama at the top, I guess, provide that aspiration or that reason to believe that they should help make their lives better. I think that's a legitimate critique of the campaign. I think it ties to other things besides Gaza, you know? But there's other things happening though. There's also the evil side of this we were talking at the top. And sometimes my critique of the Gaza folks, not the people there, but like the pro-Palestinian activist crowd, the uncommitted crowd, that like, it's kind of, in retrospect, it's easy to be like, well, this might pay. When like all the advertising that went against her was about trans surgeries in prison. Right. So no, it's like, well, maybe it was that. Trump campaign didn't think that's why you lost. Like Trump campaign thought you lost because of this other stuff, right? So it's complicated, but I do think, I think that you make a compelling point about how to think about these things from the perspective of people that, you know, are coming from a different history. Can we go back to something that I'm interested in?
Sure. Because, and I'm not interested in this because I necessarily think you're wrong. You may well be right, man. And so I just want to start with that because I don't have a real answer to this, but I want to go back to this, the extent to which things can get better. Okay. It's not some of this the fact that, you know, and I don't mean this in any sort of pie in the sky sort of way, but that in other democracies, not every other democracy, but certainly in other democracies, you're not necessarily, you know, put into not just two parties, but a presidential system that is not really representative of, you know what I mean, of everybody in the country equally because of how our, you know, the electoral college and how, like, I just think if some of those structural things were different, I think people might feel differently about their politics and about their vote.
I have two thoughts on this. One is I do think in this place, my former, it's been a while now, my former Republican, like my small C conservative comes in, this is Edmund Burke in me. That's you know, shit can get a lot worse actually. And maybe just like focusing on making things incrementally better, making incremental positive change is a safer bet than like trying to make big structural change and not seeing what the unintended consequences are going to be and not being able to predict that, we moved this thing, but then this other thing over here actually made it easier for the, you know, authoritarians to grab power, whatever. So I like that as an impulse within myself. That isn't always right. But that's just one. The structural part of this is like obviously true though. This goes back to the like kind of narrative question about America and the force for good in the world and how we're the best democracy. I mean, one of the priors that I've changed a lot is like our system is fucked actually. And when we went and tried to start Iraq, for all the horrible things about the Iraq war, shout out to the Iraqis. They've had 9 peaceful transfers of power. So they're on a longer streak than us right now. And like, what did we do with their system? We didn't give them a system look like ours. We gave them a system look more like Germany after World War II. You know, we learned things about like the nature of the system. And I do think that's right. Like I do think fundamentally that's right. But it's like, okay, well, A, how do you get the motivation to change that? And B, if you're like, let's say you're 2028, this takes us 2028, where you talk about kind of how Gaza will be a litmus test issue in 2028. This is something I really agree with you on. But let's say that person, whoever it is, has said and done the right things on Gaza and has presented themselves in a way that people will leave them, that is an authentic view. And then they say, I'm going to get in there in 2029. But what I'm going to do is, instead of fixing the healthcare system or dealing with inflation or dealing with your particular needs, what I really want to spend my first year on is we're going to do fundamental structural democratic change. We're going to expand the Supreme Court. We're going to, empower that Congress. We're going to, whatever, expand the House. Like, we're going to do all these different things. I think most people will just be like, I think that's really challenging. Like, somebody has to really get in there and say, I'm going to eat this one because people are going to feel like I'm out of touch, and this is some, concern of the elite, right? And so I think that's where I get kind of pessimistic.
Thing is, I don't know. The challenges feel such that I don't know that we have another option. In other words, look, I understand that the conservative instinct, and to some extent, I share it myself. Look, what I don't want, A, is for another 9/11, and B, for another 9/11 where we stand around and look at each other and say, why would someone do this to us? I feel that we are doing things in the world, and we are empowering things in the world, and we are empowering forces in the world that endanger us. And endanger humanity. If everything Barack Obama said is true about the positive aspects of America, that people follow us and and all of that, what has 8 years of Trump done then? Because the inverse of that is true too. What is that long history that I tried to outline in an article? What did it do? What has it seeded in the world? And you don't need to believe that the United States of America is somehow a uniquely evil power to grapple with that. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, you don't have to it doesn't require that. But I just I don't know how we have a future going like painting our entire lives. It feels like every 4 years around these presidential elections. Like it doesn't feel like a good long-term plan.
Rhodes and I talked about this last time that he was on, and I think he's really good on this, which is,
this is just kind of weird. Long-term plan, dude. Stop acting like the voters aren't the problem. It's a long-term plan, but we don't know how to create good voters. It's really, oddly enough, I don't blame the politicians. I blame the people that elect them.
You can simultaneously be able to talk about the way that our role in the world has been pernicious to a certain extent, and that we need to redeem ourselves and reconsider exactly what our engagement is in other parts of the world. That doesn't mean we completely retreat, but reconsider that, and simultaneously recognize that there are malign forces out there that would like to take that power, and that it could get worse. And this gets back to my small c. It's
look, this guy actually used to be a Republican operative, and he's done he hasn't done a 180. He's done a 3. This motherfucker has done a 360, but he did 2 180s. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, and I'm not sure he's the best messenger. Bottom line, and this is my feelings on it, there's really nothing inherently wrong with the American system. It needs some tweaks, but it started off wrong, and I'm sympathetic to, the argument that, we need to rebuild this thing because it's tore up from the floor up. But I think step number 1 is parenting and education. We're not gonna turn this ship around in the next 50 years. But I think if people understand actually what the problems are, and then they're always going to be external problems, even internal problems. But again, in my opinion, parenting and education. number one and number two, but maybe it's the reverse, not necessarily in that order, I guess. We're not going to sit here. You can't fix a political system if you're not raising people who are smart enough to fix the electoral system. And we've just basically trashed liberal arts. Patriotic education is indoctrination. We don't need patriotic education. We just need education. The patriots will come. These two, as a matter of fact, I'm going to move the fuck on. I'm tired of listening to these silly boys. Let us move on to some silly old men. I've had enough. God damn it. And I don't know why why racist Ryan is uncomfortable coming up to my panel, but I tell you, motherfucker won't come up to my panel talking the same shit he did to Clifford. Motherfucker, Ryan knows better. Most of these motherfuckers know better. Go over to Clifford, where you can talk your shit to him and he'll tolerate it and pretend he's a man. Ryan knows better than to come up to my goddamn panel. He doesn't have to pay. He doesn't have to give me a penny. What he needs to do is come up here and see if he can contend. Your money won't save you up here, bucko.
Personnel who are selected to have tickets to this event. They are required to meet current waist to height ratio and physical fitness standards. So the crowd should look good.
Yeah, well, I guess there'll be an exception for the president
Yes,
in that
I think
case.
so. I think so. Hi, I'm Robert Siegel in conversation about politics with two very insightful observers of American politics and society. Our regular participant, author, and New York Times opinion contributor, E.J. Dionne.
Great to be with you.
Good to see you again. And Peter Wehner, who's a contributor to The Times and also The Atlantic, and who served as a speechwriter in 3 Republican administrations, Ronald Reagan's and the 2 Bushes. Thanks for joining us.
Great to be with both of you. Thanks. Great to have you, Pete.
And we're going to start by taking note of the birthday that falls on this weekend, Donald Trump's 80th. We went more than 2 centuries without having an octogenarian in the White House, and now we've had 2 in a row. And I'd like to hear your thoughts about Trump at 80, and especially how that landmark's going to be observed. UFC will present a 7-fight card in a cage that's been hoisted onto the White House South Lawn. EJ, why don't you start things off? First of all, this birthday celebration is billed both as UFC Freedom 250 and UFC White House. It's been folded into the celebration of the country's 250th birthday.
Well, first, lest anyone out there think that all of us are ignorant about MMA, I want to point out that you, some years ago, did a 13-minute piece on NPR, quite fair and balanced, if I forgive me for using that term, that included a philosopher who does MMA. So let's get that out of the way.
And it included a young reporter, Tam Keith, out of San Francisco, who went and witnessed the fight for us.
Oh, that's fantastic. There are a couple of things about this. First, I don't think it's a great idea for Donald Trump to be reminding everyone that he's 80 years old at this moment when he shows various signs of faltering or saying very odd things. Secondly, it is not at all surprising, but still astonishing that he has really tried to fold his own birthday into the country's birthday and suggests that somehow these are equivalent or equal events. I mean, perhaps that goes too far, but he's really merged the two. But there's a third thing here, which is, and I know this thanks to a very good piece that Michael Shearer did in The Atlantic. There's been a real fight over the control of the 250th. And believe it or not, there was bipartisan agreement on how we should celebrate it. There was a group called America 250. And then President Trump came in and essentially took it over, kind of knocked that aside. But there was a great quote in Michael Shearer's piece. This is straight out of It's a Wonderful Life, when Mr. Potter steals George Bailey's money and tries to drive him to the brink. And, and with Trump, it is always playing to the base. MMA, these numbers are hard to find for sure, but as best I can tell, it appeals to 10 to 12% of us, overwhelmingly male. And, it's once again going to the base. And at a moment when we could talk about the Constitution and the Declaration, and while we do argue a lot, and they're good arguments, I think, about the meaning of the Constitution and the Declaration, we all honor them. But instead, we're just thrust into starting out with a sport that John McCain described, late John McCain described as human cockfighting.
Yeah. Pete, mixed martial arts, UFC, one can just say this is stuff that Donald Trump likes, or is it a calculated appeal to this cult of masculinity?
I'd say it's both. He clearly likes it. This is one of his longest standing cultural institutional affiliations. I mean, he was promoting MMA and UFC back in the early 2000s. I think when it was banned by various states, he allowed his Taj Mahal in Atlantic City to host them. So he's had an attachment to it and to Dana White, who's the president of it for a long time. I do think it's cultural signaling of a kind of sort of populist gesture. I would say that the only sporting event that Donald Trump could go to these days and not get booed would be the UFC or MMA. If you saw
Good
him,
reference, Pete.
if you saw him in Madison Square Garden for the Knicks game earlier this week, it was just a cascade of boos, and has happened elsewhere. I would say that apart from that, something is different. One is that previous presidents have hosted athletes all the time, Super Bowl winners and others. That sounded unusual. The idea of not just hosting athletes, but making an event a centerpiece for the White House, bringing it into the executive space, that's different. Even in your introduction, I mean, I worked in the White House. You said that there's a cage hoisted on the south lawn of the White House, and it's like for people who work there in particular, you're thinking that didn't happen when I worked there or anybody else. The last thing I would say that makes this different is it's not a one-off for Donald Trump. This sport captures his ethic. There's a brutality and a cruelty and an effort to dominate people that has been a through line through Donald Trump's life, and so this UFC event is very consistent with who he's been and how he treats people.
I'd add here that according to the Washington Post, the military personnel who were selected to have tickets to this event, and I think at least half of the people watching it, a few thousand, will be military, they are required to meet current waist-to-height ratio and physical fitness standards. So the crowd should look good.
Yeah, well, I guess there'll be an exception for the president
Yes,
in that case.
I think so. Pretty soon the country is going to be celebrating the 250th anniversary of American independence, which brings back for me some memories of the 200th, the bicentennial. I wonder if you have strong memories of that, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I was relatively young kid at the time, but this is probably true of all of us. My memory of it was the ships in the harbor, the tall ships, and I had that memory of Watergate, Nixon having resigned 2 years before, and there was a palpable sense of unity in the country and a celebration, and I think that to me kind of flipped the switch of when we got out of that sort of Watergate era and began to look into something and enter into something better.
EJ?
I have a very similar memory to Pete's in a political sense that you looked back at Watergate and you looked back at the country rising up against corruption and actually getting a president to resign, and you felt that whatever flaws we have had, and certainly we have had flaws as a country, we've set up a set of institutions that when they work and when people are willing to make them work, can protect our democracy and our freedom. So I thought it was entirely significant that we were celebrating this 200th after Watergate.
I actually have a very strong, truly New York memory of the bicentennial, which was everybody was very excited about the coming of the tall ships. And a couple of weeks before July 4th, We were at a party, met a couple. He was a psychiatrist. That's the only thing I remember about him. When he heard where our apartment was, he offered to cater our watch party if he could just come and take pictures out the window. And so we had a wonderful gathering and watched the tall ships, which had no connection before that to July 4th that I knew of, and none that I've heard of since, but it was a wonderful day. And
John, because I don't want to cry right now. Let me celebrate the people that support the channel.
Let's okay, so this is great. Let's go back to the very beginning. Damn. So John Galt, are they talking about me? CKJ? Hopefully they're not. They're probably going to make amends. It's how this stuff works. And that's fine. I don't subscribe to either of them. They both have their problems. And I see Ryan Bardwell went from here over there. And Ryan Bardwell says in Nidus's chat, educate them blacks, John. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're right. This ought to be worth watching. Let's watch this. Damn. Shit, let me break out some more beer. I was about to wrap up the show. Thanks, CK.
New York Times, all these people. I just want to go over this real quick. The cost of doing nothing. Several of my phone calls sometimes with
oh wait, never.
My goodness, look who has graced my doors. Let's bring him up.
Come on in.
My doors. Let's bring.
Come on in.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. I said good evening to y'all. He has an echo in the back. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Galt.
He's drunk as fuck is what's going on, just like you are apparently. This motherfucker's so drunk, he's too drunk.
He came and he went.
Nidus is so drunk he can't find his hat.
Manufacturers for the supplement stuff today, and then also with the franchise stuff. We had to do some trainings, got to get onboarding stuff done. The cost of doing nothing. So many people.
The cost of doing nothing is what we're going to get into. Let's see if it works this time. How are you doing, Mr. Galt?
I'm just taking the victory lap.
Nice. You have to admit, I've been right about these blacks all along. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. Why would
You
you
don't
think I would
know?
agree?
Now I'm asking you, and like, would you agree that since I came on the scene,
Why is John Galt slurring or lisping or both? The fuck? Oh, this ought to be funny. Thank CKJ3 motherfucker. This is why you are an executive producer. Folks, one of the things that I appreciate about these executive producers is they bring premium content. It's like, dude, the executive producer CKJ3 has brought a scoop. Let us see what the hell is gonna happen. Oh lordy, lordy, lord. The link is posted. Y'all come up here and let's do some roasting.
I really been showing you the side of the blacks and no one else showing you that?
Wait, Mr. Galt, can I ask you a question if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Galt now.
Are you sober right now, sir?
Nah, I'm a little drunk right now. I ain't gonna lie
A
to you.
little bit, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. But I just did
So
a 12 hours.
one second.
Me too.
1 second. I want you to
Let me,
solidify
you
the
know what?
point
Let
that
me
you're making right now. Are you
let me see if I can I'm on a Discord with him. We speak on Discord. Let me just let me see if I can't find him. Chaotic Insiders. Dude, let me just give me 1 sec, please. Excuse me. Sorry for the dead air, folks, but I can't multitask and type and all that stuff at the same time. I told Speak Radio, please tune in for the Galt and Nightish reunion.
saying that black people, hatred for black people is more important than they love for each other?
Say that one more time.
Black people's hatred for black people is more important than their love for each other.
Well, I don't know about the word important, but clearly it's more.
Listen to this dumb motherfucker. How does that even make sense? And you know, this is the one thing, and I know Nightish really had a problem with me. This motherfucker smiling like the cat who caught the canary and is as limited as John Galt is. But Nightish sounds like he is the smartest. Dude is the smartest person in his house, and he's gonna soon be leaving that house. So smile, motherfucker, smile.
Prevalent, right? Would you agree with that?
I don't want to agree, but my situation, it kind of looks like that. I'd have to.
Dude, what the fuck is it with these Negroes and thinking every goddamn body cares about their situation? Now, dude, it's unmanly. Dude, nobody is coming to save you. You've got to save yourself. You're 56 years old, dude. Nobody's coming to save you. Fucking save yourself. Stop telling people about your situation. Nobody cares. Stop. They may have sympathy, but they're not going to motherfucking come to your rescue. You had a chance to do that in your real life. You were telling everybody on your channel, Nightish, what you were going through, and people were constantly going, what? Dude, Nightish is a victim who he's a particular type of victim. It would take me an hour, and I'm not even a psychologist, but the shit is just, dude, nobody cares.
Acquiesce.
Oh, black people ought to be a community. Stanley, you're individualists. Yeah, motherfucker. Wake up and smell the coffee. The community, especially this YouTube community, they're not coming to save your ass.
To your perspective when it comes to how we treat each other.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just taking my victory lap here. Nightish, the blacks don't want to admit the truth. Like, you know, I put it directly in their face. It's hard to look away from what I'm showing you. And I don't think anyone else does it like this. Can you think of another channel that shows you really how blacks live, like behind the scenes, like what I do?
Oh my God.
I gotta think about it.
It ain't that many though, Nightish. You have to admit, it ain't that many that really show you truly how blacks live. Like, a lot of people talk about how blacks live.
Listen to this weirdo. So he thinks blacks live like they live in his fucking, in his, oh my God. Dude, John Galt grew up in Alabama. Even he didn't grow up like the people in his buildings live. This dude is literally on the backslide of fucking rationality. Dude is slowly going mad. Blacks, he didn't grow up like these black people are growing up. The fuck is he talking about?
But no one brings you that raw dope of how they actually live with
Oh
video
shit.
footage.
He got that dope, y'all.
I do got some dope. You have to admit though, Nightish. You don't think I got you? Like, if you to be honest, you know I got some dope, right?
I'm anti-dope shit.
But you know what I mean. Like, don't get caught up on the dope word. But you know what I'm showing. Like, it's some raw shit that a lot of the blacks don't want to confront. You would agree with that?
But this is what I want from you, John. I want you to come back when you're a little bit more sober, a little bit more articulate, and can elaborate on what exactly you are saying.
Am I not doing a good job?
If you can elaborate a little bit better on what you're saying,
Right,
I might be able to agree with.
Let me see if I can do a little bit better job. You know, Nightish, I did do a 12-hour stream straight up, no panelists, no guests. Well, maybe I had a couple guests, but no one on screen on the panel. But like, I think a lot of the blacks, when they see the content that I show of how blacks live, it's a difficult thing to swallow. Would you agree with that?
As a man, I don't want to swallow nothing.
But you know what I mean.
My
It's
goodness,
that's a
horrible suggestion.
It's a difficult thing for blacks to digest. Would you agree? When I came on scene, you never heard no niggas talking like me before, have you?
Yeah, chaotic truth.
Chaotic truth ain't that nigga ain't no John Galt. Trust me. That nigga ain't no John Galt. You know that.
Whoa. Y'all better pay attention and listen. He said that chaotic is not a John Galt.
But I'm saying we do different things. I'm not belittling and putting him down. I'm just saying we do different things.
But I thought that's where you found Be Brave at.
But that don't mean that chaotic and out of sync. People would do different things. You would agree with that.
Explain the differences.
Chaotic, you know.
Wait, John. This is what I want to do with you right here, while you're here right now. Let's have a little interview. What made you come to this resolve? What made you come to saying that you had to have this discussion, let people understand where these blacks is in default?
Well, you know,
don't
if
really
you've been listening to my,
understand where they coming from.
if you,
Dude, you know what? He better pray John Galt isn't up there to talk about Nightish. Nightish had, let me tell y'all something. You know, even if a black man or a black woman is failing in life, there's such a thing as pride, and neither of these 50-year-old YNs have any goddamn pride, dude. People don't need to know this shit. There is a certain anonymity that you can keep as a YouTube content creator. We don't need to know about Nightish's problems, but now that we do know Nightish's problems, it could just be that John Galt is up here to troll this motherfucker. He bet Nightish, that little creepy smile, like, ooh, I'm the smart one here. Dude, you better pray. John Galt is not dumb. You better pray he's not up there to crush your dumb ass. Dude, I've been warning you for months that you're not that bright. Now, I hope John Galt is really drunk, because if John Galt was sober, he'd be crushing your dumb ass. Dude, let us pray.
I've been listening to my channel for a long time. You realize, like, I've been dealing. I came to realization probably about age 10.
Age 10?
Yeah.
Wait, John. Don't forget your thought. I got to bring somebody up, and then I want to have this discussion. Age 10 is when you came up with the understandings of what the blacks do. Okay, give me 1 second.
Come on in.
Plan, it's always a treat when players meet. Church.
What's going on, Lord ADS? Lord
What up,
ADS, give me a moment, Lord ADS. John Galt said at age 10, he had an epiphany about the blacks. Let's hear what his epiphany was.
You know, I realized early on that I could move blacks with my words. And that was very interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? You can even hear it to this day. Like, my words have, you know, an effect on blacks for what it's worth. And, you know, I realized that very early on.
Here's my question for you, and even though you may have realized that early on.
Yeah.
What is the, and don't take this as disrespect, because I really
No,
wanna
I don't
know.
think it's disrespect, man.
Yeah. What is it that makes you smoke and drink as you talk about the blacks? What is it that it seemed like there's an emptiness inside of you? What does that emptiness come from, if you know the answers to be a better black than them blacks?
You know, I will say this though, Nice. You know, maybe you touched on something. You know, like, it's hard to make friends with blacks. I don't have a lot of friends, to be honest with you, because a lot of them are race first, and so, you know, throughout my life, it has been very, very, you know, very difficult to make friends with people.
Now listen to this non-self-aware dumb fuck. He talks about the blacks every day, but he says other blacks are race first. His best friend is a fucking bottom-feeding white supremacist but other blacks are race first? Does this motherfucker, dude, what on earth is going on here? Galt has no sense of self. Nitish has no sense of self. These are literally knobs. They're both bald and they got cue ball heads and solid brains apparently, but there's no gray matter. Neither one of them have a sense of self. The fuck? Dude is an anti-black black and he's saying other blacks are race first. Motherfucker, your whole show is about showing how blacks live. That's race first if anything is. And Nitish, all he fucking talks about is just this black people can't get together and be black. Dude, both of these motherfuckers are really just, they're broken somehow. They are broken.
Because, you know, I deal in the business where I'm dealing with a lot of blacks, and I can't be around people that make excuses for blacks when blacks take such advantage of me by not paying their rent, so on and so forth. And so if you're one of those blacks that don't make
By the way, just so you know, Dirty Dude, I know a lot of one of the things, and this is specifically to Dirty Dude, I know a lot of these people, that are wrench holders in my chat. Look, I don't have to live with these people and all that sort of stuff. Dude, there are probably the majority of people who hold wrenches in, on my channel are in every show John Galt does. They're in his chat. I know this, and that's fine. Whatever. As long as they don't bring that bullshit over here, I'm good with it. They're adults. They can have their souls polluted by that John Galt racist anti-black stuff. Dude, this is more than sad. I actually kind of feel sorry for John Galt and Nitish. They're struggling. They're struggling with their humanity, to be honest.
excuses for the blacks to take advantage of me, you can clearly understand why I would have probably even stronger negative opinion about the people that make excuses for the blacks. Like, it's taking food out of my kids' mouth. My mama, everybody that depend on me when these blacks don't pay their rent and demand to live for free. You understand?
So I don't want to take words out of your mouth. So are you saying that you really love these people and they letting you down?
I mean, ain't no love. I ain't gonna say love per se. I don't know many of these people.
Okay, so let's take the love thing out. But are they letting you down? Are they letting you down?
Well, what I will say is this, man. To be honest with you, is like I'm the same color as these people. People always ask me, why don't you go buy in a rich white neighborhood? Well, I would be at a disadvantage of the rich white neighborhood because I'm not rich and I'm not white. I grew up a poor ass nigga. I know poor people. And so I provided service for poor people. And
so you got a love in your heart
for
poor black people. And then, no. You got a love in your heart for black people, and they keep letting you down. You really want to be there to provide for them, and they not reciprocate. You don't feel no reciprocity.
Well, you said love, but again, like,
but the only reason I say that is because it sounds like you're heartbroken.
Well, I will say this, to be honest.
No. Are you heartbroken because these people can't live up to a basic? Let me see how you say this.
I'm just, honestly, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm kind of disappointed to see, like, it's been 30 years I've been doing this in DC, man. It's I ain't gonna lie to you, it's kind of disappointing to see, blacks being passed by every group, at least from a landlord perspective. And that's no hatred, what I'm saying? That's maybe if we want to characterize that as love. But yeah, there probably is some, some uh some you know some hurt there to see blacks being passed by, and that is what I'm seeing. Uh, you know,
I want to say this to the people that's watching. I ain't got no more smoke for John Gall, because what it sounds like to me is that he want to be there for y'all, and y'all not showing up.
well, I mean, I ain't blaming nobody. Now, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got to do what they got to do, but I think that
But if they can't listen, if you provide them a service and you showing up, and then they can't show up, it sounds like they letting you down.
I mean, I don't want to point no fingers anywhere, anything like that. But what I'm saying is, like, I think that, and I've demonstrated it now over the years, is that a lot of black people want to do business with other black people, from their landlords. They probably don't even have any expectation of having the convenience store, the liquor store, and being black. But the landlord, they probably do want to have an expectation, because when you have bumps in the road in your life, the landlord is usually the one that you're talking to. And if he has a cultural similarity to yours, you can kind of talk to him better. And that is what I'm saying. Like, when blacks say, "Why don't you go to the white neighborhood and rent out properties?" I'm a nigga. Like, I know black people very well. I know how to deal with them. I know how to talk to them. I'm comfortable around them. I don't know how to deal with luxury clientele. I've never lived a luxury life, so how would I know what luxury people want? And I think that's what black people are missing out when they say, "Why don't you go to a rich neighborhood?"
Dude, so there are no black people living a luxury life? This dude is just far gone with the weed and the beer and the misery of his life. Dude, I literally get to read. I get to do a YouTube show. I got a son in a major engineering school. I'm literally living a great life. The fuck? I can walk 15 minutes and go fishing. I can order my groceries. I can order my beer. Dude, now I'm not saying I'm living the best life, but I'm sorry. There are a lot of people in the black diaspora are not living like black Americans do. John Galt is just far gone, and Knightish not pushing back is he's demonstrating the critique I've had of him all along. Dude doesn't know enough to even push back against John's bullshit. Dude, this is seriously, when you say sad, CK, yeah, you were being you were understating the sadness.
Well, I've never serviced rich people. Most blacks do not know what it's like to live and experience a life of being serviced as a rich person. At best, they're first generation rich. So I'm very comfortable with black people, and I think a lot of other black people, should, instead of running away from black people, just try to find your way around blacks. It'd be a lot easier.
Lord ADS, what do you think about this? I think that man is pouring out his heart today.
I ain't pouring out my heart.
I have some agreements with John Galt on that. I've been disappointed by my people too. Now, as far as living in luxury, yeah, there's nothing wrong, John, moving to a better neighborhood. You can still go see your people. I live on the north side of Atlanta in Gwinnett County. My people call me Whitey, right? Because they say I'm surrounded by white people. I go visit them every once in a while.
They don't call you whitey, motherfucker. You're wearing like a, what is it? He's wearing cornrows and shit. We know you're not. He's light skinned, but he needs to be black by doing cornrows. I don't think they're calling you whitey. I simply don't believe that.
Weekend, maybe go watch a game, maybe go check out shit, go saying something like that, right? But I bring my ass back to the north side when I'm done. Ain't nothing wrong with that, John.
Well, again, I'm not criticizing whatever you choose, but there are, downstream consequences for your choices. If you choose to live away from blacks, then someone's going to fill that void and open up the convenience stores, liquor stores, whatever in your neighborhood. And maybe they won't be as culturally as compatible with you as a fellow black person. And then downstream from that, maybe there's a Cyrus Belton that pops up, and now you blacks are protesting. A lot of things that we see could be avoided if there wasn't this unnatural relationship, that you see in much of the ghetto. That's my opinion.
I believe that's healthy. That same balance and healthy.
Very balanced.
Listen. We got 30 some people watching and 22 likes. The like button is free. Like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the hype button, hype me up, and support the.
Hey, CK, look, he has never been married in his 40s. He considers himself kind of a player. He lives in ATL. Hey, let him be him. I don't have a problem with it. My only thing is nobody's calling you whitey with fucking cornrows. And it's kind of a fancy cornrow. It's not like straight, front to back. It's like a design and shit. But all I have to say is nobody's calling you whitey. And they're not. Maybe you know what? Maybe they do call him whitey. Maybe they know white men with cornrows. Oh, hey. CKJ3, dude, don't go there. Dude, I was mocking. Let me tell you the 3 men who did not spend time with their kids. Well, Nightish didn't, John Galt didn't, and C. Moore didn't. And I'm just curious, did any of their kids even call them? I bet these motherfuckers didn't even get a call. And Lord ADS doesn't have kids, so I'm not talking about him. Dude, this is so sad. CKJ3, big salute to you being an executive producer of this show. I never would have known had it not been for you. Damn, you're a good executive producer. Oh, yeah. CKJ3, I'm not disagreeing about shit. I don't think any man should have braids. Look, you can be an artist. I mean, artists will do the styles and stuff like that. But if you're just some dude, working in IT, like my hair, look, I'm not going to get my hair braided. At some point, one of these days, I may go get a haircut. But dude, my father teases the hell out of me about my hair. And every time I go down there, he's like, man, I wonder what your mother would say about this hair. Dude, I spent most like 90, even up to, I would say pre-2020, I always had a fairly military haircut. I just, you know what? I didn't want to go to the barbershop during COVID, and I just don't want to go now. If I need a haircut, I have no problems. If I get a bald spot or something like that, oh, all of it's coming off. I'm not fucking, doing a comb over and shit like that. But, I've been blessed at 61 with, decent hair, and I'm going to flaunt it to bald motherfuckers like John Galt and Knightish. They get pissed when I cam up. That's why I don't. Now I'm kind of messing. I'm joking on that part.
Channel. We listen. I never heard John Galt be this transparent before.
I'm always the same thing, man.
I always knew John had good in him, brother. I told y'all John's a good dude, software engineer, genius.
Oh, listen
He
to
just
this.
act like this to get
This mother,
his audience
Lord
Man,
ADS. John Galt maybe was a software engineer. Listen to ADS. I told y'all. I'm gonna rewind this a little bit. ADS, come on, man. Come on.
We listen. I never heard John Galt be this transparent before.
I'm always the same thing, man.
I always knew John had good in him, brother. I told y'all John's a good dude, software engineer, genius. He just act like this to get his audience together.
Man, I don't do this. No, this is where you got me wrong, bro. Like, man, this ain't my living, bro. Like, I swear for God to you, I'm not doing anything to try to get likes, clicks, shares, subscribes. You very rarely hear me tell people to like, share, subscribe to the channel, anything like that. That's just not that's not my motivation, to be honest with you. And I think that a lot of blacks, and again, this is my own personal experience. A lot of blacks are driven by money, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong, but where is the passion that drives you to chase the money? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
it's not to cut you off, brother John. It's not passion; it's pure poverty for most people.
And that's what I'm saying. That's a very poor motivator. If you're driven strictly by poverty, that's a poor motivator. You can be poor and have motivators that have nothing to do with money. Maybe you take an interest in, I don't know, car engines or wood or chopping down a tree. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But to have no hobbies, passions, motivations, that's an idle mind that's in America is best suited to be taken advantage of, if that makes sense.
Facts. Yeah, that makes sense.
Listen. I hope y'all can hear. I don't even like this. I don't even think if I like this or not. Listen. Damn it! I want to cuss you out, John. I want to play that fucking Slumlord song.
I played on my.
If y'all don't listen, if y'all don't have no passion in y'all heart to appreciate John Galt coming up here to be vulnerable today, and understand that he really cared about black people. I really thought John Galt was a coon and a sellout, and I was really just.
Dude, this is literally cooning. Dude, anything, Knightish. Dude, this is cooning over a coon. This motherfucker has no brain to speak of.
Jump on his neck.
But
it sounded like he loved y'all. And y'all don't understand what he's saying.
But now, did you have to listen to so many people?
Knightish actually, someone told Knightish he was smart, and he literally thinks that he's hitting home runs here. It is amazing. This, to use Richard's words, amazing. It's
Oh Lord.
Black women, they call me.
Man, I'm about to clip this shit up. This is seriously, I guess it's hilarious. Now that I think of it.
Compliment me. And what they're saying, if you really pay close attention, is that the government can't solve these people's problems. But someone like me, or a multitude of people like me, down on the street, can solve a lot of.
A multitude of slumlords, a multitude of people who abuse Black people who are down on their luck for profit and cash apps on YouTube. I'm sorry to tell you this. Not only does the quote Black community not need it, America doesn't need it. You need to stop thinking you're a hero, Galt. And Nightish, you need to be packing your shit. Don't you have to be out at a certain point in time?
Fuck that. I'm gonna shut you up because I don't want to be your friend, nigga. I want to be your enemy. You up here trying to wait, John. Is this some are you trying to play in my face?
Nah, man, I always play it straight every time. Everywhere you see me, man, I'm always playing it straight.
Damn it, I don't want to be. Damn it.
But there's a clip on my channel just from the other day, where this Black lady, she's like, we need more people like you that provide housing for, low income, poor people who got messed up credit, but they still honest people. That's what, like, a lot of, to be honest with you, a lot of poor working class Black people are yearning for. Someone who could give the working class honest Blacks a shot. Short of that.
Again, just a weird misunderstanding of Black culture, American culture, economics, etc. Working class Blacks they're not perfect, but they're surviving. Stop looking down on working class Blacks, you dumb fuck. Dude, this dude is just ignorant. I don't know what to think, but dude, if you're these guys, these old YNs who think they know about Black culture because they live in the hood and they're experts, no, they're not. You're good at your hood, but you don't speak on a whole class of Black people. Working class Blacks, John thinks he's an expert on the topic. Nightish thinks he's an expert. These old YNs have no sense of humility. They have no wisdom. Okay, a wise man literally knows that he's not that kind of expert. These two belong together for sure. And Nightish would never play that John Galt tune because he doesn't have that kind of testosterone level. Nightish is literally fawning over this motherfucker. I'm glad Nightish doesn't want to have beef with me anymore. And I suspect it's mostly because I don't have a beef with him. He's not my equal. Why would I have beef with Nightish? He's annoying, but dude, a feud, a beef, fuck it. I can do my own shit. I don't need Nightish.
Like, they're prone to scammers, people that's just trying to prey on them, because Blacks are nothing more than a prey class in America for the most part.
Deacon Dave, we did make a truce. Okay, so Dave, does a truce mean to you that I can't speak my mind about Galt?
he certainly speaks his mind about me. Okay, maybe in your gulag tinged idea of what human relations are, a truce, look, technically at this point, Iran and the US have a truce, but they're still shooting missiles at each other. Motherfucker, a truce doesn't mean that I'm not going to speak my mind and critique at will. It just means I'm not going to go overboard with it. But I listen to John Galt occasionally, at least for a few minutes. Motherfucker, he can talk shit. And Dave, you've been on his panel. I'm sorry, you've been in his show when my name will come up occasionally, and it definitely comes up in his chat. Stop acting like Galt doesn't do the same thing. Dave, sometimes you are rather hypocritical with this bullshit. I know more than you might think I do. I'll say what the fuck I want to say about John Galt. If he has a problem with it, he knows where I am. Same thing with Nightish. Dude, once you piss me off, dude, I'm gonna say what I want to say, even if we have a truce. The fuck? Who the fuck? Honestly, sometimes I wonder who the fuck these YouTube blacks are. Dude, what truce? Truce means I can't speak my mind? The fuck is wrong with these YouTube YNs? And the funniest I've come across in quite some time is motherfucking Clifford. This motherfucker acts like he's my equal and he's my competition. The fuck? Oh, Stanley, I'm gonna roast your ass. Well, motherfucker, roast me, bitch. Who gives a fuck? You aren't that verbal. Dude, I will fry your ass on your own panel. And I've done it plenty of times. Dude, who the fuck do these Nimrods think they are? What in the fuck? Stop asking me stupid questions, Deacon Dave. Of course we have a truce. Anytime John Galt gets pissed off with my critique, he can bring his dumb ass over here. He went up on Nitish's show. I guess he could come up on mine. But I'm not going to treat him with kid gloves. I'm going to be me. The fuck? Oh, and by the way, it made me laugh last night because Thin7 says I'm abrasive. Well, no duh. You don't think I know that I'm abrasive? What the fuck? Do these people actually think that I'm as numbskulled as a lot of these old YNs on YouTube? I have a sense of self. I know I'm a bit of a chore, but I know who I am, and if you can't deal with it, don't. Oh, Stanley, I have a problem because sometimes you're abrasive. And you think I'm going to stop because you have a problem with it?
Yeah, John, what they tend to do is mistake friendliness or friendship with opportunities, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you don't own the properties to rent to the blacks, you don't own the convenience stores to sell Cheetos to the blacks, you don't own the liquor stores selling Hennessy to the blacks, then the people that come in to fill the void are just preying on you. Like, there's no one that looks at these people and say, oh, they look like my grandmama, or he could be my brother, or something like that. I'm going to give him a shot. The rest of the world sees blacks as like with a bad reputation. So they need a black ecosystem of people for the honest ones. And there are a lot of honest blacks that need a shot. You hear that on my channel all the time.
Okay, so John Galt's mission in life is to give these blacks a shot like he does Johnny Boy? Oh, well, the fuck is this guy talking about?
but there are just a very few blacks. Look at the LeBron James and people like that in the world. They're not going to go invest in no ghetto and provide opportunities and that springboard up for the poor blacks. And that is what the poor blacks are very desirous of. A nigga like a John Galt to give them a shot. Their credit is fucked. They can't, get credit. They don't have a lot of money.
Let me mute John because I don't want to cry right now. Let me celebrate the people that support the channel.
Let me ask you all a question. Should I get like a money song? Like when I get a Cash App, should I do a song or a little white man wiggle like CT? Or just give you a manly thank you very much? And speaking of which, I guess I should thank DertyDude, who is an early sponsor of this upcoming Saturday show. Thank you, DertyDude. Let's thank our our executive producer, CKJ3, Lupin Reiging, and Speak Radio. But it wouldn't be me to do a song. Must be the money. No, I don't know that I'd be able to pull that off. Just a manly shout out. Yeah. Soft voice and diction and all that stuff. Hey, it's manly to, and not only do a shout out, but tell you all that I thoroughly appreciate you. I enjoy doing the show. I do it daily, which I probably shouldn't do, but hey, it's part of my daily routine at this point. And I absolutely appreciate the support and heartily thank you all. And the link is pinned. Don't be shy, especially you, Tina. We need a song. Well, write me a song, darling, and I will sing it to thee.
Got me a couple of dollars. Guess what I'm gonna do?
We always want to support the people that support the channel. So shout out to Ryan Bardwell for the Cash App. I appreciate you.
Oh, of course, Ryan Bardwell. Oh, god damn. Dude, these people. This is awesome. Ryan Bardwell, now we know where he's hanging out. He was in my chat earlier today, and he was in here yesterday. He'll probably wander back over to CM's at some point.
I appreciate you. John Galt is up here saying that he's trying to be somewhat of a solution.
Who is
for
Moonlight?
the downtrodden and the ones that
You mean
got it
Mooncake?
hard. And maybe I wasn't listening to him properly when I listened to him before. I want to be a person that, want to have accountability. And we not finna jump on John because he's being vulnerable right now. This is a good conversation. He's saying he want to help y'all, but y'all got to be able to help him too, and just do what you say you gonna do. If he go out and reach out to somebody who credit is messed up, give you a place to stay in, he don't want to be threatened like the 50-something-year-old that wanted to threaten him, talk about he gonna get the gangbangers.
Dude, listen to this defense of a fucking slumlord. Nightish, dude, you have no soul. You literally, dude, and I have a truce with John Galt because, I say what I have to say, and, just this tipping back and forth is just kind of resource intensive and all this stuff. But I'm not going to sit up here and pretend that John Galt is anything other than he is. Nightish, what Nightish is doing, in my opinion, is he's going to make up because he might be able to make a couple bucks. And I'm sorry, my head is never going to be that shiny.
Or the dude that got cancer and whatever else. Maybe I wasn't listening well.
I mean, like, think about it. The cancer patient, bro, if you want to focus on him, for instance,
Salute,
one of the
Savage.
reasons
Good to
why I
see you.
ended up renting to him is that a white man turned him down.
It was a decent
And the
convo.
white man turned him
Okay,
down with
Nightish, I'm
look,
sorry. Savage, as you may have discerned by now, my idea of what a decent convo is a lot different than a lot of people on these YouTube streets. I think this is just two really substandard 50-some-year-old black men getting along. They're substandard. They're nothing to nothing I would admire.
you're gonna die soon. And I don't want you dying in my house. Okay, well, I took him anyway. I knew you were gonna die. I knew you sick. I knew you down and out, whatever, man. Like, I done cleaned up after a bunch of dead blacks. So another dead black, as long as he ain't causing me any problems, he's too sick to cause anybody any problems. He's gonna stay to himself. It's a win-win for everybody. He needed a place to live, and I was willing to clean up after him when he died. You can see that on the channel. The white person, they're not willing to deal with that. And you can hear the black man say it. The white man turned me down. And so for the blacks to call me slumlord and stuff like that, the blind spot is they're not seeing people like the man who just spent 37 years in prison.
Okay, once again, dude, if you think that slumlords are like saints, yeah, you give someone like that a place to stay. It's your business model, dumb fuck. You're not Catholic Charities. You're not doing it for free. And when they can't make rent, you monetize it on YouTube. Stop. What the fuck is it with these old YNs and their victim complexes? Motherfucker, you abuse these people and you monetize it and you fucking do whole shows and you get people like Ryan Bardwell and Be Brave. Dude, you will call Be Brave like, hey, let's get on a panel and let's talk to this N-word because, you know, he's being, you know, what we expect an N-word to be. John, I'm sorry, but it's an accurate description of your business model. You are a slumlord. You talk about these people like they're subhuman, and then you get mad when people describe your business model. And Nightish, dude, you're so down on your luck, I'm not going to even bother going in after you, other than to say, you letting John Galt up here and treating him like a hero, dude, you have no moral standard of which to speak. Someone tell Nightish what I'm doing. Tell him he can review it tomorrow on his show. And I won't be coming up to defend myself because I don't need to. Dude, this is sad.
Come out with throat cancer and no one wants to rent to him. And the only one out here on the street corner is me, selling the dope. Right? There's no one else out on the corner with me. Just me. Like, not a lot of blacks want to deal with other blacks. And so when you hear these blacks call me and express such appreciation, that is why, because there's, you know, as important as housing is, there's very few black people that's willing to get into the arena. And so when they bump into a black person, they're happy as hell, bro. They're happy as hell.
Let's get back to Erica Williams. Everyone is getting hilariously rich, and you're not.
Will be like, hey, I had this ideal in 2019, 2017, 2018, 2021, 2022, 2023, and I just go, well, what happened? Well, I ain't really done nothing with it. And I always tell you the cost of doing nothing is that like opportunities are like bananas. You know, timing matters, right? You get that banana day 1 through 5. It's the best banana you ever had in your life. Is great. It's great.
About live your dreams, enjoy your experience, right? Versus just being cooped up in the house all day. It's just, loss of life, right?
Yeah, they call it YOLO, right?
Facts.
You only live once. That's why I never really saw my wife from vacation and doing all of the shit you wanted to do. I just didn't want to do it. So go to Alaska, go to Puerto Vallarta, go to Ibiza, go to all these places, and I hope that that's really making you happy. I just didn't want to do it. I'm okay with a cold bottle of wine and some motherfucking Netflix, and not a whole lot of pussy, just a little bit, to get me over. I'm okay with some
Listen
pussy.
to this weird.
You don't have to
okay, this
blow
is
my
what
mind.
These ghetto boys, this is what these ghetto boys do. They want to talk about their personal lives and the pussy and all this stuff. Dude, now I am a bit of a prude, let's just say, but this is this is not an appropriate conversation. It's unmanly. What kind of man talks about the pussy he gets? Dude, in my opinion, I do bring up my wife every now and again, but I never talk about our life together, the pussy I got. Dude, this is just low class, trashy behavior, and it's unmanly. You're not respecting your wife if you're talking about the pussy you got. It's disgusting.
Just jump up
and this is fucking why I don't have a problem telling people like these two what I think of them. Who talks about their dead wife and pussy in the same paragraph? It's disgusting.
Down real crazy. I'm an old man now. I don't want you to throw my fucking hip out.
They're struggling. I have family members who play football, several. And I always, they get invited to the games. They're like, man, I can't even do the steps. Too many steps. The seat's too hard. The conversations they have, I always feel really bad for them because there is a time and place for everything. Sports included, money included. You can always make money, right? There was a TV show on HGTV where the guy was in a wheelchair and he was flipping houses. And that was the best show. They should have kept that show going the longest because it shows you anything is possible. And that's what a lot of people need to see. Anything is possible if you believe, the songs they put out, right? And
yeah, okay. Everyone is getting hilariously rich and you're not. Yeah, that seems like it's close to true.
Because the option in motion stays in motion. A person working on projects will find other projects. A person talking to more people will get more reps in. We'll get more
much. Because I want to do an interview with Savage, and I'm positive he's gonna fuck it up and not get on here. That's why we running through this show right now. We running through this show right now because we want to do an interview with Savage before this night is over with. And I'm positive my big brother Savage is gonna fuck it up. Well, let's move on from Erica Williams. Shout out to Erica Williams. I love me some Erica Williams.
Who gonna do the?
Okay, why does he think you're gonna fuck it up, Savage? You want to come up here and I can prep you for this interview? I can tell you some takedowns of this fucking disgusting human being talking about pussy and his dead wife in the same paragraph. That is so disrespectful of the dead. Yucky. Speak Radio, stop that. Mariah, you know what? Mariah, that is a weird thing to say in the chat, by the way. You really could imagine that? Let's see. CKJ3, it's pinned. But let me it should be pinned. But let me drop the link personally for you. There it is.
Interview with Savage, Stanley.
I'm finna. If Savage is even ready, I'm supposed to do an interview with him today. I want to do it at 6, so we got about 25 more minutes of this right here. But yeah, I'm gonna do the interview with him.
Savage, if it's his time.
He even ready, but I'm positive he ain't ready. He came in here. He came in here to let me know he was here, but I'm positive he got sidetracked. So
maybe a cup of tea.
25 minutes, we're supposed to do an interview with Savage Entertainment. Hopefully he here and we can get that done. But we're gonna move forward. Shout out to Erica Williams. I love me some Erica Williams. We're gonna wrap it up here with the Drip Show.
Hey, Savage.
This world.
He says around 6. Is his show over?
What happened?
I can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh shit! Hold on, sorry.
Let's see.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is he still alive?
I think it's he said he's doing like 7:15 on his time. I'm 2 hours ahead of his.
He said 6 just now, and it's 6:31 his time. He's on the West Coast. But anyway, let me see if he's still alive.
Yeah, he just texted me and said like 7:15.
Oh, so he
Oh,
okay.
shit.
Well, y'all are talking. You know
So-
it better than I do that.
Yeah, he texted me. So now it's 10 p.m. So in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that motherfucker will be as drunk as John Galt by that
I
time.
think this is breaking. I'm have to find better Wi-Fi.
So how you been? I haven't talked to you in a bit.
My Wi-Fi is acting up right now.
Your what?
My Wi-Fi is acting up right now. I gotta probably find another place to go.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. This is just an interesting conversation. It's interesting to see John just being all defensive. And I'm gonna put on my tinfoil paranoia hat. I think John is probably up there at some point, and maybe I'm being like CM, but Nidus has had a problem with me for a bit, and John Galt has had a problem with me for quite some time. So, two people who have a problem who, as far as I know, haven't really interacted with each other in quite some time. I'm just curious to know if my name comes up, and that's literally the only reason I'm watching it. I want to hear what they have to say. And we will not be one big happy family, Bobby, if that's what you're thinking. Because I know you're always trying to get the team back together.
We came from with it. Where let me see, it's called what was
Mariah, most of the moderators should be exempt from anything like that, except for now. You're not going to be exempt from the blacklisted words. I'm not gonna. Who the heck are you, my evil twin? What'd you say, Lim? YouTube. Yeah. How about let's not be racist in the chat? That's literally, and let me, I haven't really mentioned it. One of the reasons that I got this whole Nightbot thing, not every reason, but one of the reasons, I'm tired of the fucking blatant racism in my chat. So if YouTube is a funny joke to you, it's going to get flagged. And if you do it enough, you'll be timed out, moderator or not. It needs to stop. this is not John Galt's channel. Stop being racists, you fools. Or go somewhere else. CM doesn't seem to understand that, 5 people in the chat doesn't bother me because the number of people in the chat at any one given time isn't like a CM, and a lot of people like CM, they don't actually understand math or metrics or how you measure things. I get, compared to the number of people I might have in my chat at any given time, I have a lot of people come into the chat and like, dude, he's boring. He's some news story I'm not interested in, but at least they stop by. They might say hi and then leave. I'm okay with that. I'm really not that much into the drama and the relationship stuff and the submissive and all that fucking ghetto shit, frankly. I like news, I like culture, I like, stuff that's a little bit more, I don't know, heady, whatever the term is. But that people stop by and check me out and say hi, that is a metric. Dude, if I have 5 people in the chat, like yesterday, for instance, or maybe it was the day before, I had like 400 plus people come in. There's about 50 people in an hour. They come say hi or they stay. There are 2 metrics, and believe it or not, one of the metrics that John Galt taught me was the time people stay in the chat because a topic is interesting. If you are getting 20 to 30 minutes, people stay in your chat, you're doing well because the topic is interesting. If they're in for like less than 20 minutes, or let's say less than 15 minutes, then what you're talking about isn't that interesting. You might want to find something more interesting. Now, my problem is a lot of the stuff that I watch, I'm actually interested in. I don't pre-watch stuff generally. So I might be watching a history program and I might just fucking watch the whole thing just because I'm interested. And if there are 5 people in the chat that are interested too, excellent. I don't need 100 people watching something that they may not be interested in. One thing that Clifford doesn't understand, and this is actually, I'm not even boasting. Now, I've been doing it for a while. He has not, but dude, if there are 5 people in the chat, but I'm making enough in, like Cash App donations to pay for my newspaper subscriptions, dude, I've had a successful month. I don't need to, make a house payment or something with the YouTube money. If the show breaks even, because it's, if I added it up, it's probably $200 a month. With the newspaper subscriptions and the YouTube premium, the StreamYard, et cetera, it's not inexpensive, but it's doable. And the people who decide to help out, well, dude, I've known some of these people for like DertyDude. I've known him for probably 5 years, on other shows and stuff. So, these people know me. They know that, God damn it, he's going to be boring, but every now and again, there's going to be something that's worth watching. I value people like it. When DertyDude goes, motherfucker, you are fucking up, I'm actually going to pay attention. When a Deacon Dave actually, when he can be serious, tells me that, oh, Stanley, you're going to lose your show if you keep up this bullshit, I am going to pay attention. I am not going to pay attention to see more. I'm not going to pay attention to Nightish. He does different types of content. I don't want to do that ghetto shit. It's just not me. And, it is what it is. I enjoy doing it and, being like someone else. And if CKJ3 told me, well, Stanley, yeah, this is a sinking ship. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to. Now I might just go F it. I'm gonna do it anyway, but I will listen. Kimmy is the same way. Some of these people, Portia, look, they're Speak Radio. If he said, well, dude, your shit is sinking, or Lupin, dude, these are people I actually trust. Brian even, Brian even, Bobby even. But they're people I've known for a while. And when they say, dude, you're losing it, I am going to pay attention. But, people like Nightish, some of these people who are great people, but you know what? I'm different and I'm okay with that. So anyway, I've gone off on a soliloquy. Sorry, Savage, if I cut you off.
Can you hear me better?
I can so far.
Okay, cool. I had to move the laptop to a different spot.
Mariah, it will, when I get monetized, I'm going to have to do a powwow, though. I don't even know that I want to be monetized like that. Once you get monetized, there are some things that you have to do to stay monetized. I'm not sure I want to. There was a short released today with teeny tiny Tina, and it got flagged for age. Like, we're not going to let you show this. My show automatically is flagged for not for children. It's 18 and above. Everything I put out is 18 and above. But for some reason, this got flagged. So I went back and listened to it. And I think what YouTube has a problem with is Tina said somebody's schizophrenic. That's the only thing that even caught my attention in it. So I sent it back to YouTube. Y'all need to review this because I don't see anything that doesn't meet terms of service. Schizophrenic is not a term of service issue. Maybe it is, but not in what I read. So, it'll be okay. I'm okay with 18 or above. I expect it to be, but YouTube shouldn't be flagging shit, just because somebody called somebody schizophrenic. It's problematic, but not terms of service problematic. Oh yeah, Mariah, I know. I'm a little Coors lighted up. so I may be a little loose-lipped. Look, you're another one. If you said, hey, Stanley, you're fucking up, yeah, I would pay attention. You did something the other day. You actually led in the chat when I was over on Charleston's show, because I'm talking politics and I'm not paying that much attention to the technical details. And you just kind of said, oh, hey, he's over here. Here's the link. Y'all do that. Dude, you're a managing mod now. So, you can take, some of these dickheads who want to be dickheads with a mod stick. You can deal with them. And just that one little simple act of kindness and leadership, it impressed me enough. Like this woman needs some a bit more responsibility when the idiot channel owner doesn't seem to be able to deal with the stuff. So yeah, they're people I just totally appreciate. I do the show. Let's just admit it. I watch a lot of stuff that I am interested in, and I want, the folks who are interested to come along, even if it's on the short bus. I enjoy doing the show. It's a hangout. It's a hangout. So, Savage, I know. Sorry. I'm being a Coors Light philosopher.
Is your channel? I like that.
Coors Light philosopher.
Yeah. It's your channel. You do what you want.
Oh, I do.
That's a fact.
So what else has been going on with you? Are you preparing for Nightish's scathing interview?
I got a couple of drinks in me, so yeah, I'm prepared.
Well, did he tell you what it's about? Should we watch?
He gave me a gist of like some of the questions he's gonna ask, but I'm sure he'll change, add some things in there.
Well, just out of curiosity, what has turned him into the intrepid journalist?
Well, I think we were watching something on his channel, and then it was like a good interview. And then I said in the chat, I would love to be interviewed. And then he was like, set it up. So I was like, fuck it, let's just do it. So he was like, all right. So it took a while.
Well, I think that is a good step forward. Maybe you know what? I'm not going to be mean and say that. Interesting thing for him to do.
He said he always wanted to interview people.
Yeah. Yeah. He's the first to ever think of that on YouTube.
It should be interesting, though.
Will it? Well, you think it'll be interesting enough for me to watch?
And
by the way, are you going to stream it to your show?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, please, because I'm subscribed to your show. I'll either watch it from my show or I'll just send everybody over there.
Okay.
There's a reason I asked you if you're streaming it, because I'm not sending people where they shouldn't be.
Right. I get it. But yeah, we're definitely going to want to stream it.
Yeah. Well, I think Nightish can be interesting. He just doesn't try that hard. And sometimes, look, you can be smart and funny. And I think a lot of times Nightish is smart or funny. He doesn't seem to be able to do both.
It can be the same. It can't be both at the same time.
No, he's not set up that way. And it's honestly, it is a serious critique of him not even being snide or snarky or anything like that. He can do both, but not at the same time. And it takes someone special to do both. You can be smart. You can be funny and smart. You can be incisive and humorous, but it's not that easy to do
at all.
Notorious BLT.
Dude, a lot of people that can't
is so fucking mean. So what else? How's work? How's Savage?
I've been busting my ass at work. I work almost like 7 days a week. Long days, long hours. But I appreciate it because it's a job,
Are you making headway?
I'm getting good money. I just got a raise too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's going good.
Well, I mean, are you're out of the rain? I mean, are you making headway that way?
Yeah, that way too. Out of the rain, out of the funk. I'm actually at peace right now.
Good for you.
Yeah, it feels good.
Good.
How you been though?
Pretty much the same. Father's Day was yesterday.
Yeah, how was your Father's Day?
You know what? I did a show. Oddly enough, I called my father. He's doing well. He just turned 83 on Friday.
Nice.
His birthday's always been around Father's Day.
That's cool.
So he's doing well and still sharp as a tack. My son is doing well. He's right across the hallway. Yeah, it's just it hasn't even been too hot. Dude, my fucking electric bill was $95. And
That's it.
it dude, well, it hasn't been so hot. Now I'm in Georgia. The air conditioner, just look, I'm my son and I, we're bachelors, motherfucker. We're not doing, the I think the thermostat is set at 77. And in the wintertime, it's set to 65. If you're cold, put on a goddamn sweater.
Right.
And if you're too hot, motherfucking,
Take
it's
it off.
just me and you, wear your boxers.
Facts.
And but
I'm used to it.
$95 was it in fucking that was the June bill. I'm sorry, it was the May bill. That's a new low. And it's not like we're hot in here.
Well, I'm used to the heat because I'm always in the kitchen. So
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like- so yeah, that heat is just what it is. I remember working in the kitchen in
well, that's heat and
99-degree weather. It was bad.
Yeah, I don't know how y'all do that.
Man, it's focus and time. You got to get used to it.
Oh yeah,
It's definitely not
well,
for
I mean, I
everybody.
grew up in Savannah. My sister and I used to go out and play tennis in like 95-degree weather. You do get used to it.
Mhm.
But the thing is once you leave it, like I left it for decades. And I remember years ago, I was at my sister's house in she's not in Gwinnett. She's in the next county over. I can't think of it right now. So we go from her house down to Savannah. And it was kind of chilly that morning. And I had on like a long sleeve, kind of a dress shirt sort of thing.
Right.
Dude, I opened the fucking car door in Savannah and it was like instant sweat. I'm like, holy fuck. I hadn't been down there in a while.
Yeah.
Dude, I was drenched.
It's like that
It was
Vegas.
like, damn, is this the same state? It's like, holy cow.
Right. Crazy.
Well, why high? I live in a small town in small town, Georgia. It's just two of us. Most of the time, it's just me for about 9 months out of the year.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is that the other thing about my house is it's surrounded by trees, like leafy trees, tall trees.
Yeah.
So it's shaded a good portion of the day. And there's problems with that, but electric bill wise, it's great. And they're all like annuals. So in the wintertime, all the trees lose their leaves. So I get direct sunlight right on the house. It's like
Right through that
fucking
window.
perfect. So it is what it is. And it's it's not a huge house, but it's a 3-bedroom house. And the whole time I've lived in this house, it's been me and my son. So that third bedroom, unfortunately, it's kind of where we keep stuff.
Storage. It's always storage.
And I really should do something about it one of these days. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, it'll pop up. You get the energy and you just do it.
I
What I was going to ask you, when are you going to do the cooking thing? Because I'm still interested in that.
don't know. Next time I go to Savannah, I'm in no rush to do it. My grandmother's old house, my father and brother remodeled it years ago now.
Yeah.
And the kitchen is huge. And the last time I was down there, we put a marble topped island in the kitchen with this distressed wood. It's like probably a 6 by 3 foot wide, like distressed wood, like cabinet thing.
Yeah.
So, dude, it's fucking beautiful. The fucking marble top, dude.
I love
That's
marble tops.
crazy. So, next time I go down there, I will do a test show.
Nice.
I've got a ring light, I have to tell you something else. I'll figure it out, but I don't want to do it in my kitchen. My kitchen is like probably maybe half the size of my grandmother's old house's kitchen.
Oh, wow.
It's big enough, but not that kitchen is showroom like this. If you're gonna be on TV, that's the kitchen. It's got marble tops everywhere. It's got nice appliances. My kitchen is humble compared to that. And then the marble island, holy
I
fuck.
love it. I can
Dude, that
picture it
shit
right
is
now.
beautiful.
I can picture that.
So I will do it. It'll probably be sandwich bread. Like it'll be bread because I know how to do that. Like I don't even need a recipe for it. Anything more complicated will come. And I don't get down to Savannah that much, but I have everything I need. The countertop is there. We moved it in the last time I was down there a couple months ago. So it'll work. It even has the fucking lighting. It's got like good lighting in the kitchen.
I can't wait to see that one. I like that.
It's not like Paula Deen or Food Network, but it's not. It will be decent enough that people won't go, oh shit, what is he doing?
Right.
And at some point, I'll do it in my own kitchen, that sort of stuff. But if I'm gonna do it, first time, it needs to be impressive enough.
I guarantee it's gonna be nice. I can't wait.
Oh, I'm not gonna guarantee shit, but it'll be the best I can do. And to your point, Speak Radio, wait till Stanley's Town gets a data center, $95. It won't be in my town. It might be in the county. I'm never gonna say never, but it'll be okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting. I like that, Jared. I can give you some recipes too.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Recipes, fucking send them.
Definitely.
Are you crazy, dude? I got like probably somewhere between 300 and 400 cooking videos in my YouTube cooking. I got a whole like.
Oh yeah, the one you saved at the favorites, right?
You know what? It's a specific thing. What do I call it? It's cooking.
Yeah.
Basically, I literally have like. Hold on one sec. Let's see how many are in there. Because I've had YouTube since like 2012.
Okay.
So
it's full.
Let's see. Playlist. 461 videos. Yeah, motherfucker. Dude, you don't think I like to cook? Motherfucker, 461.
Nice.
And that's not even like I think I have like almost 1,000 on my phone. I have a separate like bookmark for cooking. Dude, I like to cook.
Definitely gonna have to start.
But then I've been doing this kind of home cooking thing since I was 25.
Okay. Did you master the bread yet?
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I've been making bread for fucking 13 years.
Nice.
Like last night, I made brioche buns for the sausage and pepper recipe. I showed it yesterday. I think it was either yesterday or Saturday. But yeah, I made brioche buns. I don't buy bread. Tortillas, pita, biscuits, hot dog buns, hamburger buns.
Yeah.
You know, the sourdough is something new that I've added to the arsenal. And really, I can do pasta too, but pasta is harder work to make.
A lot of movement. Yeah.
And bread is. But one of these days, I need to get back into the pasta because it's way better. You know, like the egg. You know, most of that stuff you buy in the grocery store in the box, that's just
Simple
wheat,
ingredients.
flour, and water.
Right.
The egg pasta is miles better. Homemade egg pasta is just ridiculous.
Egg pasta.
And then I literally have the drying racks. I have the little kit to make the ravioli. I have the pasta extruder. If I really wanted to, I could make my own fucking macaroni from scratch.
Okay. See,
Oh,
there it
dude.
is.
Dude, I have the pasta roller. You know, I should get an attachment for my wife's old mixer. You know, she's got one of those. It's the lower echelon KitchenAid, but it's still a KitchenAid. The shit is awesome.
Nice.
But I never got a pasta attachment. I like the little rolling machine thing. Oh yeah. Dude, I'm actually that dude. I will occasionally get a chuck roast and grind the meat for, you know, so I can eat the hamburger to order. I don't like well done hamburgers. The medium or like medium well, right
Like
in
my
that
medium
temperature
rare.
range. I like it a little pink.
Yeah. Gotta have the bloody.
Well, the only way to do it is to actually grind the meat yourself, like getting like ground hamburger from the grocery store. You cannot eat that like medium. You got to cook it well, and I don't like it well.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
It's dry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well done hamburger is just fucking dry. Like I don't do the only fast food hamburgers I've had in like the last year was me and my sister were coming back from Savannah. And there's a Crystals in town, and we hadn't had Crystals in years. We grew up with Crystals, so we stopped by Crystals and got a sack full of Crystals. And you may not know them. You know what White Castle is?
Yes. Oh, yes. I love
Okay,
White
well,
Castle.
Crystals is the southern version.
Oh, wow.
And shit's not good for you. Never was, and
It
it's
tastes so
not. Oh my God, dude. I ate like 12 of them. And you wake up the next morning, you will suffer for doing that. But they steam the buns. And they actually used to, I can't remember how they used to do it, but they would be juicy. Like the little square meat thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's juicy, the buns are steamed, it just works. It's not dry. And a lot of it's perception and mouthfeel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I'd rather cook my own hamburger so I can get it juicy. Low blood doesn't bother me. Like a steak, yeah.
What time you like your steak?
I eat a medium now. Used to be maybe medium rare, but the older you get, it needs to be a little bit more well done. But
Yeah, 'cause
dude,
that blood
you
can
gotta
change
have
your
that
whole-
when the juices run clear, it's ready to eat.
I love the blood. I love it.
I do too, dude. Like the sauce, you can take that that blood and fucking make a nice sauce.
Wait, hold up. What you know about that, Stanley? Making sauce with the blood?
Dude. Well, yeah, just the drippings, basically.
I like that. Good shit.
Dude, you thought
that's what makes the flavor,
I'm
man.
full of shit, dude. I like cooking.
I love cooking, man.
Let me tell you something. There's a YouTube channel called Curries with Bumby. I got this notion. I was watching something years ago, dude. I love Indian food. Not love, but pretty much love. Dude, I make that shit from scratch. It's
Isn't
it's a
isn't food
little
like spicy all the
complicated.
time, isn't it?
Dude, I have if I can make a curry from scratch, I got the black cardamom, I got all the Indian spices.
Oof.
I
think
hey,
it's too
this
spicy
is
for
the
me.
no, you don't have to make it like you know, it doesn't have to be hot. But what I'm saying is that, you know, Asian food tends to have like 1,000 ingredients. It's one
Yeah.
of the reasons I don't make it that often.
Mhm.
Fuck, even my son can make like homemade General Tso's chicken. He doesn't need my help doing it. He can
Nice.
stir fry the vegetables. Dude, I have 3 woks.
Nice.
So anyway, you know, I like to cook is the point.
Well, you let me know when you start that up, though.
I will, and I don't ever imagine, you know, there's going to be like a weekly cooking show, but it really should be something like every now and again I'll get a recipe that I just have to try,
Right.
and you know, so it'll be occasional, but cooking videos just seem way more complicated than just firing up a live and sitting here bullshitting. You actually have to think about the lighting and the
And
angles
you have
and
to have multiple cams, too.
I'm sorry.
I think you would have to have multiple cameras, too.
Well, I actually have my phone and I have you know, my computer with a separate camera. So I can do 2, but people like Kenji Lopez,
Yeah.
they've got that GoPro head camera or chest cam.
I like
So
those.
that's what I want to test. If I'm gonna guess I'm gonna need a 3rd cam. I actually have the wireless mics that you can clip on.
Mhm.
So I've got that part of it. I'm slowly but surely collecting what I need.
Okay.
If I can do it with a single cam, I'm gonna do it, but I suspect I'll need a GoPro. You know, either head cam or chest cam.
Yeah, I believe like the head cam would be a lot better.
Yeah, probably because the chest cam, you know, that's, you know, leaning over a dish or something.
Right.
Maybe I'll have to get both.
Yeah, it'll work out. Different angles.
But I'm gonna go back to Mr. Knightish here just
Do you think?
because I want to take this this to the very end.
All right.
This guy is a piece of work. And I love him to death, but dude, he just took things farther than they needed to go. And I'm sure I didn't help. You know, I'm not going to say I didn't have a part in it, but this is I don't forgive that kind of messiness. Knightish, you know, we can be cordial, but you know, this is a rift that's not going to be mended. I'm not willing to do it. His shit was unmanly, and I don't need him to do shit.
Right.
You know, I'm as bad or as good as I was before I met him. And he needs to get with John Galt and all that shit. I don't need to get with John Galt. I don't need to get with Knightish.
Stanley versus the world.
Godspeed. No, it's really not that. I don't suffer fools gladly. And he just escalated the shit. And what really pissed me off is you know, there's some artwork that Pimp Stanley thing.
Mhm.
In that you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I
There are
remember
a
the picture.
couple. Let me see if I got them.
With the blue suit on.
Yeah, and the 2 Cadillacs, which I thought was hilarious. And you know, I went and I asked him, well, how much? That Will Preach for Food thing. I actually found that funny because sometimes I am that just fucking, you know, dumb. I really thought it was funny. So, I asked him, well, how much for it? I'll send you the money for it. So I did. I did it, emailed him, and then, not a week later, this motherfucker's like, well, I'm gonna take your wrench because you're not sending me cash apps. Like, dude, I just sent you some, I paid for your art. How am I not supporting the show?
Right.
He just takes, I don't know what the problem is. It's not my problem in any case. I just, dude, that's like biting the hand. Look, I didn't have to have the artwork.
There's
I
two
don't
different
care.
niches.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a nightish problem. It's not my problem, and I'm not that forgiving. You need to be one nightish. Okay. And the one nightish is, dude, if you can't remember that whole bullshit that he did with Chalk, like I sent like, it was probably only $60, but dude, I did it as a joke, like Chalk, making her the queen for $50. It was a joke, but you know what? I like Chalk. And I just, I wanted to get back at nightish just to see what the fuck he was going to do. And then, the $10 to get Sin 7 a wrench, it was all just, I thought it was funny as fuck.
Yeah.
But then he's not keeping his books in order. Like 2 weeks later, Chalk's no longer the queen. I'm like, well, isn't this like a month thing? And if you're gonna do it, keep the time straight. If you're gonna, if I make someone the queen 2 weeks into the month, well, a month's a month. A month is not like a calendar month. It's 4 weeks. And he couldn't seem to keep any of this stuff straight in his head. Well, that's fine. But you're either going to keep your books and your business plan in order, or you're just going to be sloppy and just piss me off. Other people may enjoy that sort of just, Keystone Cop ghetto shit. I'm not one of them. Motherfucker, if I'm going to give you, have a more solid business plan. This slapdash shit, my mother used to call it huck 'em so. No, sorry. I'm not that person. You can fucking go your own way. And I can, use the money for something more entertaining, if nothing else. Hey, Brooklyn, how you doing?
Brooklyn?
So anyway, I don't want to make this all about nightish, but he's got some problems and he keeps acting like I'm the problem. Well, Stanley insinuated I'm dumb, or Stanley called me dumb. Well, dude, what am I supposed to say? You're acting smart? Dude has a problem, but it's not my problem. And it's not mine to solve because I don't care that much.
You two, when y'all argue, it's funny.
No, nightish is look, I have this weird notion of YouTube. YouTube isn't necessarily for beefs. Okay. And don't start a beef when there's no beef.
Right.
Okay. I've never actually, well, eventually I called him dumb to his face, but dude, if I make a snide remark, but I don't directly call you dumb, to me, it's clever. To you, you can take it too far, but maybe you are dumb.
Maybe.
And this Stanley shit that he started, where he's writing songs about it and all this stuff.
Wow.
Dude, I'm not giving you cash apps if you keep calling me Stanley. That's the other thing. Dude, do you think you can keep calling me Stanley and I'm going to pay to keep a wrench? Fuck no. What kind of retarded notion is that? That's crazy.
It is.
So, he's on his own, and yeah, he actually did a whole song about it.
Crazy. I don't think I heard it.
Oh, he played it multiple times, thinking it was funny. But to what end? Does he think it's gonna shame me? What would be the end? Tell me, what's the purpose?
All
Now
entertainment.
it didn't even entertain his audience that much. Like, seriously, he wasn't getting donations because he wrote a Stanley song. Nidish needs to understand that he may have history, and he may know all these quote YouTube celebrities, but dude, you lost your channel because of your own ineptitude. Stop acting like YouTube took that shit. YouTube didn't take the shit, you lost it. And that's the other thing that just annoys the fuck out of me. People do not owe him a YouTube living. I don't understand why a 56-year-old doesn't understand that. Oh, YouTube took my channel. Motherfucker, you fell asleep on the goddamn channel and lost control. It's like falling asleep in a car. If you crash because you fell asleep in your car, you're not going to get away scot-free. They might take your license.
True indeed. True indeed.
What the fuck? Dude, you fell asleep and didn't have to. Dude, it's not. What the fuck? Like, I don't see how. Dude,
that's hilarious.
Dude, you can set your YouTube player to not autoplay the next video. There's a setting.
Right.
You can turn it off. Stop blaming YouTube on your own personal ineptitude. What did you write, Stanley, when he gets defeated? Well, yeah. Hey, Brooklyn, I put Stanley as a blacklisted word, but I don't think it can time you out because you're a managing moderator. It shouldn't be able to even time you out. But yeah. I'm basically putting in words into a blacklist. People need to just stop with this racist bullshit. And well, you're not going to get timed out, Kimmy. You're not even a moderator. You're one step above that. So anyway, let's get back to Nidish and John Galt. Kim is a big John Galt fan.
The disconnection. What was a disconnection? There we go. Right there. Full screen him up. And then pull him up on the panel. Right here. And let's listen to our brother Drip. I'm gonna let the chat pick. Chat. Hey, chat. Hey, chat.
Yeah, I'll probably skip over this. I'm more interested in the Galt conversation.
Father's Day is he's trending on Father's Day. Made him run.
You can't do nothing these days.
Disciplined. Let me say it again. I, the Knights, would have loved to have had my father discipline me, whoop my ass and do whatever, to be disciplined. Because if you are disciplined, you're going to make it in life. If you are not disciplined, you're going to be a fuck up. Discipline me to be educated. Discipline me to be motivated.
Dude. And if your father doesn't do it and you realize is this like decades later you recognize the shortcomings? This is just so disingenuous and bullshit. And sorry, son, if your father didn't do it, I suspect Nitish didn't do it with his children either. This to me, see, this is so disturbing. People on YouTube think that they can make these great speeches and nobody can think through the speech. Dude, what evidence, if your father didn't do it, did you do it with your kids? Based on the stories that Nitish so freely loves to give about his personal business, I don't think he was any better a father than his father was. That's just, I'm gathering this from Nitish's own anecdotes that he tends to get drunk and liberally tell us. Dude, you can't sit here and complain about your father. My question would be, did you do any better in raising your kids? And when I ask him that question, if I was up on the panel, Nitish would get all in his feelings. That's why Nitish used to get in his feelings with me, because I will ask questions like that and they're honest questions. And Galt or Lord ADS are not going to ask him the question, dude, you're talking about discipline and your father didn't do it. Did you do it with your kids? And if you didn't do it with your kids, are you going to blame your father, or are you going to take responsibility for your own mistakes? Nitish is just, he does not know how to think. He gets up on these YouTube panels. He's just sloppy, just all kinds of sloppy. And it is annoying. You want to talk about why can't Black people get together and join forces? I'm sorry. I don't want to be join forces with Nitish and John Galt. I just don't. I'd rather go it alone.
Discipline me to work out. Discipline me to push myself and have a six-pack. Be healthy. Eat a certain kind of way. All of that shit. My father, when I was 10 years old, said, listen, when you walk up to your little classmates, tell them little girls you want some pussy. Okay. Tell
Listen to
little
this
girl I want
weirdo.
some pussy. How's that gonna help me pay bills?
Okay, dude. Once again, he is making himself a victim. Dude, we don't care about any of this. Now, every now and again, to make a specific point, this is just, he's just telling us stories with no apparent moral or lesson involved. Dude, we don't care about your father and how he raised you unless it's relevant to something that, you know, the audience is experiencing or something going on in America. You just sitting there trying to make us feel sorry for you. It's not cutting the mustard.
How's that gonna help me to be a protector? How's that gonna help me to be a provider? So I'm saying to you young people, if you're listening to my voice, put your kids in boxing classes when they 6 and 7 years old.
Nope.
The discipline.
Nope. Make sure your kids, if they're in sixth or if they're in sixth grade, make sure they can read on a sixth grade level or above. If they're in seventh grade, same thing. Boxing class is a fucking option. Reading is fundamental. Once again, this dude with the silly hat is giving bad advice. Put them in boxing class if they can read on grade level.
Them to box. Put your kids in jujitsu classes when they 6 and 7 years old to be able to be disciplined if it go to the ground.
Motherfucker.
To be able to,
dude, let me put it to you this
guillotine.
way. This idiot, and I'm sorry to use such harsh words, my son's never been in a jujitsu class, but he's disciplined. probably not disciplined enough. But this dude, this is just that fucking ghetto mentality. So you have to go to extremes. The only way a kid can learn discipline is in dude, I was gonna make a joke. In Mr. Fujiyama's jujitsu class, motherfucker, how about parent him? Motherfucker, if you're a parent, a good parent, your kid will learn discipline because that's what parents should be doing. You don't need Mr. Miyagi's dojo to do it. Dude, this dude just has no fucking clue. It must be that Cali Black Hollywood bullshit.
Put a arm lock to be able to break somebody's
Listen
knee
to
and
this
all that
fool.
shit if y'all get on the ground. Boxing first. Boxing first. I think boxing is a superior thing. And then you follow it up with jujitsu. And your daughter too. Teach them
Listen
young
to this
about boxing first,
What in
jujitsu second, and then when they in their teens, take them to the range. Let them learn how to be able to break down a pistol, break down an AR-15, break down a shotgun, and put that stuff all back together. And
listen to this fucking fake Black Panther foolishness. And I know he can't break down a fucking AK. Dude, what the fuck is he talking about? Dude, I'm sorry to tell you this, but this is almost like the fucking Muppet Show here. Teach your kids the same thing, the things I didn't figure out how to teach my kids. Dude, how about speak from experience?
get off. Teach your babies to be able to shoot from 1,000 yards away. Not your teens, your babies. The best thing we can do as Black people is be safe and down.
The best thing we can do as Black people is keep your body in shape, parent your kids and teach them discipline, and keep your house. What in the fuck is he talking about? Dude, this is what happens when you know too much, and I know too much. Dude, this is a clown show that Night is just putting on. What in the fuck? Do all the things I didn't do in 56 years. Do the exact opposite. God damn. How much more embarrassed can you make yourself? But this is the other problem. This motherfucker has no sense of self. He doesn't even know what a fool he's making of himself. People, and I used to be in his chat a lot, people would be mocking his ass in his own chat. Dude.
Dangerous.
Yeah, I want to check it out. It's got to be wrong. It's got to be really bad, right? This must be really, really bad. This must be the one punishment of the century in order for it to go viral, right? He must have really was hitting him while he was running, right? Now go. If this truck don't get to 9 miles per hour, I promise.
Yeah, I'm stepping through that ghetto bullshit. Now, not every young person gets to have quality parents, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you happen to be a young Black man or woman with quality parents in your college age, high school age, maybe in your early 20s, dude, your parents are gonna annoy the fuck out of you. My parents annoyed the fuck out of me. I think I annoy the fuck out of my son. Dude, cling to them. Know in 10 years, especially once you have your own children, you're gonna need them parents. If for nothing else than advice. After my wife died, my son, was 7 going on 8. Like a month after my wife died, his mother died. He turned 8. Dude, I was pulling my hair out in his second grade. I was calling my father-in-law, my sister, who was actually teaching at the time, my mother's a retired teacher. I'm pulling in like family resources, elders on both sides, my wife's side of the family, my like actual trusted elders on my side. And we got it through. And eventually, I took enough advice and I had to figure out ultimately, because I was the parent, I took all the advice and kind of came up with a game plan. But dude, you're the best advisors you're going to get, be it for romance or kid raising or marital advice. It's going to be people who know you. It's going to be your family, close friends, maybe, your minister or priest or whatever. YouTube is the worst place to get parental advice, romance advice, relationship advice. Dude, I wouldn't. And I've been on YouTube. I've had a YouTube account since 2012. So it's been quite a while. Dude, there's no fucking way. Now I will hear things that I sound interesting. I think sometimes knowing what's going on with the younger people, since I have a young person as a son, but dude, advice? Fuck no. Dude, relationship advice? Half these motherfuckers they're on YouTube a bunch of hours when they should be hanging out with their kids. Sorry to say, personal, like relationship, parenting, any sort of relationship advice, don't go to YouTube. Go to your family or close friends or your clergy, or, spend the insurance money and get some professional help. Sorry, Nightish ain't it. Galt ain't it. Stanley ain't it. Dude, I'm not a fucking professional.
Somewhere between, I would say, some people peak early, right? Some people peak in their teens.
No. Let's not talk about the special ones. Let's just talk about on average. When is your peak optimum time to be pushed?
Now, see, this is the weird thing. So does Nightish, and I would ask him this question, Nightish, do you think you're average? I don't think he's average. He's something, but he's not average.
Probably about 25, 26 years old.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Boxers start when they 6, 7 years old.
Those are athletes.
We talking about Lord ADS. They hate niggas. They hate black people.
Listen to this shit.
I don't know why see, this is why we at the bottom now, because of niggas way of kind of.
We at the bottom now because we want to say some shit that don't make no sense.
Makes perfect sense.
It's optimum to teach.
Okay, someone help me out here. Black people are at the bottom? So we're going to sit here and discuss the ways we're at the bottom? Is that anything like black jobs? Dude, this fucking loser mentality. Oh my Lord, what is wrong with these people?
Adrian Broner said he was boxing when he was 6 and 7.
Why
And
are
look
we
at
even
Adrian Broner
talking
now.
about boxing?
Because he's a game goofy lame. You discipline your kids to be disciplined.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move on. Dude, this is just embarrassing. I'm an elder black man, and seeing another elder black man act like this, it's dispiriting.
from the fist.
Yeah.
Handle grown.
Learn stuff too late. You know what I'm saying? To really do anything with it, right?
Yeah. Let me respond to Scam. Scam said, Nidus, did you ever apologize for parental mistakes or
Oh, I would have asked that question. Scam and I don't necessarily get along on a panel, but goddamn, that's an excellent question. Let's see how Knightish is gonna handle it.
pain you may have caused to your children? Did I ever apologize for parental mistakes?
Now, see, bitch, you're stroking that scraggly beard, which probably needs some beard oil. Of course, you're going to have to think about it. Dude, you're not quick on your feet. And Scam knows he's got you.
Did I ever apologize
What
for
in the
parental
fuck?
mistakes? You know what, Scam? I may not have verbally apologized, but I try to fix things in other ways.
Dude, this is like the dumbest fucking argument you could possibly say. And why are you even taking him up on this? Dude, you can't fix that kind of broken.
And I hope people understand, because I don't think
people do not have to understand. You should not even be following up. Dude, you need to find a graceful exit, and he's too drunk to understand how embarrassing he is to himself.
I think the only person I really owe an apology to is my daughter. But she has done.
Bitch, have you apologized? Because we've heard all about your daughter. The question was, have you, not should you. This is what happens when you don't have a high level of literacy. Understand the question asked, but this dude, I might have to take a fucking screenshot of this silly Billy Goat looking motherfucker. Dude, this is so sad.
So much bullshit. But the only person I think I owe an apology to, Scam, if I'm being 1,000% with you, if I'm being very transparent, the only person I think I owe an apology.
So you have to be transparent on YouTube to someone who calls himself Scam Likely Show. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with Gen X? The fuck? You have to bare your soul and be transparent.
Apology to is
you know what, motherfuckers? Uniquely, I am starting to move to this critique of the boomers. Nidus doesn't have to do this shit. Why is he doing it? Why?
Daughter. Because my daughter is the oldest. She's my first child. And I had her when I was 22. And her mama was 20. So when she was 6, I was like 28. And she was doing the fucking most. And I want to say, when she was like, let me see, 10, 11.
This is the weirdest thing. So Nidish thinks that he is fixing a problem, and bear with me one second. He thinks by bearing his soul on his failure is fixing something. It's, in my mind, it's kind of performative because this isn't the first time. These people know his story by now. Repeating it over and over and over, it's just so disingenuous. I'm sorry to tell you this, as fake as it might make me seem, don't talk about your failures on YouTube. Talk about your successes. This is just not. If Nidish wants to help the Black community, he's doing the opposite right now. He is feeding into all these fucking narratives that are Ryan Bardwell. Dude, he's just affirming the Ryan Bardwell contingent of YouTube with this bullshit. Like a father couldn't actually take control of some like 10-year-old. Dude, there is so much control that a Black man has who's a father. Dude, you can shut that shit down. There are things you can do. I don't think Nidish had the stew to do it, in my opinion.
Evan, I may have overreacted to her doing the fucking most.
he may have overreacted, and we're supposed to go along with this derelict dad story. Damn, this dude just does it to himself. We don't need to know this. It's TMI.
Fucking most. When she was 13, this girl ran away and went and lived with some girl because she had a boyfriend. And I went and sat at them people's house for like 2 weeks trying to find out who the fuck this. Well, I sat at these people's house for like 2 weeks to try to find out who this boy was.
Dude, this motherfucker is the victim of his daughter? What? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not joining forces to make the Black community better with his fucking daughter held him hostage. He sat somewhere for 2 weeks. And I'm Stan Shi. Holy fuck.
And I was extremely angry, and I was going to do something extremely violent. I could never find out who the hell the boy was. But I do know who the parents was that was helping her leave my house. So I got at them.
Oh.
I got
What
it there
happened,
real
Nidish?
heavy. Who the fuck do y'all think? You basically helped my daughter run away.
And there's not a damn thing I can do about it. Tell us more.
Well, your daughter said, I don't give a fuck what she
the
said.
fuck is he
You
doing?
grown motherfuckers should have talked to me.
But they didn't.
So I was extremely mad at them motherfuckers. And I was ready to crash out on them. But you know the crazy thing about it? It wasn't really no niggas around.
Oh my God.
It was a mama and aunties and other women. It wasn't no men around. It was mostly women.
So it was the women who fucking said, buzz off. You quote, sat there for 2 weeks only to basically have your, like the women told you no? And you want to tell this story on a fucking Black YouTube space that is just kind of oriented to the red pill? And he wants to call me Stan Shi? Well, motherfucker, you just got your daughter was kidnapped by women? What the fuck? What in the fuck? Dude, were they nuns? Did your daughter run to a convent? The fuck? Dude, this dude is a whole fool. But I'm Stanley. Does this motherfucker have a brain? Like, seriously. Oh, there were no men around. Therefore, I was powerless. Dude. What in the fuck? Dude, you know what? I might have to use the N-word here. Okay, folks, prepare yourself in the chat and Savage on the panel. I'm gonna have to use the N-word. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. You think we're buying this bullshit? So sorry, I said the N-word. I do not like to use it, but I will approve. I will use it when it's appropriate. This is like some good time shit. This is what in the fuck are we, dude? This is hilarious.
And I don't want to fight no women, but that I rarely saw a dude there. And when I did see a dude there, I try to crash out on him, but he didn't have nothing to do with it. Respectfully. But yeah, if I owe anybody an apology, I owe my daughter an apology. But she did the fucking most.
Come on in.
Play, it's always a treat when players meet.
That's what I got.
What's going on, Savage?
What's good? You hear me?
Yeah. We finna wrap this up in about 5 minutes so we can get to that interview.
All right. We're going on your channel, right?
Oh, wherever. If you want to do it on yours or you want to do it on mine. Let's simulcast it. Let's simulcast it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Do it on mine and simulcast it on yours. Yeah. But Scam, yeah, if it's anybody and she wrong as fuck and she knows she wrong as fuck.
Hey, Savage, you got a wrench, right?
No.
Type something in the chat so you can type your channel information, and we will listen to it either on this panel. I'll watch it here, or I'll just shut it down, and everybody can go over
he's
there.
already late.
Yeah, well, you know what? Still drop your shit.
Yeah.
In case he wakes up.
I knew he was gonna go to sleep. He said I was gonna fuck it up.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's dreaming of all the things he could have done. See, this is why Nidus used to get it so pissed off at me, dude. I will take that. Yeah, I'm a condescending motherfucker for sure. Oh, there you are. Mariah dropped it, but still type. Oh, there you are.
That was fast. Good shit.
Well, Mariah just takes charge. Damn.
I like that.
Yeah, kind of like it too. Let's see here. Where are you? There you are. All right. So, let's see who else. And I really should be getting off of here. By the way, I see C Holiday. He's going live at 12:20. And I may or may not be there for that to abuse him in his own chat. He was here, so I should return the favor at least. Let's see. Who are the other horrible people? Yeah, these folks who play video games and they're grown men on their live streams, that's problematic. Well, I guess we'll just watch.
But if it's anybody I owe an apology to, it's definitely my daughter. My sons, oh my goodness, they were so pampered. And they seem to be the most upset ones. They never got whoops. They never got in trouble. They never really even got punished. They were so fucking pampered. And they lightweight a little bit crybabies, if we being honest. The person who got the most of the grief was my firstborn, my daughter. And that's because she did the most extremes. But when I'm in these YouTube streets, who's more disrespectful than PhD? Fuck black babies. You niggas ain't never been shit. You're slaves. You never been a man. Who's more disrespectful than PhD? Anybody can answer. We got 24 people in the building. Who's more disrespectful than my old ex-work wife?
Dude, does this dude have any idea how to connect dots? What the fuck does PH Diva's behavior on YouTube have to do with how he raised his family? Who was in charge of that family? PH Diva? Dude is weird with this logic, and I would get so annoyed with this motherfucker. What does PH Diva have to do with any of this? Why was your girl raised tougher than the boys who were pampered? Those are questions. Dude has no idea how to tell a story. You don't just blurt out facts, you give us why. That's called a narrative. Why was your oldest daughter? What does being the first in female, how does that lead to pampered boys? All kinds of just weird bullshit. And Knight is spilling the tea. NPC, it's not the first time he's done it. He does it like every week. He tells the same stories over and over for starters. He wants to make sure we know his business, so he just keeps telling us over and over. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that, Lawrence. It was $100 wasted. But you know, I had to do my fried green tomatoes moment. I don't think she was that horrible. She was YouTube normal. I didn't take it that personally. People like her, and you know what? Next time we run into each other, we'll probably be fine. Don't take it horribly. She was horrible, but first time we met, this is something that I've noticed, and I think it's more Black women who think that they have a point. Might be Black men too, and I mean on YouTube, not in general. She just wanted to gish gallop. She thought I was going to get intimidated or something. Why would I get intimidated? I wasn't, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise, so I happened to have the wherewithal. Now, I would have been impressed if she had come back, but she's young, and I knew her capabilities just by that gibberish she was spewing. Mariah Lawrence has never left. He's always, he drops in and out. He's actually a day one of this show. He's been around, he's been with us for, quite some time.
Diva can't wait to call you a bitch. Happy can't wait to call you a bitch. Sherry Berry can't wait to call you a bitch.
But I call him a bitch and he gets all upset. It's okay if Happy does it. And I know who Happy is. She and I actually get along famously. It's been a while since I've talked to her. Yeah, all these women are calling you a bitch, Nightish, but you get mad when I call you a bitch. I bet your daughter probably called you a bitch a couple times too.
Bomb Cherry can't wait to call you a bitch.
Oh, no way. Hold on. What? Lawrence, she's in her 50s? Are you sure? I mean, you would know. I wouldn't. Damn, I thought she was like early 30s the way she was talking. Oh, wow. She's in her 50s. Well, shit, if she looks in her 30s and in her 50s, maybe I need to change my tactics.
Shiesty Bomb can't wait to call you a bitch. Reese Cup can't wait to call you a bitch.
Bitch.
I'm just saying. Tell me when I'm lying.
Dude, this motherfucker thinks he is.
Delete black babies, don't even have them. These niggas ain't worth a shit.
This dude thinks he is spitting. What do you spit? What? Spitting facts? Spitting truth? This motherfucker's just spitting.
When I was a baby, the first thing I ever heard, and I love my mama with all my heart and soul, the only tattoo I have on my body is my mama name. But the first thing I ever heard from a black woman was, niggas ain't shit.
Wait, hold on.
I heard niggas.
Okay, hold on one sec. He said what?
With all my heart and soul, the only tattoo I have on my body is my mama name. But the first thing I ever heard from a black woman was, niggas ain't shit.
So, what the fuck? How does this matter? How does this matter to the overall story? Was she saying you ain't shit? Your daddy ain't shit? This Nightish dude? Okay. Someone help me out. Is this YouTube space like you can just say stuff and it doesn't matter if it makes sense as long as it has rhythm and sounds cool? Does it have to make sense? I'm stuck. Maybe that's what I've been missing. The shit needs to make sense to me, but maybe that's not a requirement.
I heard niggas ain't shit way before I heard Snoop say bitches ain't shit. Way before I heard.
What the fuck? What does Snoop have to do with this? Dude, he just goes back to dead rap singers. This dude, goddamn dude, take off the silly hat and trim the beard.
Snoop, I'm Too Short say, bitch. Here goes Short right here. But this is what I want to say. The name of the show is Were We Raised Right? We were not. We should have been raised to be militant.
Okay, this again is people. He's acting like all black people were raised by like him. Why do these fucking people think that, dude? Nightish thinks everybody was raised like he was. Man, I'm not joining with this motherfucker. He doesn't know enough about black culture.
And pro-black. And I want to say to the 30 people that's watching us right now, you niggas hate niggas.
Wow.
Y'all not pro-black.
Well, for starters, uniquely, he lives in the Bay Area. He's from the Bay Area. And, the Black Panthers kind of, that's where they got famous. So that Black Panther ethos is what a lot of people like Nightish were raised with. He's 56. He seems to think that the Bay Area that black militant ethos is where black culture is and was, and it's emanated across the country. And I think he doesn't know enough about black culture. And it's his fault. He's 56. He's talking shit on YouTube, and when I mentioned, like, hey, there's a book you should read, this dude just fucking, drunkenly chuckles like, ooh, books. That's his crew. And a lot of old YNs that are in his age range. And I'm just 5 years older. So it's really our age range, that Gen X age range. They're just simply not skilled in critical thinking. They don't have the education for some reason or another. They don't want the education. They think what they see is what everybody gets. I was raised this way, and I raised my daughter and she went astray. So this happened to every black person in America. I can spit bars about how black people, I raised my kids, everybody. I'm spitting bars. I'm spitting the truth. This dude has no fucking clue what he's talking about. And no one seems to be able to keep him in check. I would just sometimes laugh at this bullshit, and look what it got me. On the outs with a truth teller nightish. Dude, literally, dude can't think his fucking way out of that chair.
Hilarious.
It's not that funny, actually. It's on Angry Man's channel. No idea. I've never subscribed to Angry Man. That dude's a weirdo. So I guess this might be the end of the show. Fuck. I hate to go. You haven't heard anything from Nightish? Because I really would love to see that interview.
He's probably asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
let me tell you
me.
what's going to happen. He's going to blame you.
Wait, Stanley. He just texted me. He's calling 11:30 right now.
Well, tell him. Can you just tell him that Stanley's going to tune in because he's interested in the questions you might ask? I'd be. Man, I bet he will cancel the interview, or he'll make it earlier. Tell him Stanley wants to know the incisive questions you're gonna ask, and ask him if he's gonna wear that same stupid hat. Motherfucker, wear something serious.
Yeah, I'm texting him that right now too.
Oh, I can only imagine. So he's scheduled. Well, Yeti knows everything. So apparently he has scheduled it. He banned you ages ago? Really? Why? Nightish just bans everybody who asks critical thinking of it.
I'm actually interested in what questions he's gonna ask too.
I thought y'all prearranged it.
Well, he did say, well, Nightish, she's gonna switch something up.
Yeah, Nightish is gonna be drunk as shit. What you need to do is not be drunk and just fucking, dude. This is the other thing that people seem to not understand. Yeah, I'll drink me a Coors Light, but a lot of times people think I'm drunk and I'm not.
Right.
I'm literally sitting here, like parsing your argument and laughing while I do it. Ooh, I love it. think I'm drunk, huh? Well, let's throw this question at you and see how you react. Let's see.
You can definitely tell the difference.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. But nightish at 11:30, I definitely want to watch this.
I'm interested in what he's gonna do, but I hope he does it like soon because this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, this dude. Well, some of us have
his
to
time
work.
is different. He's at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he's 3 hours behind.
Yeah,
He's on the West Coast, out with the real blacks.
the blacks,
the real blacks.
Where the blacks are.
Hey, we migrated west to east.
We all migrated from somewhere.
As a matter of fact, the first slave ship touched down in it touched down in San Francisco Bay.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Wow.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
They were planting rice out there. My manifest destiny happened from San Francisco, the West Coast to the East Coast.
Mm. Wow.
What's up? What's up, Untrackable?
Untrackled.
Yeah, he's been a part of this show for quite some time himself.
Nice. So you got consistent followers.
Yeah, people don't seem to understand that. I mean, I have about 200 views. I mean, people just come in and out because, if they're not interested in what I'm showing, they'll say hey and leave, which is fine. Why stay for something that's not, interesting you?
Or they tune
that's
in
why
when the wild part comes at the end.
Oh, they'll stay for that. But you know what? I'm looking at the average view duration. It's at 18 minutes. So, the people that are here have been here for a while.
Yeah.
People come in, but they go out. It's not super high numbers. It's a little low. 6 hours, 195 people.
Consistency keeps you there.
Oh yeah. That's it. I mean, it'll come.
Is this your first year having a channel, like on your channel?
It's about a year. It's about a year and a half.
Year and a half. But you've been consistent.
But the thing
what I've
is,
seen.
I mean, people get like RLM got monetized in a couple months.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I realize that.
Yeah. We all got
But
a
I
certain
don't
niche.
I don't have mass exoduses. At this rate, I might get monetized by 2 years. But I'm doing what I want to do. And I know that I could make it more effery. I could talk more about relationships. I could do, the latest Anton antic, but I'm thoroughly not interested in it. I wouldn't be true to myself. In the end, I need to be interested in what I'm doing.
Right.
And
what if because I know you have your certain way and you are definitely different from everybody else, but what if you do it in your way, which is like a learning?
What if what?
What if there was like hot topics that you do your way?
Well, I
the way
do it
everybody
every
else does?
day. It's the news.
Yeah. But like,
I mean, literally what I talk about in the news every day are hot topics. And I pick and choose what I think is important or not. So to me, those are the hot topics.
Right.
I mean,
Well, yeah, I get it, yeah.
did you know that Clive Davis died? Did you know Alan Greenspan died?
No.
Both of them are literal American culture building legends. Alan Greenspan was chairman of the Fed for damn near 20 years, 18 years, under 4 different presidents. The dude set monetary policy through the 70s and 80s. Alan Greenspan. He literally, failures and successes, dude, he was trained by Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman trained Alan. They were economists. That Chicago school, Thomas Sowell, who in my mind is a failure of a black man, but he is famous in right-wing circles, and Alan Greenspan. They're all like Milton Friedman disciples. Dude, these people are important. To me, that's the hot topic. Milton Friedman dies at 100. Whitney, Clive Davis, Whitney Houston, was it Bad Boy Records? Dude was like a legend in the music industry. They died.
You know what's crazy about that? It seems to be consistent on that part. Like there's a lot of people who build something and they always take them away.
Okay, what I need, we were talking about hot topics. Those are hot topics to me. If black people aren't talking about this, then they're missing out. True. Okay, how Nightdish fucked up his kids is not a hot topic. Alan Greenspan dying, Clive Davis dying,
right?
That sort of thing to me is actual news.
I get it.
So I deal with hot topics every day. Whether some random black woman disobeys her husband, that's not a hot topic.
I know it's not hot at all.
And it's just
it seems to be the only topic.
Well, all I have to say is there are a lot of, it's not a well-received message sometimes.
Right.
It's not. Oh, by the way, I went back up to Sharon's channel, I guess it was Friday or something like that, and showed out again. Dude, it was so funny. Dude, now the bad part is I did a Kathy Bates. I'm like, dude, I'm older and I'm going to show these young people, how they love to drop people and all that shit. Dude, I took motherfucking Shadow the Titan Wasp. Dude, I beat his ass. Dude would pay $20 to get me off. I'd pay $40 to drop his ass. And hey, if there's the extra 20, keep him off again, dude. Finally, because see, he's a young man with a family, and I knew that. So finally, dude, I beat his ass. He was not going to pay another $20 because shit, that's going to eat into the family fund. You know what his response was? Well, you know what? I like that you fight back. Well, bitch, what did you think I was going to do? If I pick a fight, I'm going to do my level best to win it. Nice. And then Verbal Assassin came up.
Oof.
And I'd never talked to her before, but I'd seen her in the chat. So she comes up wanting to talk some shit. And, she did that gum popping, neck popping shit.
I believe
and I couldn't get a word in edgewise. So I think she paid $20 to get me off the chat. Dude, I spent $100 to get her off the chat. And I'm like, okay, let's see if you come back from that. Fuck no, she didn't. Dude, she pissed me. I don't get that pissed off, but dude, you will give me a chance to talk. And then you drop me after gum popping and over talking like that. Let's see if you come back from this.
You know what's crazy, Stanley? When people do that, they overtalk you, they're a little louder, their mic is a little louder, and they're popping their gums like you said. People
No, gum. It's an inside joke. You know how women used to pop the gum when they
Yeah.
talk?
Oh my gosh. This is annoying now.
Well, it's an inside joke.
No, I
I'll
get
have to
it.
tell you this story one day. But Verbal Assassin, dude, it was actually, I had a good ass time, to be honest. I was just, dude. Well, the reason I went up there is CT had gone up to do what CT does.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, you know what, God damn it. Because I did have a couple like political questions with that bullshit. And I think I reviewed it here. Maybe I should do it now. It was on Sharon's show, uniquely.
Yep.
But I'm not really that much into. It's so funny. I just do shit because I think it's funny sometimes, and then I lose interest in it.
I do that in the outside world all the time.
Now, I said what I said, and I'm done with it. If y'all have a problem, Ignat, what's up, man?
Ignat.
Now, this is Ignat. Stanley, are you bi? Well, motherfucker, I'm not bipolar. Is that what you mean by bi? I'm consistent. I'm consistent.
Why is he curious about something like that?
No, Ignat's just being ignorant. I've known him for a while. He just wants to take me off kilter. Ignat, bring your dashiki wearing ass up here. Hit the link.
You got a lot of shit talkers on here, Stanley.
Oh, dude, this is one of the things that people also don't understand. This is a channel full of trolls. Like everybody will troll. And I pick show titles from the good one-liners. There are times like I've got like 5 different one-liners over the weekend that people have made. Yeah. I will sometimes take the topic that I want to talk about and match it to the show title.
You do have
these people are funny. Honestly, and that's why I love this show, dude. These people are funny as fuck.
Hilarious. It's a big show all the time.
And that's why when people like Seymour come in here, Seymour is not clever. He's not funny. He thinks he is. He thinks he's the topic. He simply is not. Dude, do you know? Dude, I got trolls in here.
You got the biggest one that comes up on the panel. It's crazy. Mike 123 or something like that.
I'm sorry, what?
Mike 123.
Oh no, Mike 123. He's in his mid-30s. He's
a troll.
He is, but not a funny troll. He does get off every now and again. He'll say something funny, but there are people who come in here like they will take a unique point on or view of a topic and actually be funny. Mike 123 is the type that only gets funny when he's drunk.
Yeah. Shaxi Bob is the illest troll. Does she still show up?
But it is what it is,
Does Shaxi Bob still show
up? Yeah, she was here, I think, earlier today.
Yeah, she's the illest troll.
Oh no, she's hilarious.
Yeah, she is.
And Sin 7 Sin can be funny too.
Is Sin the one with that beautiful voice?
I don't think I've never heard her on a chat.
Oh, there's somebody that comes up on your panel once in a while. Oh, TK something.
Who?
I think it's TK something.
Oh, you're thinking of TMKC.
TMKC, yeah.
Is it beautiful? She sounds like a little girl.
Well, I wouldn't say beautiful. I would say like it's cute as shit.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, she comes around, but she's a busy person.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you do have an interesting show. I always tune in.
I don't know that it's that interesting, but
Well, I'm
you
gonna
know,
be, well, I'm
it's
gonna
the
be
best
honest.
it can be.
I listen
It's a
because
good little show. It's a
you
little
do
show
have
that
you do show some knowledgeable things that I like. I like to learn everything, so I do watch it. But sometimes it gets a little boring. But then I watch it again,
Hey,
and I still get the
and
knowledge.
you know what? I don't know. Yeah, well, you know, when it gets boring, go to another show.
Oh no, that's just me. I'm just saying, like I like.
Oh no, it's everyone. Don't feel bad. Dude, please don't feel. People get bored, and the thing is the fuckery.
Well, I think it's social media. We're all trained to have an attention span of like 38 seconds. So,
Well, you know, the thing is I'm not. It's not like I'm not a. Oh, excuse me. It's not like I'm any better. It's just like last night. You know, CM is a mess. So, you know, I went to sleep fairly early after my show. I ate dinner and just fell asleep. So I wake up, you know, around 2:00 or so in the morning, and he's on. So I'm listening to the show, and you know, it's that typical just ghetto bullshit.
like usual.
So, you know, of course I'm gonna troll a bit, and you know, CM is a hothead, and I seem to be, you know, his latest, you know, kind of like Nightish. You know, I'll say some shit in the chat, and somehow or another, it just sets him off. he'll make the whole show, you know, about cursing me out. CM is
I've seen
actually
it.
worse than Nightish, though.
Oh wow.
But see, dude, it is so funny. And then they'll go, come up to the panel, you know, hit the link. Why? Dude, I'm entertaining myself from the chat. Why would I come up? Why would I come up so you can yell and all this stuff and drop me? But I could just roast your dumb ass from the chat. And drop me from the chat. That's fine. You know, there are other shows or books to read or, you know, things I can do.
So Stanley, he has it linked up, and it's in 8 minutes.
Oh, cool.
You want me to put it in the chat?
Yeah, do please do.
Let's see if I can find it.
Now I'm gonna. I don't know. You know what? I should probably just shut it down and we all go over there. But I'm gonna roast from the chat.
I know you are. I know you.
But it'll mostly be. Hey, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna roast. You know who the target's gonna be, and it's not gonna be you.
Shit, it might end up being.
I doubt it. No.
Right.
See, now here's what happens. If I go into Nidus's chat, he can control me there. If I go into your chat, I'm gonna ask you just let me troll, or I can, you know, I can watch it from here. I don't have to pollute your chat. But dude, I am lit, dude. And you know what? I'm not pissed off at Nightish at all. But I've had a couple beers and I'm just in a troll mood.
Let's do it.
I just want to fuck with him a little bit.
Let's do it. It's gonna be a very interesting show.
It always is. And no, I'm not gonna hit the link. Unless he just no, my goal is to get Nightish to rage quit.
I would love to see that happen. Oh my god, I would love to see that happen. I don't think he can.
And by the way, I'm just being a horrible person. Nightish is a good guy. He just needs to understand that he is not the entertainer that he thinks he is. I will never understand. He is funny, but Oh wow, look at this. So this motherfucker is sitting on a couch. Oh my lord. Oh, so you gave me nitishes?
I
Don't
made.
you have one
Oh
set
shit!
up?
No. Wait, let me give you mine. My bad.
Let me show you. Let me show you this. This is Nitish's thumbnail.
I made it.
Oh, did you really, dude?
Yeah.
You need to put him on the couch,
I know. We're gonna do that next.
dude. Nitish is not, dude. Nitish is not all seeing.
Oh, I can't
Don't
give
put
you
him.
mine
Don't put
because
him in
it's
the
going through
dominant
his.
position. If you gonna fuck with not, and you can't now because it's 5 minutes. But dude, you should have put him on the couch and you sitting up on the chair, so you are in the controlling position. Dude, that would drive him crazy. Oh, you don't see this, do you? Hold on one second.
No, I see that. I made it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
made the
Well,
thumbnail
if you're
for it.
happy with it. Yeah, and y'all subscribe to Savage, please. He is a dear friend, and if you're not sub there, you're missing out.
Appreciate that.
Why? It's deserved.
It's just how I was raised.
Let's see here. Now, were you not going live on your show?
Well, once I get on.
Now I'm looking at Golden Sports and Lounge.
Yeah, that's.
I don't see this live though.
No, because it's going to be streamed.
Oh, you're
through
only
his,
going to do it on his channel.
But I'm gonna stream it through the.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So then you could just go to mine, and I can put my channel up there as well.
Yeah, do that.
All right. So they could go there.
So the goal for me, folks, is to just like pull Nitish's chains. And if he rage quits, that's fine. It's I want to say it's gonna be lighthearted, but I'm gonna be my usual self.
We'll see.
Which is gentle, sonorous, use big words. Oh, Nitish.
All right, so there's my channel.
Bitch. Nitish, you're a bitch.
Crazy. All right, Stanley, I'm gonna get prepared for
All
this
right.
thing.
Well,
I'll
good
see
luck.
you there.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. So what I'm going to do is wait for them to go live, and then I'll make a decision whether shut this down and go over there. Because in all honesty, I'm at almost 7 hours. I probably should. I'm going long for a Monday, but I've been having so much fun seeing Mariah and Uniquely and Gabriel. It's almost like Romper Room and Untrackable and DertyDude. Romper, Stomper, Bumper, Boo. Saturday should be the short bus and Sunday should be Romper Room. So what we'll do is wait for them to go live. And let's see, in the meantime, is there anything interesting? Nitish's show, that show is probably over. Let's see. Simon's live. I don't understand why Simon just goes over there and plays music. See, Big J is live. Huh. This is interesting.
Hey guys, this is Ginger, and I'm back with an interesting expression. Today I want to talk about this young lady you see on the screen. I pulled her off of TikTok, and I found this video she did, this commentary she did, kind of interesting because I've never heard a dark-skinned person say this about light-skinned blacks before. She feels that light-skinned blacks, and when I say light-skinned blacks, I'm talking about someone who has two black parents, wants to be superior over dark-skinned people and biracial people, that we want to start our own hierarchy, and we want them to be placed under us. And I thought that was so interesting. She feels within the black race, we always felt like we were superior over them and that we was always the colorist one, which we all know that's not true. They're the biggest colorists. They won't even date each other, okay? But they claim we're the biggest colorists, but
You know
that
what?
we want to be over them. We want to be superior. Hey guys, this is Ginger, and I'm back with an interesting expression. Today I want to talk about this young lady you see on the screen. I pulled her off of TikTok, and I found this video she did, this commentary she did, kind of interesting because I've never heard a dark-skinned person say this about light-skinned blacks before. She feels that light-skinned blacks, and when I say light-skinned blacks, I'm talking about someone who has two black parents, wants to be superior over dark-skinned people and biracial people, that we want to start our own hierarchy, and we want them to be placed under us. And I thought that was so interesting. She feels within the black race, we always felt like we were superior over them and that we was always the colorist one, which we all know that's not true. They're the biggest colorists. They won't even date each other, okay? But they claim we're the biggest colorists, but that we want to be over them, we want to be superior over them, and that we also want to be superior over the biracials, and that we play both sides. It's like when we're with the blacks, we know we feel more superior because we have those two black parents, so we want to make the biracials feel less than, like they're not as black as us, okay? And I'm like, it's just the weirdest thing. I've never heard this before, that we feel that we're more black because we have two black parents, and that they should be under us because one of their parents is white. I said, oh my goodness. So we use that two black parent card on them, let them know that you're not as black as us, you're under us. And that when we're under our own, which is the black race, that we're still over you because we are lighter and that we look like we're closer to white, which we don't. That we want to be over the dark skin shade as well. And that we actually want it to be a hierarchy over them. That we want to be over the dark skinned blacks and the biracial.
Well, I skipped ahead a little bit. She's talking over this particular short or TikTok or whatever it is. So she is going to show it. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think this I don't like her hair that much, but I'm kind of I guess I'm a T man. I think she's cute. She has a cute face, and I don't mind a little bit of, curves as long as you are actually curvy and not, it's funny. Sometimes like a plus size model type look. Yeah, I kind of go for that. You're getting bigger than the plus size model sort of thing, then, that could be problematic. Not like I have a lot of choices these days, but I don't have a problem with this young lady. I do have a problem with her hair. The hair is just not doing it for me. Everything else kind of is.
And I'm like, whew, boy, their minds be wandering. I swear to you. Now, I don't know. I do have a lot of light-skinned black people on my page. And sometimes I do listen to you talk, and I know a lot of you do want to separate from the black race. You feel that we should be a separate entity. But I've also had this conversation with you, and I don't think anyone really explained how the hell we would be able to do that. Because, like I said before, I did a commentary with biracials, which is mulattoes, and a lot of them don't even want us with them. They don't see us as one of them either. So what are you saying? Light-skinned blacks need to really have their own race? But like she said, we want it to still be black. It's just that we want them under us, is what she's saying. We're black, but yet we're still superior over you. the dark-skinned blacks and the biracials. And I'm like, listen, I've never, ever heard a dark-skinned person say that. And to be honest, I've never heard a light-skinned black person say that. And like I said, I do have some light-skinned black people on here that feel that we should separate from the dark-skinned people, but I never heard them say anything like they feel like the biracial should be under a category of us, you know? And the most I've ever heard is that I felt like I've heard a few light-skinned blacks and mulattoes feel that we should merge and become one entity. I've heard people on my page say that, but I've never heard a light-skinned black feel that, oh, everybody should be under us as far as category. And she does explain how, you know, how she felt about this. And I just thought, and she looks very young to me. She's in her 20s, maybe early 30s, but you know, let me know how you feel about that. Do you feel that light-skinned blacks should be the superior ones, that we should have dark-skinned people under us as well as biracials? Let me know how you feel, but I'm also let you hear what she have to say. One moment.
What are monoracial light-skinned black people trying to accomplish when they say that biracials aren't light-skinned, they're biracial? Everything about this statement has always rubbed me the wrong way because I don't know if y'all know it, but you're perpetuating colorism. Y'all treat being light-skinned as if it's its own social category. A lot of y'all want to distinguish yourselves from biracial people because you want to be seen as the superior black group, right? Y'all are trying to monopolize your social and aesthetic capital on proximity to whiteness. A lot of y'all know that y'all have the quote desirable phenotypes, right? You got the light skin, some of y'all have the loose hair, some of y'all got the light eye, but more importantly, what you have that biracials don't have is the unimpeachable black pedigree, two black parents, right? Essentially, what y'all are trying to say is that y'all are the superior group between the three, right? I'm not an outsider like the biracials, but I'm superior to the dark-skinned people. That's what I hear when y'all protect the category of light skin from biracials, because y'all do not say the same thing about biracial brown-skinned people or biracial dark-skinned people. You only say this about light skin. Oh, she's not light-skinned, she's biracial, right? Y'all want the capital of proximity to whiteness without the liability of having white parents. And if we are being historically accurate, light-skinned people have always done this, right? They've always tried to protect the light genetics within their family. A lot of y'all families are generationally light-skinned, and that is on purpose. So when I hear y'all distinguishing yourselves from biracial people, I know it's because y'all come from a long history of people who have tried to breed light skin but keep the culture black. This ain't new, baby. This ain't no new tactic. This is colorism at its deepest roots. Light skin was never meant to be its own category of blackness. It's just a descriptor of skin tone for people within the black community. There are biracial light skins, there are biracial dark skins, there are biracial brown skins, there are biracial Asian. Light skin is not a protected category within blackness, and y'all are so weird for trying to make it one. What y'all are doing is leverage.
Well, you know what? This young lady with the weird hair, she's actually spot on with this. You know, having had, you know, some college level genetics, you know, as part of my degree, she's absolutely right. Light skin is not a race. You can have, you know, two biracial black people, you know, let's just say back in 1965, get together. Well, if both parents are biracial, the kids are biracial too, genetically, not necessarily culturally. Genetics and culture are two different things. You know, biracial in 2026 is not the same thing. Like, you know, my son's biracial, but he's probably, if you actually looked at his genetics, he probably has more European heritage than African heritage, because most African Americans, legacy Black Americans, have a percentage of European heritage. I think the average is like 20. So if he's 50-50, you know, socially or culturally or whatever, genetically, he's probably more white, probably more European heritage than African heritage. It is what it is. Now, my wife may have some African heritage. Who knows? So that may tilt the balance back the other way. But people want to learn their genetics and their culture and about race from YouTube. Most people on YouTube are just, they have no clue what they're talking about. YouTube, they learn their shit from other YouTube content creators. If you haven't taken a biology class, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about when it comes to who's biracial and who's not. And if you've had a biology class or several of them, you may also know that race isn't biological. It is literally social and cultural. So this young lady with the cute face and, you know, well endowed in the cute pink shirt is actually more informed, in my opinion, than the content creator of this video. She's right.
Your social capital of blackness, but also your phenotypical capital of proximity to whiteness is clear as day.
Whew, people, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know what to say. I don't know how this could ever be resolved. But you know what? I have given this some real thought. And you know, I was reading this article about, you know, they were saying as long as black and white people keep mixing, by 2050, you know, it's gonna be way more biracials than it is gonna be light-skinned blacks. And when I say light-skinned blacks, I'm talking about 2 black parents. And you know, I thought about that. Maybe eventually the mulattoes might be able to get their way. Okay, but when I say mulattoes, I'm talking about American black and American white. Okay, that's how I see it. American white and American black. That maybe.
Okay, well, she would be wrong. Mulattoes aren't necessary. Mulattoes, yeah, they can be biracial, but they don't have to be biracial. Technically, if you're Asian and black, you're biracial. She needs to do some education on the topic. And I'm not going to fuss at her, but she is problematic. So let's finish this up. We need to, Nightish is live, but I think this woman is actually really cute. If I were her age, of course, I would ask her, like, look, do we have to do the ghetto Princess Leia? Yeah, can't we do something else? But every other part of her that I see is attractive, at least to me.
They just might get their way. They might can get their own subcategory away from black people the way they want it. Okay. But I'm still going to speak to the light-skinned blacks. I don't know how the hell we will resolve this issue because, like I said, I don't see them giving us a separate entity from blacks. Okay, as long as we have 2 black parents, just like they have 2 black parents, I don't see how they will separate us from them. And like I said, you have a lot of mulattoes that don't want us to merge with them. Face that reality. They don't want us with them.
No idea.
So
what that
I don't
is.
see how light-skinned blacks with 2 parents is just going to have a separate entity from the biracials, the mulattoes, or from dark-skinned people. And you know, I don't think anyone has come back because I've asked this question in the past. No one's come back to me and explained to me, well, how the hell will we be able to do that? Okay, no one. But I'm going to go ahead and leave it right here. Please hit the like button if you made it to the end. Hit the subscribe button. Share, comment, and also look at some of my older commentary. And of course, I'll be back with another commentary another day. You have a good day.
So every time I see y'all in the comments talking about she not light skinned, she biracial, I'm on your fucking ass because I know you a colorist.
Look, I would at least talk to her, find out what she's about, you know. And as far as spindly legs and narrow hips and stuff, that would be a problem. But you know what? It's just YouTube. What I saw on the screen was okay. It's not like I'll ever meet her, Yeti. Though I might dream about her. Who knows? All right. Well, this is the man of the hour.
I saw him getting bullied, like running in front of his locker. And me, I was always like the big kid and the athlete. So I went up to the guys that
What's
were
up,
bullying
Mike?
him,
Good to see you.
yoked them up on the lockers. I said, how would you like somebody to do that shit to you? And they looked at me and they were scared, whatever, like that. So they went on their way. I was like, dog, don't ever let anybody bully you like that. No matter what it takes, just do something. Just do anything. let them know that you ain't one to fuck with. So I ended up going back to class, and I get a call on the intercom saying me come down to the principal's office. I'm like, I ain't do shit. I was a class clown too, but I probably did some shit. But
Okay, so this just seems like it's gonna be like how I failed in school. This is gonna be interesting. And by the way, the link is posted. Don't be shy, folks. But Yeti, let's blame it on Yeti. He likes my commentary, and I'm gonna have plenty of it. This horrible show segment is brought to you by Yeti, and only by Yeti. He told me to do it.
You was capable and had a good heart.
yeah, I don't even know why, but that's just me speaking today. Why I got a good heart, but damn. Can't
Hey,
stand it.
Moxie.
We just want to go through. We just want to take it, step by.
And I'm going to pause it here. This is Nidus trying to be erudite and ask good questions and stuff. I wonder who put him up to that. Looks like he wants to change some shit. So I'm watching this on Nidus's channel. Hopefully Savage can figure out how to get this over on his channel so I can troll from the chat without Nidus, being all womanish. And Moxie, you kind of missed, how we led up to this, but it ought to be an interesting interview. And Stanley's going to be at his most horrible, unfortunately, and we will blame Yeti. Yeti, this is your chance to disavow.
I step as we go through whatever elementary school. And it's about you. It's not about me today. It's about you.
It's all about him.
You said, what's that? Is that New York?
New Haven.
New Haven. Where's New Haven at?
Connecticut.
Where's New Haven? Oh my God, it's only Yale.
Is it country? Is it rural?
Is it country, dude?
City life.
City life.
Okay. How much you want to bet neither one of them comes up with Yale University's in New Haven? How much you want to bet? Send me a Cash App as a bet.
It's like it's usually compared to New York as a small New York. So it's a city life. A lot of you call it gun wave in New Haven.
I know. I've heard it before. I've heard it gun wave in New Haven.
So literally one of the best universities in the world is in New Haven, Connecticut. There's Harvard, there's Yale, and no one mentions Yale. It's more like New York, but let's not mention. I don't know. Maybe I'm just that kind of weirdo, but I think Yale is kind of the only reason to go to New Haven. And by the way, I used to go through New Haven. I lived in Newport, Rhode Island, so right up 95 through New Haven, New York, New Haven, all the way up to Providence. Dude, weirdos.
What was your friend group like? Did you have friends or was you a loner?
I always kept like one or two friends. And it's usually people that we relate in the same type of like mindset. All we wanted to do is exercise and ride bikes and explore some shit.
What years we talking about?
This is talking about, all right, so you want about friends, right? People I kept close.
No. What years was this? When was this that you was elementary school, your friend group? Is this the 80s, 90s?
Well, I was born in the 80s, 82.
You born 82, okay.
Yeah. So I'm 44 now.
So we talking about late 80s, early 90s.
So like early 90s when, you know, things were popping.
So when I think about late early 90s, I'm thinking about MTV, skateboarders, WrestleMania, Kung Fu flicks, and all that. So that's what I'm trying to say. Tell me about your situation. What were you into at that young age?
Shit, I was into sports. Well, not like watching it.
Was
Playing
Hulk Hogan and let me see,
Jimmy
Hulk Hogan.
Superflies. Listen, Hulk
Jimmy
Hogan.
So the fucking cultural reference is Hulk Hogan in the 90s? Ooh, boy.
Superfly Snooker,
Andre the Giant, and the Animal, Ravishing Rick Rude, Macho Man, Andre the
Randy
Giant.
Savage. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. My favorite was Ultimate Warrior.
Ultimate Warrior.
Yep. That was my guy right there. All that energy. You're just like, but you couldn't stop him.
Yeah. We want to get to know what made a savage. And during that time, I know it was about Kung Fu flicks, Macho Man, Hulk Hogan.
Jesus Christ.
What was it? It was two brothers. One came out with the big black hat on. He was supposed to be a dead man. And he had a brother.
Yeah, Kane.
And look, I don't mean to be all snooty, but maybe I do. This is their frame of cultural reference from the fucking 90s? Wrestling? Oh my Lord. No wonder. Oops.
That's the 90s. Late 80s, early 90s. So we talking about VHSs right before we get into DVDs and CDs.
Right. Way before, actually.
So you looking at the them DVDs about the tunnel, DMX, Jay-Z, Tell me about what life was like as a teenage savage.
Oh, teenage. Oh, we're gonna skip some shit. So I would say at 13 is when I wanted to try everybody because I was strong. You know what I'm saying? And I even tried my mother at that age. That went wrong. But I was just like full of energy. You know what I mean? And I was seeing a lot of things that didn't match up to what I was thinking. But I was like onto the side before I got to where I am now. But it was all about sports. Like I was all into sports, hardcore. I played basketball, I did football.
What was the family dynamic like? I come from a single mother home. My father was around, but he wasn't really there. What was your family dynamic like?
Well,
did you have a strong man in your life that gave you some guidance, or did you have to figure it out on your own?
I basically had to figure it out on my own. I mean, like, yeah, my whole life. My father, I remember, like, what's crazy is that I got like mad memories of spending time with him, what he's like, how he looks, and stuff like that. But I knew, and like, when you go through a lot of shit on my behalf, me going through a lot of shit, there's been a lot of memories that have been suppressed of my childhood. And like sometimes I'll have like, I'll be excited and I have a thought and I remember, but I like kind of don't know how to place it, you know what I mean? But I remember I went through that. Like I remember like a three-wheeler, he took me to a garage to find, and that was like my most favorite thing to do was like ride on that four-wheeler. It was a Smurf. You know what I'm saying? I remember that from my father. I remember he looked like Luther Vandross. I remember he worked out all the time. He's the one that put me onto the banana and peanut butter sandwiches.
Yeah.
And he was smooth talker. You know, and I didn't know that now until like I really like went back and listened to the things I've heard from him. But he really wasn't around for long.
But he was cool.
That happened that, I was hurt.
cool to you. He was cool to you. You can look up to him.
Knowing what I know now, yes. Definitely a person to look up to. But as a kid, I didn't know none of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that wasn't even on my mind. Because even when he, because I believe he was forced away. And I do like remember like most of the story that happened, which I'm not gonna even say about because it's a personal joint. But I do remember, but I know my father, like I could feel my father, you know, he's that type of person. And later on, learning who he is, he's definitely not, and it definitely wasn't that. And she just, like, I know I love my mother to death, but she kind of put in my head that he was a bad guy.
Mm.
And then like I really didn't even develop a time to want to, like, felt it wanting to talk to him, but never had like the guidance to be like, go reach out to your dad, or, you know what I mean, see what he's up to, shit like that.
You know what I remember about the 80s, late 90s? Let me see if you fuck with this. Mini bikes and mopeds.
It wasn't allowed.
You couldn't mess with them?
We didn't have that money.
Mini bikes, mopeds, skateboards.
I had a skateboard.
Roller skates.
Ninja Turtle skateboard. I had and I always had a bike. I was always on a bike.
Did you get a? This is what we used to do, 80s, 90s. We used to get we used to have a frame. You had to go get you some wheels, get you some handlebars, get you a seat.
Now, I again, I hate to be all persnickety and shit. When are they going to talk about what it was like going to school? It was all leisure? Dude, what in the hell? One's East Coast, one's West Coast. I don't even know how to. So I'm going to wait. Maybe somebody will go, well, what was it like in your class? How many? Dude, these people.
You piece a bike together.
Right, all the time.
Yeah, you piece a bike together.
The master piece of bikes together, bro.
You wanted to have the monkey grips for the
My father had
handlebars.
old tools, mad tools, broken, rusted, whatever. But I would go through that and use them to fix them bikes up. For real. I used to fix everybody's bike. They come by like, yo, what could you add to my bike? A big wheel in the back. Let me get that.
Yeah.
Man,
the teenage years. Were they fun?
Fun. What do you consider fun?
Exploration, messing with girls, hanging with your partners,
I
fighting.
love
You know
fun.
what we
But not a goddamn thing about school. Ooh, boy. And this is Black culture? No, it wasn't the culture. It wasn't the Black culture I experienced. Quite frankly, at least in my section of Black culture, dude, you had to be accomplished. Okay, great. Honestly, and I'm not fucking with people. I graduated from high school in 1983. So, it's mostly, 70s and 80s through, let's say, like late 80s. That was college and, grade school through college. Dude, I lived in Savannah, Georgia. Let me tell you a story. My first year of high school, I was just fucking glad I made it through. And it's summertime. I can play basketball. I can just hang out at home. And my mother came to me and she's like, "Well, you didn't tell me you made the honor roll." And my response was, "I did, motherfucker. I was just glad to get through school." So a friend of my mother had told my mother to congratulate Stanley. He made the honor roll. Dude, I didn't know because I was just glad to fucking make it out. Therefore, my mother didn't know, but that's how much people paid attention in the Black community in Savannah, Georgia, when I was growing up. Like, tell Stanley, hey, way to go. It's a hard school. And he made the honor roll, congratulate him. And my mother was probably like, well, oh yeah, I'll tell him. Yeah, I knew. And she wasn't mad or anything. She's like, well, why didn't you tell me? And my honest answer was, I didn't know. But the Black community knew. My Black community in little old Savannah, Georgia, they paid attention to excellence, and they would congratulate their kids when they did well in school. The shit was important. And yeah, I watched wrestling and, rode a bike and all this stuff. It's disappointing to hear someone who's 5 years younger and, Savage is a bit younger. Dude, not one school experience. Did they even go to school? Stop speaking for a part of the Black community y'all don't know. These motherfuckers on YouTube are really bad about this. Dude, education is part of the Black American community. And these two, and I'm going to take it easy on Savage because it's Nidus is a problem, mostly to himself though.
We used to go, like I said this the other day, we used to go to like other people's picnics and get ribs and macaroni and cheese and be in somebody else's stuff. We
Yeah,
used to
all
go in
about
apartments.
food.
Somebody open up the gate. We swim in a swimming pool. We used to jump off the apartment buildings on mattresses and stuff and do flips and you know what I'm saying.
I was very agile. I used to do backflips. I was like, for real. I used to do backflips, front tucks, so a backflip off the bench, like off a bleacher bench.
I had no idea.
I was
Well, uniquely,
so athletic back in the day, man.
Well, uniquely, this is what old men do sometimes. It's depressing because backflips aren't gonna motherfucking make you successful in life. I think they did nothing but backflips.
I mean, nothing could stop me back then, but a little different now.
like when we was young, we had the all metal playground. You had the monkey bars, the ring,
what you play on?
tether ball.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Play football on the asphalt.
Now tell me about your great
hot. You cannot sit on them drinks.
You're gonna burn yourself. You're gonna burn yourself.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I got plenty marks doing that dumbass shit. But yeah, I did track, I did baseball, I did football, basketball, I even did gymnastics when I was young. I tried to do everything to keep.
God damn it, Yeti. Oh, fuck. We was acrobats. Yeah, God damn it, Yeti. And this is what I was telling Savage. Dude, I have a chat full of fucking a chat full of trolls. That is hilarious. We was acrobats. Thank you, Yeti. Wow.
My body, like, for real.
Was it
Fun
though? Was it fun though?
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
I remember back in them days, if I personalize it, we used to go to McClymonds swimming. And Charlie Wilson was in the Gap band. They had what's that song? You got me humping day and night, baby. Keep running in and out of my life. It was a lot of great music, a lot of fun, a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Fights wasn't really serious.
All fun and no education. Dude, the best of the Black community was experienced by Nightish. It was all fun. The fights weren't that
Busy for a
serious.
little bit. You know, we went through our things.
Jesus
What was it
Christ.
like out there where you was at?
So
Who was the big?
you was
who was
at?
the big musical influence
my
in your?
mother all day long. Like I only know old school music because
Isley Brothers, Luther
all that.
Vandross,
'Cause we used to hear it
Isaac
every
Hayes,
Saturday and Sunday.
Curtis
Early in the morning, she likes to
Mayfield.
clean on Saturday, fix it up on Sunday, and we wake up to Gladys Knight. We wake up to Freddie Jackson, Patti LaBelle, the Temptations, even Christmas. Temptation was a big thing in Christmas. You know the Temptation album?
Yeah.
So that was my shit.
Great music.
Yeah,
Great
and then
music.
my mother liked to put us into like activities where we're doing like singing or talking just to get us out there, whatever. And we were so embarrassed when she did this shit, but whatever she said we had to do. So she ended up like teaching us how to sing. You know what I mean? Like how to use our voices. And she ended up realizing that
So
I could
now
sing. My
Nightish
little
is
sister could
smoking
sing.
in the house?
My older sister couldn't
Damn,
sing.
I've never seen him do that.
Tell me about your family dynamic. You got brothers, sisters.
Whew, my family's huge. But the ones who were around me the most and I grew up with were my sisters.
So
Wasn't
mostly
like
girls in the family. Mostly girls in the family.
there's a lot of boys, but they're not. They were with my father.
Okay, so you got stepbrothers.
So I got stepbrothers. I got a lot of them. But the ones I was with and grew up with was my two sisters and my mother most of our life.
Were you protectors of mom and the two sisters?
Super.
Did you have to be? I don't like this
I
term,
was
son,
everything,
husband.
bro.
Did you have to be the man of the house? I'll say it that way.
I didn't know what that meant, but I knew my role, and I played it well. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna like say some shit, but women like to date and shit like that. So
Here we
whenever she
go.
would be interested in a dude, and she wasn't out there like that because
Here we go.
she'd rather be alone. She's an Aquarian like I am.
Oh yeah, we both Aquariuses.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. You know the thing about
son is an
Aquariuses really like to be alone.
So we have food, fun, fights, and astrology, but two motherfuckers who are well into their adulthood don't talk about their educational experiences. Now, I don't know, folks. Maybe, this is kind of why I, emphasize that Black culture is not monolithic. But does it not seem weird that they haven't talked about their school experiences? Did they grow up without school?
Fortunately, I just learned this recently. You said mom and you was both Aquariuses.
We were born on we born on the 25th. Both of us got the same birthday.
Oh shit!
Remember that shit?
Yeah.
We got the same birthday.
Yeah. Damn.
And guess what? My son birthday is 2 days after mine.
27?
Yep. My mother's an Aquarian, a February Aquarian. People I kind of surround myself with that I'm like real close friends, they're all Aquarians.
You adore
them. I keep the Aquarians around me, bro. That's like we're like a gang.
Dude,
We can understand each other. We don't even have to talk. You know what it is.
Dude, are y'all interested in this? I see CM is live. Maybe I ought to just go over there and troll him. Dude, let me skip ahead. Maybe something's happened. I'll just skip ahead of this bullshit.
So you said you had sisters. Your sister was still around?
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
they was put to work too. We all
later.
had that structure. You know what I'm saying?
Did y'all live together?
Huh?
Did y'all live together?
Yeah. It was me, my two sisters, and my mother.
Okay.
Every day. All day.
This is weird.
Fucking emotions all day.
Here we go.
Were you well rested, or was it just
Yes.
pressure?
The younger I was, the better it was to live. When you start realizing things that I think it was like 9, it was still good. It was still good living, but then you start to watch your mother struggle, and you try to wonder what that is. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a kid, you want like, well, I got this already, so I can get what I want, type shit. And
Con, why are you and I the only ones noticing the absence? No experience in a classroom? How the fuck? So maybe this explains a lot. School, being in a classroom, school was not a formative experience. I guess that explains a lot. Dude, the fuck? But these people want to tell me about Black culture? Fuck.
what harder was because, to be honest with you, I didn't know too much. Because she tried her best to spoil me as I was young because I was into sports. And I was one of those guys that could have made it professional if I really went into it. You know what I mean? Like if I really got into it. So she kind of spoiled me. And for her to spoil me, I was paying more attention to her. So I would know when she's upset or something like that. So my natural instinct was to protect my mother no matter what.
So you felt loved.
Yeah, definitely. All the love in the world.
Yeah.
All the love. Even when she was pissed at me.
Yeah, Nidus is just gonna exploit this shit because that's the kind of motherfucker he is.
That's a beautiful thing that you had that relationship with your mother.
But it's
Savage needs to be careful. Nidus is going to exploit this information. Man, don't trust this motherfucker.
So she taught us totally different than what they teaching these motherfuckers now. And also her father was around for a long period of time. And she lost her mother early, at almost like the same age that I lost my mother. She lost her mother. That's crazy, right?
So
she had nothing about her father.
So she did sit down and have
I see that
with
uniquely
and try to encourage you.
That's exactly
and
now
make you a good man.
Yeah.
This is the other thing.
I would say
this is the other thing that I've noticed about Nidus. Dude is red pill as fuck. Sharon, red pill as fuck. Dude, listen to this motherfucker. Dude, I should hop in the chat and start trolling right now just to distract Nidus. Because this motherfucker, he looks like a cat who ate 2 canaries.
like she didn't no woman's gonna know exactly how to raise a man. But due to she had her father for a long period of time and he was in her ass 24/7, we knew that because he was punishing me when he was around. So she had that structure from a man. So she kind of knew who to go to when it came to me and how to put me in my place. Because she said if I was really acting up, because I had mad energy, bro, she would send me right to her father. And I would realize then,
don't do this.
I need to
Stop it.
change the fuck what I'm doing. Because he was like that dude. You know what I'm saying? He was the man. Not slime dude, but everybody knew him and loved him.
I think those people are missing in current times.
That's why I was wanting
those grandfathers, those uncles, those mothers, those people is missing in current time because
it's missing.
My mother could come out. I'm in the middle of a fight. I might get punched in the face again because she tell me stop, and I'm just gonna stop because she said stop.
Dude.
That's how important she was to me. I never wanted to disappoint my mother, my grandmother, my great grandmother. I never wanted to disappoint them women when I was younger.
What age though? Because when you reach those teenage years, you fuck that disappointment.
Fucking A.
I want to say
10 and 16. 10 and 16.
Okay.
16, 17, you know, I'm violating
Yeah,
because
it's
I'm
going to
outside
slowly
now.
become about
Well,
Nidish's life.
I had to do that earlier because, like I said, she passed at 16, so I didn't get to really get that I'm growing up experience
Yeah.
from her or a father. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got shipped to my father when I was 10. I came back home to my mother when I was
Yep,
14.
I told you.
I was out in
Now,
the streets when I was
let
14.
me yeah. I've heard this story like at least once a week for quite some time. It's going to slowly become about Nightish and his family. Dude, this is just going to be a rehash. And look, it is what it is. It is Nightish's family and all this stuff, but I thought he was supposed to be interviewing Savage. The show is called Savage, but it's going to become about Nightish. That's the kind of person Nightish is.
I got sent back. After the jobs doing the physical stuff, when did you get into like the bars and restaurants and bodyguarding and security?
Literally nothing about Savage's education. What is wrong with these black men? Dude, these two, the schooling wasn't important. Okay, I just want to highlight this and maybe just like overemphasize it. The black community in these United States tends to care about school. This is why I refuse to let people like fucking Nightish talk for the black community or even think they have an idea of what the quote black community is. I grew up a totally different way in a black community in the Deep South. Dude, these Cali blacks live on the fringe of a black culture, but they want to act like they want to be spokesmen for it. Not a one of them, neither one of these two motherfuckers has talked even a little bit about their education. This is literally not a thorough interview. I'm just disappointed, quite frankly.
Well, so I ended up going to college, CCSU, for football.
Mm-hmm. How old were you? What age?
That was 17 going on 18.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to, going there for football, but this was like, I was still in my rebellious years of losing my mother.
How tall? What weight?
6'3".
6'3".
I'm 6'4" now.
What weight?
Now my weight is at
No, back then.
Back then.
Because you said 17. 17, I'm 6'2", 230.
Like 17, 18, yeah.
Yeah, let's
17.
compare.
I'm 6'2", I'm 230.
It's all about Nightish.
So I'm 6'4". Actually 6'4" going to college. And I was 290 solid.
Okay.
Like nobody.
That's a big kid.
Yeah, I was a big motherfucker. I used to get when I played baseball and basketball when I was 9, I had to bring my birth certificate and like social security card.
Oh, so they did you like they do to the Dominicans. You gotta prove your age, big old guy.
They
Who
wouldn't
are
let me
you?
They
How
wouldn't let me
is this
play
a grown man playing or is this a young man?
Exactly. I was a beast, bro.
Why high? Finally, someone who gets the point. Okay, the locus of black culture is not in the big cities. This is just really problematic. So thank you, Why High. You actually just kind of let me know I'm not crazy. this is not Black culture they're talking about. And this isn't a culture argument, it's an interview. But it just shocks me that one man who's 56 and the other who's damn near 50, they talked about their youth, but not one of them talked about their school experience. Apparently, football is a school experience, but dude, did y'all not attend class? Did you skip K-12? Oh, fuck. And then Nidish all of a sudden has decided to smoke weed or something.
Straight up. Oh shit, you smoking a cigar? What you smoking?
It's a blunt.
Shit.
I
don't smoke in my. I don't smoke.
Oh, this motherfucker. You know what? I'm not gonna even. This motherfucker at 56 wants to be cool. Is a blunt.
In my living room, so I was in my room, my living room upstairs, and I smoked.
No. This is Savage.
Now I suspect I know why Nidish is all of a sudden smoking in the house, but I won't get into that. But dude, smoking in the house, if you have to smoke, ooh, buddy. I guess I don't even know where to go. I've been like watching Nidish on camera for at least a year. And this is the first time I've ever seen him light up, because this motherfucker is a follower, not a leader.
This is an interview. This is an interview about you, about your life and what you went through, and not about me. It's about you. And we want to have a good interview. So we can clip it up.
Let's do it.
And see that y'all try to make Savage seem like he's just a big old brute.
What?
We didn't heard up here. He's a loving man. He cares about people in general. He said not just Black people, all his friends when he was younger.
So it is up. I get it. So they have decided to join forces and they're going to promote each other's channels and stuff like that. Well, good for them. But education played no part.
You talking about the 80s, early 90s, when it's all about like skateboards, skating.
Yeah, it's all about everything.
I remember back then. We used to have to get different parts from different places. We used to piece our bikes together and make ramps and do jumps and goofy stuff. I remember being young, jumping off the roof on mattresses, breaking into.
We used to use our school textbooks for ramps. We would take them math books and them English books, and we would build them up as high as we could get them. And we would take our piecemeal bikes and run over them books and jump high as we could go. Books are good ramp builders. The fuck?
Apartment buildings are jumping a swimming pool. Yeah. That's what we want to have a conversation about, joy and humanity.
Joy.
I be listening to some of you young people today. Y'all sound miserable.
Well, so speaking of joy, I've always been that person that always turns my negative into a positive, though.
Yeah.
But I always try to realize that negative and why it's always around.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But that's why I love living, no matter what happens, all the bad, all the good. I love living because I can always turn my negative to a positive. I love that shit.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't even understand why most people be like miserable that long.
They like it. They have a relationship with misery.
Yeah.
They don't really celebrate joy. I'm a person that celebrates joy. When I think about being young, I think about getting on the 40 bus, going to East My Mall, and trying to get at least 10 phone
I told you it's going to become about
back
90.
on the bus coming back home. We're going to call probably about 3 of them and try to say all the cool stuff we know how to say. I remember going Yeah. I remember going and breaking in the Fremont swimming pool, going to McClymonds swimming pool, going to different people
Oh, my
apartment
Lord.
buildings swimming pool and swimming. I remember you said you was an acrobat. We used to do the flip flop, tuck,
He
flip
said he was an
flop on the
acrobat?
monkey bars. We
I
we try to
recall
do
him saying
a
that.
couple little things and whatever else. I remember walking around in the 80s with some cardboard and some linoleum trying to break dance.
Nah, never did it.
Yeah, man.
But I was a dancer. Like I would always be in the center. Fuck all that. Move everybody around. Let me
Jesus
dance. Like the
Christ.
reggae dance, especially.
Okay.
Reggae music.
Center of
Love it.
attention. Let me see. Back then, what we had Bob Marley, we had Steel Pulse, we had
I was at the end of those. I was actually right. Well, celebrating.
So you was doing the Shabba ranks.
Shabba.
Okay.
Shabba. What was my guy? Lion.
Mad Lion.
Yeah, Mad Lion. What's the girl's name? Shakira. You know.
Yeah.
She sing no.
Yeah.
Don Penn.
All that shit, man. I just loved like dancing to that shit. Didn't know I didn't even know why I wanted to be in the center of attention. I just followed whatever the fuck I felt like doing.
Are you a part of that Yo MTV Rap, MTV generation?
Ed Lover.
Yeah. And Dr. Dre. Rap City with Big Tigger.
Tig in the Basement.
Yeah, Tig in the Basement.
You know, I used to I was at the cassette tapes, bro. When you have to like be on the radio if you wanted to record, you have to wait for that song and then hit it at the right time. I waited all night, right? I mean like 4 or 5 hours for a KRS-One song.
Yeah.
It was Steve into my world all night.
That is him sampling Deborah Harry. Deborah Harry is called Blondie.
Blondie?
And that, Blondie.
Actually, the whole group was called
He
Blondie.
sampled Blondie on that one.
Nice.
Dude,
he did a great
all
job of that.
music
That's my before stepping to a world, my favorite KRS-One song was called My Philosophy.
You?
My Philosophy.
Never heard.
That's KRS-One.
Okay. Well, he was always on that shit.
Yeah. My first ever hearing KRS. See where we was at,
it is the
couldn't
same
get hip hop.
savage.
We had one station, and it was hella staticky. It was called K-Pool. It came on at midnight. You had to wait till midnight to hear K-Pool, and you had about
Sounds
3
like
or
a
4
different
hours
Savage,
of it, and then
doesn't
it
it?
was gone.
See, we had 97.1 we were trying to get in. That's when all the real hip hop music was.
That's why I first heard Slick Rick, KRS-One, Run DMC, Grandmaster Flash and Melly Mel.
BD.
Who else was it? Curtis Blow, Houdini. Yeah, all that. So it was Friends.
Right. After
How
that.
many of us have them? It was
I heard all those songs though when I was younger.
One Love. It was
What was the one with all those people?
Self-Destruction.
Self-Destruction.
Yeah.
That was my joy.
Yeah, I was grown when Self-Destruction came out.
That's what I'm saying. It's two different times. Right? Remember, you like 20 years older than me?
No, you was born in 82?
Yeah, 44.
Okay, yeah, I was born in 70. 12 weeks. Yeah, bum. Before they heard, I didn't hear that until I was grown either. That's McDonald's. When I was younger, what we had was Benny Hill.
And not a goddamn thing about their education. It was all fun that Black people did. We didn't need no education. All we needed was some cardboard and linoleum to break dance. And we needed some bikes we needed to put together. We needed textbooks to make the ramps higher. And we was happy we was happy back then. What in the fuck?
Yeah.
We weren't allowed to do too much.
I was 14 when I first heard Too Short.
That was actually my sister, my older sister.
Jesus
she
Christ!
used to put us
Is
on to all
rap
the music, like the
wrestling,
bad.
breakdancing,
Well, I'm not gonna
bike,
say bad now, but all the like the
and
explicit
fun. That is
rap
the
music.
best
Yeah.
black kids could have.
My mother was a music person
The
in my
boombox,
family, and my
right.
big sister was a music person.
Hey, you
when I was
gotta
around
have
my big
batteries,
sister, that's
too.
where I heard Loose Ends. That's where I heard Slave. That's where I heard the Ohio Players and all of them. And then my uncles is like 5-6 years older than me. They was the ones that told me about the dramatics, the stylistics, the Temptations, and all of that. When you was in your teens, what was the big music in your teens?
In my teens, I listened to DMX, Bone Thugs and Harmony.
When you was in your teens, what was your favorite topic in school? What was your favorite subject? Music. Jesus. There is a reason. Y'all think I'm mean on these fucking failures? Dude, not one. Who was your favorite teacher? What in the this is a black community, and again, Nitish is only 5 years younger than me. I don't recognize Nitish is a black community. Dude, education was important to us. I just told you the story about I didn't even know I made the honor roll, but god damn it, my mother's friend did, and she wasn't a neighbor. She was just, a old friend of my mother's, I guess. I don't even remember who it was. But dude, they pay attention. The community paid attention, and they were willing to go, well, hey, your son did well. That's the kind of community. Look, this bullshit about we need to pool our money and all this bullshit. How about the community pays attention to kids who are doing well and encourage the parents to, hey, I noticed Stanley did something. Tell him I said congratulations. That's going to make a mother feel good. It's going to make a father feel good. Shit, once I found out, it made me feel good. As a matter of fact, making that honor roll actually kind of like, well, fuck. I guess I have to make the honor roll every goddamn quarter from now on, because now they know what I can do. I don't think my parents are. I guess they're going to ask me, why didn't you make the honor roll? God damn it. So, I'm sorry. The linoleum and cardboard and breakdancing wasn't part of my black culture. It happened. Now I'm a little bit older, the Nitish is by 5 years, but dude, excellence was what my black culture rewarded and complimented. And yeah, if you could break dance and make a career out of it, but that's that Cali black bullshit. It has struck me, and I know I'm just kind of beating a dead horse, but dude, these people have not talked about any school experience. What is up with that? And I'll be damned if I'm going to let a Nitish talk to me about black culture. Motherfucker, the best you could do with your black culture is tell us about fights in fucking KRS One. Ugh.
To be honest with you, I was so into Motown and old school music. Like rap was like, okay, when I'm working out or do something like that.
So So who at Motown was you into?
Well,
Smokey, Dinah Ross, Temptations.
There was Nat King Cole. I listened to Kool and the Gang. I listened to Cameo. That's like the type of music I like. You know what I'm saying? Like the type of
I think they call that electro funk.
Funk.
So the Ohio players and just like Candy, single, I'm living a single life. Rick James.
James, definitely.
Yeah. That's like electro funk. It wasn't really pop music. Cause them dudes was the groups you naming, you gotta think about it. Rick James had a glitter wig on doing snorting powder and messing with a lot of, prostitutes.
What was that dude's name that was with Prince back in the day? He was the one that used to do the little James Brown type moves.
Are you talking about Morris Day?
Morris Day, yes.
Do you understand that Prince had pre-recorded all that music? He just gave the music to them and they just performed it. The time never made their own music. Prince made all that stuff.
I believe it.
And Morris Day used to just
actually you're kind of right about this, Shenard. Dude, this motherfucker, of course, all night is just gonna talk about is music, and not even interesting music at that. No school, just what is the purpose of this interview, quite frankly?
And that's the power, that you have to put them on here and let us hear them.
What I basically how I live is that anything I put my time and effort into, I make a part of who I am.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I could be 1,000 different
people. Oh shit. Duets.
Who?
Duets.
What about it?
She sang, you sang, like Teddy and
Jesus
Mills.
Christ, these dudes
like Rick James and Tina Marie. Like Johnny Gill.
You know what?
Stacey Lattiser.
We may have to switch.
You know what song I do that's a duet? Time of My Life.
I had the time of my life. Okay.
The person that I always sing that song with.
What's the song with what's my dude name? What's the song with Peebo Bryson?
And I know he's
I know this. Let's switch over.
The hybrid leader. Will they mix? They're mixed with what?
Yeah, they're mixing the.
Now here comes some fake knowledge. Fake
As well
scholars.
before Tecumseh took over in the War of 1812, one of the many reset wars from 1776 to now. Things eventually got so degenerated, so mutated, so much chimerism that the anaerobic people and anaerobic lifestyle has taken over. People stopped producing light and became anaerobes, unconscious breathers, using sulfur to vampire energy. That is why pheomelanin is sulfur-based and destroyed by light. The Confederacy is not what we were told. The Civil War enhanced slavery. It didn't abolish it. The parasite grafted itself to the Aboriginals to be able to incarnate where it's not supposed to, and to expand the time frame in which it can incarnate to try to bypass the law lines, aka ley lines. That's why certain types of celebrities die at the same time. One is a host, one is a graft or parasite. This passage goes both ways. For the Aboriginal, the originator provided. For the graft, the folly of the Aboriginal provided.
I found it.
Dude, let me
Appreciate your patience, sir.
let me drop this link. Cause
Very, very interesting video. That's what you want to see. That's what the world should be seeing.
Bro,
this is what the world should be seeing.
This is good. Definitely show my son this.
He's gonna show his son a fucking YouTube video
I'll allow one of our elders to answer that question for you, and you'll see every nation that was involved in the demise of our people.
There's 5 nations. One nation didn't do it. Right. They had to get the Africans. Right. They had to get the Mongolians. And they had to get the Asians. Right. They had to get the Middle Eastern. Right. And the Caucasian was the last. Europe was the last one. Right. And they all had to come together to beat us. Right. So right. He was great rulers.
Right. Oh, so this is the 7 nations you're talking about. Okay. Africans, Mongolians, Asians.
This is like some crazy shit.
That was literally everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, it happened in the 1800s too. It happened like it was.
That's crazy,
This
dog.
is all the wars in the 1800s. Like I'm saying, that's why the crown ended up taking over America, bro.
This is crazy.
We lost the war. That's why we got under British rule. People understand what the fuck's going on. But
Wow.
you talk about shit like that, or you're racist, or you're crazy. Like, you know, you get to talk about these fucking buffoons every goddamn day. Like,
yeah,
I'm not letting these fucking buffoons hold me back. They can get the fuck like they have.
No, I mean, even if you got pushback, people got pushback. It's like be open minded, be like, okay, let me see, and you know, let's talk about it. Not just say when you say it's like it's stupid or whatever. You just kind of cope. It just this is crazy, bro, in a good way.
Hey,
yeah, it's fine.
And we were great builders. We did everything, and we was here in this country.
With one plot, Psalm 83, with one mind, they plot together. They form an alliance against you. Hey, CM, sound familiar? Last couple weeks for you?
So people are supposed to meet your crazy ass where you are, and they have to prove you're not crazy? Dude, you know what? It's hard for me to figure out who's stupider. Dude. And I probably need to get out of here. This is literally like the dumb. I thought what I was watching on Nidus's show. I'm slurring when I say stupid. Yeah, Shenard, I might have to agree with you there. This motherfucker is, hey, you need to prove I'm not dumb.
People. I'll allow one of our elders to answer that question for you, and you'll see every nation that was involved in the demise of our people.
There's 5 nations. One nation didn't do it. Right. They had to get the Africans. Right. They had to get the Mongolians. And they had to get the Asians. Right. They had to get the Middle Eastern. Right. And the Caucasian was the last. Europe was the last one. Right.
Basically, the American experience could be seen as like all the ops coming over.
That's the American dream.
That's cold-blooded, dog.
These dumb fuckers.
That's cold-blooded.
The ops.
Damn.
The Constitution, bro. Capitalism is a white thing, bro. White thing. Vanta knows more about politics than me and you do. Because they profit off blacks being dumb. That's why they're racist.
Man, I think I got a paradigm shift coming. That's
a paradigm shift.
Yeah. I've heard all this, like some of this stuff, but not put together like that. So plain and simple. All those nations against you. So basically,
I didn't either, but you never want to think it's that bad. But then look how
right, bro.
But
that basically means that
up to this shit though. It's just the people on YouTube that are still stuck in that old world shit. So we're already past the old world.
Mm-hmm. The Americans, the true Americans, are insurgents. Here, it's like fighting a battle. That's what an insurgent is.
That's why I said if you hate Black Americans, you hate Americans.
Of course, I had to just tell him it's the dumbest shit possible.
Yeah, Stanley, if it's so dumb, you say it's dumb. Why are you? Well,
Now
I guess
listen to
you
this.
think it's a joke. You like?
Listen to what the fuck is Gabriel's problem? Like he thinks, dude.
See that somebody else. He's Psalms 83. He has the Most High has a special place for him. It's too late for him.
Where's that special place?
Shit, he'll be back if he's lucky. If he don't go, it's bro. He hated the Most High creation, calling us YNs, hated us, said the worst shit about us. push. You know what I'm saying? Never talked coming together. It was always separation. But against especially against the Most High, the apple of his eye. I talked to my mom about the shit the other day.
Yeah,
she said the same shit.
How
Yeah,
are they
of
able
course
to
I don't
go
have to roast him.
just totally like strong?
So the Most High, I wrote, the Most High has placed me at the head of your classroom to educate you, Seymour.
Yeah, blasphemy. Huh?
Now I may have to go back over to. I may have to go over to 90s.
I don't know, bro. Like
As a matter of fact,
and they do it.
Let's do it.
They do it.
Let's see what's going on over here. Let's go ahead and shit. I got like a couple beers left. Let's just go for broke. This motherfucker is always it's always gonna go back to music for Nidus because it's his comfort zone. This is a fail. Look at Nidus's mouth. Oh, here. Oh, am I hurting his feelings? Well, let's fuck with him some more. Listen to this bullshit. Dude, this dude is just really bad at this. I wrote, Nidus is a runaway drunk train at this point. Oh, I don't give a fuck. I don't need CM to think I'm cool. I'm his critic.
Y'all be wilding, B. I don't even know what the. So
we talking about the beauty of youth, Stanley.
So
we
so
listen. We done said Barry White. We done said Isaac Hayes. We done said Curtis Mayfield. We done said Mount. And this is what you.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gonna ignore you. I'm gonna ignore you, Stanley.
I'm gonna be honest with you, right? At my age, in the way I do, like handle with my voice, if I was to have right management and someone who really wanted to push my voice out there, I could be the modern day Barry White, Lou Rawls, that type in that era.
So this motherfucker could be an NFL player, Barry White, Lou Rawls. Jesus Christ. What?
You think
right, that's what I'm saying. Like I always thought about the new version of these old school phenomenons. You know what I'm saying? Like, just, like even like you know how R. Kelly came up with his own swag, but he had that old school.
R. Kelly wasn't like Prince. He's an amalgamation of people. So he was.
I wrote to Nightish, your youth was sad. Black culture failed you. For that, I am sorry. This motherfucker. You know, and I apologize to everyone in the chat right now. I've had a few beers and I'm just gonna troll for my chat. I'm sorry for my panel. For I am lonely. And dude, I'm just gonna piss some people off. I'm probably gonna lose subscribers, but dude, I just cannot sit here and listen to these fools. I wrote, hey, I'm just here to support my buddy Savage. Oh, look at Night. Oh, I am gonna piss him off.
Cheat code type shit.
It's two versions of Floyd.
I'm gonna make this motherfucker's teeth hurt.
Well, this is the version.
The first version of Floyd was Pretty Boy Floyd.
Yep. It's revving up, folks.
Then when his hands got messed up,
then I'll go back.
He turned into Money Team Floyd.
Right, and Money Team turned into Phony Team. These are the by the books. I'm not gonna really box. I'm gonna pick because I'm able to.
He whooped everybody ass. He whooped everybody ass. He whooped everybody ass with bad hands.
Everybody ass.
His hands.
Like I was just saying.
And quite frankly, I am wrong for doing this. I'm wrong for doing it, but you know what? I'm just feeling obnoxious on a now Tuesday morning. Fuck them. Let's see what I can do. Let's see. I've been called abrasive. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to live up to that reputation. So Bridget has asked me. I told Bridget I'm here to support Savage, and she goes, "Oh, really?" with a smile. She's a sweet woman, so I'm not gonna mess with her. So let's listen to more of this boondoggle. Yes, that is a word, folks. Boondoggle.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Have you ever heard this term right here, brother? It's good to have this discussion. Have you ever heard the term prize fighting?
Yeah. Boondoggle.
So is it about the fighting or is it about the prize?
Listen to this fucking moron. Dude, let's talk about fighting. Let's talk about dancing. Let's talk about rap music and music. Like that's all to black culture. That's all black people can do is dance, sing, play football, and do YouTube. Disgusting from a 56-year-old black man.
He fought exciting. It's the same thing with Tyson.
He fought people.
Tyson fought exciting fights. And Floyd fought exciting fights. He didn't fight no soup cans. He didn't fight no.
No, he couldn't. And I understand the game. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I understand both sides. But what I'm saying is that he changed. Like I know fighting. I grew up fighting. So it was to survive, and it was to beat, is to win.
Yeah, that's life. We talking about business stuff.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you
life
can't say,
and business.
We shouldn't call it boxing anymore.
No. You should call it. It's called prize fighting, and it should be about the prize.
Listen to this.
It's about who did he fight. Like people say now, Tyson fought a bunch of bums.
Yeah, this
wasn't
is
bums then.
General interest to black.
He made them bums.
He made them bums, but they wasn't bums when he was fighting them. And even though they say whatever they want to say about Floyd, them dudes he fought, the particular group of people that he fought was the best in the division at that time. And it was all about money. And what did he do?
Let's switch back to
he ran around, he did whatever.
See, so let's see where we are there. So we're gonna listen to a white boy with dreads who speaks bad English. Oh, this is that dude that CM had over as his booty call last night. Oh wow. So listen to this dumb. This is disgusting. So he's going to let an uneducated white boy compare Irish people who were not slaves in the United States to African slaves, and this motherfucker's highlighting it. This is what stupidity does to the black community, folks. You listen to dumb white boys who can barely speak English, and then you believe them and highlight, ooh, that's the truth. Hey, keep an open mind. Holy fuck. Oh, thank God I don't have to be this man's relative. Run out of Europe or ran. What? Oh, I'm sorry, folks. I switched over to this.
Look, the Cherokee are the Sargi. Sar means Caesar or Kaiser. The Ottoman Sultan was known as the Kaiser of Rome. These are all the Berbers or Barbers or barbarians. Look at the Ottonian connection of Germany. Ottomans, Ottonians, there's a bloodline connection. This is Eastern Rome. These are Yaphethites. They're related to Chittim, who crossbred with Edom to make Rome. They ran the slave trade and filled America with criminals. The American Revolution was a slave revolt. The real natives are the people we are told were slaves, but some were Black Europeans that were spirited. Let's talk about the real transatlantic slave trade. Hundreds of thousands of European slaves were shipped to the
This motherfucker is listening to some drivel from a dumb white boy. I am live. Don't listen to flat screen head Moxie. What does that even mean? Oh, Seymour. Folks, we are between, and this is going to be an Odyssey thing between Scylla and Charybdis. We got one big rock head butting up against another rock head. So let's go back to the other rock head. These motherfuckers.
Where there's no more life besides you. Why is your narcissism that big? To say, like, even when I do like research under the ocean, nobody even knows half of the species that are in the ocean. I'm talking about even more than half.
Oh,
And they don't know.
Moxie.
I agree with you.
And people
Come
just sit
on
there and
now.
act like they know shit. That's what that's also a reason why it's hard to talk to people, because y'all really don't know shit. You don't even love yourself enough to want to know shit.
Oh, I'm loving
Because if you
it.
loved yourself enough, you would want to understand how you even exist, why you do the things that you do.
The fuck is he even talking
You know
about?
what I'm saying? Or even the decision that you make, the choice that you make, what you're going to accept about your life, or who you really the fuck are. Because everybody wants to be like somebody instead of being like who they
No,
are.
that's not true.
Nobody wants to understand who they really are. They want to be like somebody.
Nope, wrong.
And that's why I keep to myself, because I'm still in the learning process. Because all I
No.
want to know is who the fuck I am.
Dude, you should not be in the dude. This dude is like 45 or something like that. You're still confused? Ooh, boy. You're not gonna get the answers.
My understanding is that we live to be about 60.
My doctor said I should have died a long time ago.
Oh my God.
And I'm
Dude,
still here.
This is lit. People, I'm gonna have to divest myself.
So what?
Get some
You
of them
should have
women
been
to do
dead.
them songs.
Trust me. They're there to get. Because every time they sing like that, I promote them. I keep in contact with them. And I always.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take a poll. Which would you rather mock? CM or Nightish? I choose CM. He's just funnier to mock. You never know when Nightish is gonna fall asleep. So just put K for Nightish or C for CM. There are 12 people or so in the chat. K for Nightish, C for CM, and we'll just concentrate. And it's not going to be for much longer because I really do need to sign off to get some sleep and read and just be done with the derelicts of the Black community. Like, fuck, this is like the this is like the dregs of the Black culture that I'm listening to. So C for Y high. So there's one vote. Keep it coming. I'll get a C for CM that I mock, or K for Nightish. And I'm not doing a twofer. I can only do one. I can only take, I don't need the dregs of Black culture in stereo where these people, where the fuck, what country, what Black culture did they grow up in? I'm honestly not sure. It's not one I recognize. Well, apparently only Y High cares, so one vote. And I think I agree with him. Let's just go over to CM then. So I'll say good night to Nightish. So let us be done with that. So let's listen to this dumb white.
That Seven Nation. Wow, I'm like, damn.
I was watching that. It was like there was a war over it. I was like, they lied about all the wars in the 1800s. They lied about all of them.
In the 1800s,
There's a
they
lot of
lied about all of them. Ooh, boy.
So it's like it's definitely more than that. This thing is Stanley stealing content again because he has nothing. What a bitch! Like
I'm afraid I have content.
Yeah, maybe he'll learn something. Some real American history shit. You don't know what it look.
Yeah, think about the agents that were looking at watching what's the name, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all these people. Like they probably were learning stuff. Listen to it long enough.
Yeah.
The truth.
But that's what America is built off of: is black people's ignorance.
Right.
It's been like that since the Constitution, at least since Christopher Columbus, because they teamed up back then to try to take down. That's what that was back then, and that's the New World Order. It's not something that's coming. It's been here since 1492.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They attacked. Like, let me see if I could find it back up what I'm talking because we do receipts around here.
Absolutely. It's funny how like some of these people, I guess like some of these weird white guys, they like.
So I had to tell CM that my content is mocking dumb fucks. I was watching Nightish and you, Seymour. I think you are easier to mock. So at least he knows why I'm here to just mock his dumb ass. Dude, this dude is seriously problematic. But thank God it's not to me or actual black people. This dude and Gabriel. What the fuck is this? Gabriel, dude, you were sitting up here encouraging this shit.
We subjugated lamb's wool. That's how the 5% are home.
Subjugated
Called
lamb's
black folk,
wool.
melanated people lamb's wool because their hair in the Bible.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are talking about lamb's wool in the Bible. What does that have to do with Black America?
That's something to be proud of. That your content, Stanley's content is mocking dumb fucks. Okay.
Who said that?
That's what he says in your chat. Right now.
I should tell him to like the video.
Yeah, like it. Yeah. Send a donation. I've never seen you send CM a donation before, Stanley. Let alone me either.
He sent me that, but no, he just got Dan off the panel. It was never for me.
Okay. Oh, not you directly. Oh, couldn't do that. How hard is it? It's not begging. It's just saying, bro. It's like throwing a couple.
That's not content being a fucking a playground dump.
See, this is the
70 years old almost. I put it in the back.
All right.
Hey, when they get pissed off, I'm supposed to send them a donation? Like this is some fucking privilege? Fuck that. Quite frankly, Gabriel has sent me a Cash App before. So, I'm sympathetic. But no, motherfucker, I sent CM $100 to get Vanta off the panel and out of the chat. That's all you get out of me. Motherfucker, I'm not made of money and I'm not going to fund miseducation of black youths.
And go. The revolution in 1776. What if I told you the real story? The real fight began much, much earlier. Forget what you learned in textbooks. The American story is a 500-year war that started the moment Columbus landed in 1492.
Yeah, forget what you learned in textbooks. Let's learn stuff from a YouTube video. Sound advice. Every parent should be telling their kids to do this.
In their future. Generation after generation, this struggle for justice and survival continues. It's woven into the very fabric of the nation. This isn't just a different perspective. It's the real, untold story of America. A story of 500 years of resilience. If this changes how you see things, hit that subscribe button and join us to uncover more hidden histories. Thanks for watching. When you think of
Yeah, that's what they try to hide. It was a war in 1492. Yeah, but it was Christopher Columbus wasn't by himself.
So literally,
he was backed up.
So literally,
He was backed up.
They are learning history from 2-minute shorts, and they're sitting here agreeing on this, dude. At least I know they won't be leading the country. They got kids. At least I know they won't be leading a country.
He's coming over here. He's a fan of the content, so he's got to let him. You know what I'm saying?
It's weird. It's like you can't win with them. It's like on one end calls us like Cali blacks, we're YNs that would get gangster shit, but then when we're trying to show some share some knowledge, some information, and he makes fun of that too. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
These motherfuckers think
almost
this
like
is
you rather
knowledge.
us not exist at all. Sounds like somebody else I know. People. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, how does this hurt you?
It doesn't,
Stanley. I don't get it.
Done
Now,
research
see,
on like
listen to this little boy. How does it hurt you? We're spreading knowledge. How does it hurt you? It doesn't. I'm just having some fun at the stupidity.
like what are you in my chat for? Worry about you a lot.
How does it hurt you?
I'm going to show you this, and then I correlate it to something.
Okay.
You know what? Let me help you out, son. Danner, I literally make the pizza dough from scratch. It's not that hard. The dough, I have a pizza spice that I put in the dough. The dough is flour, water, olive oil, a little bit of salt, and a little bit of sugar if I feel like it, and that's that. It's not super hard. The dough I use, or the recipe I use, makes 2 14-inch pizza doughs. So if I'm alone, I have pizza dough for the next time. I've got a pizza steel. Generally, if I don't have fresh tomatoes and spinach, but fresh tomatoes are the must. If I don't have fresh tomatoes to slice and put on top of the pizza, I don't make pizza. I must have fresh tomatoes. Black olives, onions, peppers. Let's see, what else? Spinach, of course. Depends. I stopped kind of using pepperoni. Sometimes I'll take like a kielbasa or something, just like a Pepperidge Farm, and thin slice it because I don't like that much meat. And then just like canned tomato sauce. Usually it's Walmart coarsely shredded mozzarella cheese. Every now and again, if it's on sale, I'll get like fresh mozzarella, but oddly enough, dried, bagged, coarsely shredded mozzarella is the best pizza cheese. Any other stupid questions? I know how to make a pizza. Don't even know why you asked. Chicago stuffed is for fat boys. Fresh mozzarella, I like the dried better. And this is why I like the kind of the dried. Now, whole milk mozzarella is a must. But the thing is if the fresh mozz is wet, and it'll make your pizza dough soggy. So I prefer the kind of drier, shredded. Whole milk is better, but even if it's a little skim, that's fine. Fresh mozzarella, to me, it doesn't, I've got a home oven, so I'm not using like a pizza oven that's like 800 degrees or something. 500 is what my oven will do, and I cook my pizza at about 425. So the drier cheese is better. That's why I don't use fresh. Now, if I only have fresh mozzarella, and then I'll just go with it. Yeah. But I've been making pizza for years, so everyone kind of has their own way of doing it. Anyway, let's get back to silliness. And you know what? I'm just sitting here drinking beer, just mocking
King's
people,
return to England,
having fun.
Queen Elizabeth was said to be shocked by his cruelty.
I'm a horrible human being. Let's just admit it. No, but let's learn shit. Dude, they're not even doing full videos. These motherfuckers are doing shorts for history. How about get a book?
Years later, the ship itself met its end, destroyed in battle off the coast of Mexico. But its story never sank. It became the ghost of a lie, a reminder of how faith was used as a mask for greed. The Jesus of Lubeck did not come to save Africa. It came to betray her, using the name of the very God many.
Oh, by the way, you'll never get a tall ship like that anywhere near a beach. That's not how it works. There's a reason they used like whale boats or small ships with oars. Dude, it's not even, the video can't even get the nautical part right. But this is education. This is knowledge.
Slave ship was the Jesus of Lubbock, that one right there. So I heard that before. Yeah.
Slave ship was
there's the Bible verse right there. You see it?
Yeah, and Gabriel is dope.
Yeah, my bad. You don't see the name.
Wait,
the name of the verse and the number don't creep you out already?
Yeah, Jeremiah 16, chapter 16, verse 19, King James Version.
Yeah, that's like 16,
19. O Lord, my strength, my fortress, my refuge in the day of afflictions. The Gentiles shall come unto these from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our father has inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there's no proof. Wow. Second,
dude, these are like
the synchronicity,
like superstition.
Yeah.
That's
Just
it.
show you I'm not here for no reason.
Yeah, you ain't playing, bro. That's a good cross reference right there.
Yeah, that's how you cross reference shit.
Yeah.
What do you? So you didn't know about the?
No, I didn't know about the that it was an English ship, the Jesus of Lubbock. I just heard in passing from that book, Supreme Wisdom, how that was one of the main ships they used to fool the Africans. It said Jesus on it.
But it's just like the Bible is physical, literal, spiritual. So I think it was more so the Christian, like the fake Christianity that they came with enslaving the natives, the blacks.
Exactly.
Oh, this
So
is
that's
like
really what it was.
these
Just like it was
seriously. These are seriously stupid people, dude. African slavery beget like the first slave auction was in Lisbon, at least the first recorded one. And I'm just going by one or two books, but dude, that's like 1459 in Lisbon, Portugal. The Portuguese were the first, at least in what led up to the the triangle trade. Dude, the Jesus, dude, this history is flawed. And this is why you gotta beware of these fucking YouTube historians. Misinformation up the yang. This is a train wreck. This is how the black community gets fucked up. And apparently some of the whites too.
Yeah, but there's a reason why they call it humankind.
Right.
Because they're kind of human.
Yep.
They're humankind because
like
they're
Neil
kind of
Armstrong, he
human.
said, one small leap for man, one giant leap for mankind, kind of man.
Yeah.
That sounds like a copy.
I mean, all the movies talk about it. Island of Dr. Moreau, where the scientist, he had that
The
island where
island
he was
of Dr.
doing gene
Moreau
splicing,
is history.
grafting.
They're talking about AI videos. They're fucking
Confirmed.
scrambled over
Is
there
it?
at Stanley's.
It's it's AI. Yeah, people use AI now. Stupid asses, bro.
Like,
they're fucking dumb. The guy. I mean, you can't win. He had a AI video the other day. I mean, if you want to compare content, like earlier today, I don't know if you saw, he was, he had a segment about the bisexual Clyde Davis, the record producer. And I mean, like talking about like some bisexual cat, Clive Davis.
He don't know shit about Clyde Davis. He's probably gonna say R.I.P.
Well, let me tell you why we talked about the bisexual Clive Davis. The motherfucker died at 94, and he was kind of a music legend. Dude, I had no idea he was bisexual until I read the LA Times article about him. But this is what ignorance does. So they're so mad that I'm mocking them that they want to make Clive Davis being bisexual the reason I did the article. See, this is ignorance. He died. There's a picture of Clive Davis with Whitney Houston. He was like he started Arista Records. Fucking Aretha Franklin, I think, actually was a part of Arista for a while. But no, let's make it about Clive Davis being bisexual. That's why I showed it. Fucking sheer ignorance.
Oh man, was sitting around in his fucking whitey tights, like Ponder said, with fucking
I
skid
sit
marks.
around in my whitey
he got
tights.
skid marks. He got fucked
Listen
up
to these
fucking sugar levels drinking all that dollar beer. I told him he got a yeast infection, pussy ass nigga.
Jealous bitches.
So anybody that's over there,
Yeast infection.
Yeah, he eat nothing but bread and he drink nothing but fucking beer. That cheap beer with yeast and metal and lead in it. That's why he's like that. He's always feeling bad. He has nothing to give.
Yeah, that's
so it's just like for the people that go over there, like you're falling around a 60-year-old.
Wait, this motherfucker says I'm always feeling bad? When?
Oh, problems and drug
you are
problems. He's probably not fucking drinking that shit by himself. Like that's
Yeah,
the reason why he
I'm
ain't had no
probably not-
woman since that. I mean, I don't even count the
I'm-
woman he
I'm
married as his
probably
wife as a
not
woman. It's
drinking
some
about
fat
myself.
trailer park white woman. I
Yeah,
don't count
trailer
that as
park
a woman.
white woman.
That's-
Listen
and
to
you're
this
smoking
motherfucker.
meth and drinking dollar beer after.
Yeah, I'm smoking meth.
Trying to fucking harass people on YouTube. Like I told you, his plan. Like remember when he was up here when I had the fucked up Charger. Remember he was up here.
Get people over there.
He was trying to get people over there.
Yeah.
So anybody that went over there, fuck them, bro. Like because they showed their true colors. So it's like
That's what I did.
you're on the internet following around 6-year-olds like who drink fucking Coors Light with fucking skid marks, like little Dinkelberries in their drawers and shit, like sitting online all day.
Listen
on the laptop,
to this weirdo dreaming
moving
about
around, not
my
stretching,
tidy
like,
whities.
don't got a house big enough to go upstairs and downstairs.
Motherfucker. So a house can't be big unless it's upstairs and downstairs. Oh, dude, you can tell this motherfucker isn't from the South. In parts of Georgia, like in the coast, if you got a basement, it's gonna flood. Bitch, no idea of anything other than his jealousy. Stop dreaming about my tidy whities and the skid marks there within. Dude, you're not good at this. You're not good at the mocking, and Gabriel isn't helping you. Dude, I'm way better. I know more words.
Starting point of the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah.
And will they use Christianity to enslave people? And that includes Catholic
Nope,
Catholicism.
didn't use Christianity.
Yeah, it's all Catholicism. It's all Roman
Christianity.
fucking Roman reigns.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, I keep saying they don't want to talk about how we're not under the crown no more.
Yeah, slavery and religion, bro, hand in hand.
Yeah, it's the same thing because you get slaves to you don't get to know yourself. So a lot of people like religion is a soul trap. Like you saw BDL talk.
Religion is a soul trap.
It is a soul trap. It's like I told you, I've been to the Moor Temple. I was turning Islam.
Yeah.
But then I was like, hell no, bro. I got too much knowledge for this shit. Like,
You got too much knowledge.
I'm not no religion, bro. Like I believe in the Most High.
That's a real. I mean, that's what they say in Zen Buddhism. Even like no religion. You should, if you're really a spiritual person, people should be able to tell what religion you are. You know,
Buddhism and especially Hinduism, it's syncretic. You can be a Catholic Hindu. Okay, Hindu is almost like a form of Unitarianism. Dude, Hindu is the non-denominational, and Buddhism is a form of Hinduism, I think. Dude, these guys know. Dude, some 61-year-old motherfucker who doesn't know that much about religion. Dude, why are these people so confident in their ignorance?
I don't want them around me. They just rock with it, like chaotic, true, dark energy.
This is why I mock these boys, because I can. I know more. Listen to this motherfucker. I don't live with my mama. Well, you should. She might be able to teach you something there, CM. Oh boy.
America, the promised land. They tell you the truth everywhere you go. Is you gotta be able to put two and two together.
Yeah,
they put together the opposite of the story because that's what it was about, the duality, the yin and yang, the black and the white. The black race and the white race, basically what they taught people with the white race. You know what I'm saying?
The Hindu gods. Why would they scare you?
So they didn't teach us the truth, which is the dark race.
Interesting thing to say.
So it's probably somewhere in between.
Uniquely, why would Hindu gods scare you if you're not Hindu? I would love to know why. Let's see. I'm sorry, you can't convince me those aren't demons. Who cares about convincing you? If you're not a Hindu, why do you care? Very weird thing to say. Disembodied spirits. Dude. Oh boy, that's CM level weirdness. Hinduism is way older than Christianity, if you must know. Way older.
It's a black Matsu. It's a black guy.
Unique just said over there in Stanley's chat. And now that you say that, she's like those black guys look scared of me. So you can't convince me that. We said those Hindu guys are scared of me. So you can't convince me that they're demons.
What?
But that's what she just said. But it's like so Caesar Borgia is not a demon.
Right.
You know what, bro? Let's say I want to watch some content, brother. Let's give them some content, bro.
Let's give it to them.
Let's give them some content, bro. Since they want to, they're such a learning movie. Like, let's get the kids up.
Give us some content.
They want to
learn. But see, if I thought I was a teacher today, it's my day off. We weren't teaching.
Well, I mean, Sin 7 did say, where's it at? She did say it was Sunday school.
Okay. That's true. I'm glad Sin came over here with her number one account. See?
She's been at Earth this whole time watching Earth breathe, mouth breathe.
Nah.
She's missing one of my best episodes.
This is great. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But
I thought we did a good one with the factory reset. Well, this is
good.
Yeah. This trumps that.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. So this is I'll put it in the back. Sorry.
All right, got you. Let's see. I like that Jeremiah 16:19. Yeah, that's dope.
His name is Cesare Borgia, not Jesus. To your
He had that damn picture of my grandma's house right there.
Cesare Borgia.
Everyone has this picture right
was
here.
A pope.
Not
Dude,
Jesus.
This is literal.
To your research, you've been lied to. His name is Cesare Borgia. Not
That's
the
it.
Jesus they pray to.
That's it.
Let me go to the longer short. I didn't know that bitch is that short.
Because you didn't preview it because you don't study shit, dummy.
And this is coming from a white man. Maybe they'll respect it coming from a white man.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Dropping the bag right now.
Gotcha.
You know about
the white man more?
right?
Yeah, I know. I heard about that.
What's up, Machine Linus? Salute to you. What's up, Machine Linus? Appreciate you pulling up. Yeah, drop the link. You need to come up, like, because you know you got knowledge like that.
Let's go, Machine.
Salute to you, shit.
Yeah, let me give him the
You need to
link.
make your mod, shit. I'm making a mod.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's my YouTube streaming brother, right there.
Dude, these people are freaks.
Let me drop him the link. I got the new link right here. That's the one we're having right now. Oh, you already got it? Okay. Let me put this video on there.
Okay.
TML in the building.
You have no idea whose face this really is. Cesare
Like
Borgia? Who is that? Many of us have seen this painting inside of churches and also in people's homes, but the truth is going to shock you. And it was this video right here that made me question, who is that in the picture? Check this out.
Caesar Borgia, he throwing it in the trash. Come on, bro. No more Caesar Borgia. No, bro, that's G Mike. Throw that mess in the trash. My brother is so crazy.
So let's get into it.
What?
So there's a wild theory out there, and people say that this face is...
What's going on, TML? What's going on?
Salute, Machine Linus. Salute to you. Salute.
Here, hold up. Let me plug my mic in. My bad.
Right.
That should sound weird.
Look, somebody hit him with a shovel in the face. Caesar.
To this silliness.
Nobody even think that's weird though to have a picture of that guy in their house.
In the trash. My brother is so crazy.
So let's get into it. So there's a wild theory out there, and people say that this face is not of Jesus at all, but Cesare Borgia. Who is that? He was a notorious figure from the 1400s and the son of Pope Alexander. Now, many speculate Cesare was not just a political figure. He was known for violence, corruption, and sexual deviancy, and some even call him the blueprint for a modern gangster.
Oh, you be praying to a gangster, huh? Ain't that a bitch?
So let me ask you, why was his face depicted as the image of Jesus Christ? So let's look at the facts here. Art historians say that there's zero credible evidence that Borgia was used as a model for any portrait of Christ. In fact, Jesus was being painted in many churches nearly 1,000 years before Cesare was even born, if I said his name right. And for context,
if I said his name right. Jesus Christ. This is a hootenanny of stupidity.
about him being the one in the portrait, because it fits the narrative. See, powerful elites were shaping religion using propaganda and rewriting images to suit their own stories. So some even speculate that this Euro-style Jesus, it was promoted during the colonization and European expansion. So the image, it would make people find more acceptable this ruling class. But again, there's no solid proof to this theory. It's just speculation. So my question to you is, what do you think about this? Could it be true? And would you let a painting like this hang in your home knowing this theory? Me? Absolutely not. Comment below what you think on the issue and follow for more content like this. Let's go. You have no...
Yeah, that's what you kept saying.
Damn.
I mean, let's think about Las Vegas for a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of it? The nickname?
Sin City.
What's the one of the nicest casinos over there?
No idea.
That's what it's
What's one of the nicest casinos and the biggest ones over there? Caesar's Palace. in Sin City. How ironic, right?
Yeah, it's like a do-over copy of that back to yeah. But what do you think about all that, bro?
Well, you could kind of tell like it was Freemasons that founded, like, for example, Atlanta, right? Like where they got the Luxor,
What
shit, Memphis. They named all that shit.
Holy God.
Atlantis, right? Memphis
Phoenix.
for Egypt,
Yeah,
right? Because of Memphis, Mizraim, so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting how they use the names, right? The names are coming out of the Bible and out of the different traditions or whatever. Right? For Cesare Borgia, it's interesting because Cesare Borgia is one of the main characters in Machiavelli's Prince. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a son of Pope
familiar.
Alexander, and Pope Alexander is like kind of like a very weird dude. Pope Alexander V, I believe. And this dude is really weird in terms of like this dude used to have parties, right, called Joust of the Whores.
Huh?
Yeah, where they had like imprisoned a bunch of women, and the soldiers would go around kind of graping them and whatever. So it was like a way where they would have this women that they enslaved, and then they would be able to grape, and so on and so forth. So they had like kind of like sex parties with sex slaves. Right? And this is the Pope that was doing this. If you could believe it. Pretty weird stuff.
Which is it's weird anyway because I always thought that the Pope wasn't allowed to be married or have children. So they're doing.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, they're not even allowed to have kids, right?
They're like open about it, even, right?
Okay, let me.
Well, I mean,
let me help some folks out before I start tossing fuckers out. Uniquely, I say what I say. Okay, this is not a Jesus channel or a religious channel at all. If you want to come in here and defend your Jesus, that's fine. But I don't give a fuck if your feelings are hurt. Okay, you got it wrong. Stop talking about shit you don't know is my point. Don't care if your Jesus gets dragged or anything like that. You need to understand where you are. Don't get your feelings hurt if you don't know shit about another religion. There's no reason for you to defend Jesus because Jesus wasn't offended. So remember where you are, man. I don't have patience with this kind of, ooh, they drag Jesus. Motherfucker, this is not a Sunday school meeting. It's Stanley versus the world. Deal with it or don't. Damn.
Doing. Remember the 2016 championship?
Yeah.
Really, the last championship LeBron won, that was legit. Well, I don't think it was
Okay,
legit,
well, talk about
real
it in
championship or
their
whatever.
chat uniquely, not
What is
my
that, like
chat. They
400
weren't
years
talking on my
before the
chat about
16,
Jesus.
16 what was that date we were looking at, 1616? Yeah.
I mean, shit. Obviously, he had, but you got to think you're forgetting 1492. He might have had something to do with Christopher Columbus.
Well, you know what? If you want to
coming over here and pushing that Christianity.
I get your point, and I will apologize. I just need you to know that if you have a particular Jesus point, look, I grew up Catholic, 1st through 12th to Catholic schools. I will make religion points occasionally, but if you just react, but I don't know, I took it the wrong way. Uniquely, you're fine. Maybe I took it the wrong way. So I apologize. But just realize this channel is kind of a-religious unless there's some academic point to make. And again, it's on me, not on you.
Like they were animals and whatnot. Yeah. It's just crazy, bro. Bashir, what do you think about that theory about King James Bible, like Shakespeare wrote it, or what do you know about the Bible, the
King James Bible, because that's like seems like the default Bible for most Christians in America, at least. So.
Well, it's interesting that like there's a connection between this whole thing
quite
by Christian
frankly,
Rosencrantz, right?
down
The Chemical Wedding
over
of
there,
Christian Rosencrantz, right?
Sounds like
quite frankly, I may have gone too long with this. 9 hours. Let's all decamp from here and go over to CM's chat. And uniquely, I'll apologize. I for some reason or another took it, as a criticism of what was going on here. So you have my apology. Hopefully I don't have to belabor it. And by the way, save the extra apology for Tina, because she always needs an apology. Let's see. If you gonna use my content and not pay me, fuck, dude, I paid you. And no, I'm not gonna use your content, bitch. It's dumb. Why would I use this a-religious, weirdo, superstitious bullshit? No, if I clip it, it's just gonna be mocking your stupidity. And with your permission, sir, everyone just go over there, go over to CM's channel. We know where it is. We know where it is. Moxie, you are a racist who believes in pea-brain history. People like you are Psalms 83. Dude, that is so... Moxie is as dude, Seymour, you're a fucking racist, you moron. Dude, why is it always the black people? People like Seymour think that black people can't be racist. Dude, you are the pea brain is you, sir. You're as racist as Ryan is. Poor Seymour. Racists are stupid, and you qualify to be a racist because you talk about race all the time. Seymour, run back over to your channel where it's your safe haven. Blacks can be racist. Just look at Stanley. Dan, I want to know. Oh, there it is. Nightbot. Bitch, keep saying black so you can be timed out. Bitch. I'm not racist. Nightbot. Dan, it's not racist to point out racists and racism. Take your silly ass back over to CM's where you're more comfortable. I understand. Let's try using an N-word. Let's test out the Nightbot, Danner. Use an N-word. I entered a bunch and they're plurals. Let's test it out. You have mixed children, but they don't live with you. Seymour, take that fucking fake fatherhood bullshit. You were productive and multiplied, but dude, take that fake shit back over to your channel, please. Yeah, I'm sensitive to stupidity, Dan. You said you're going to use an N-word. Let's test out the Nightbot. It was a serious request. No, out on a limb. I dislike stupid white men, stupid black men, and just stupidity in general. And too many people on YouTube are stupid. Don't be one of them, sir. He doesn't like black women, clearly. Ooh, he doesn't like women in general, Moxie. To be honest, that's my impression. A lot of people are racist towards their own people. CM, dude, black women, Dude, black women are black. If you hate black women, CM, you're a fucking racist. But, you know, that subtle point might be lost on you. Dumb and arrogant. Well, dumb and arrogant are like gin and tonic. Hey, I'll have a dumb and arrogant with rocks. All right. Well, everyone go over to CM's channel. I think everyone knows the way to that San Jose, but I'll drop the show link anyway. And y'all say hey when you go over there. I'm gonna go grab a sandwich and then come back to see if I can get banned from CM's. Well, I don't think I'll be going up on the panel. CM didn't come up on my panel today, so I don't think I owe him a panel appearance. But I'll be roasting him in the chat. It's the least I can do. So that is CM's link. Yeah, I will see y'all over there.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it.
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, you know, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
well, I don't know what it was, but you know, the thing is that you know, if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
Old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know